ba berengini ha ma venvanye nyugolo fa berengini ha ma venvanye nyimbale ma berengini ha ma venvanye odunyana tigeve taneni ha ma venvanye la Ninkoro ke berengini ha ma venvanye Nindo nuninga ha uma venvanye Nimbale ma berengini ha ma venvanye odunyana tigeve taneni ha ma venvanye munaha Munaha Genevalo Nebe woloba Geneva wole Munaha Bagalile Nebe wolofa Wolofa
Shalom, shalom, mother loving one. What's good? What's good, brothers and sisters? Welcome to the Gerard Springer Show. It's no longer the Kaiserine Experience; it's a new name. But anyways, we're going to be talking about the Bantus in Zululand, right? How have they allowed the white man to still maintain his own self-contained town where no blacks are allowed? Let's go ahead and let's see what is going on over here in this docile South Africa.
I mean, I was dumbfounded by one of your interviews earlier. Apparently, black people are allowed in Orania, but there are conditions.
Indeed, Shahan, and that's the view of one of the political leaders here, a leader of the Orania movement, and his name is Joost Strydom, and I'm actually standing next to Joost, and we are at the Verwoerd Museum. But before we launch into our interview, Shahan, let's just listen back to Joost when he was talking to us about black people being allowed inside Orania, but perhaps with certain conditions attached.
Are black people welcome to come and build inside Orania? If they are willing to assimilate and become Afrikaners and show the willingness to be that, the answer would be a yes.
If you're willing to be a slave for the Afrikaners, yes. I'm just translating, obviously, the Afrikaner logic over here. So if you're willing to be a slave, yeah, 100%, you're allowed to go there and you can work there, right? No, can they come and build? Build what? You want black people to go there and work as slaves and convert and become an Afrikaners. This is interesting.
The other thing is we also have other communities that we're working with their own culture, like the Minyameni community in the Eastern Cape. So the practical answer would be a yes. If they would really want to, that's the different question. I mean, we're an Afrikaner community with a specific goal, and that's to preserve our community.
How do you become an Afrikaner?
How do you become a slave? Basically, he's asking, how do we become slaves, right? As niggas, how do these Zulus and Khoisans enslave themselves and become Afrikaners, right?
When you say people have got to assimilate into the Afrikaner culture, what defines the Afrikaner culture for you, Joost?
Well, I can go on and I can make a list of everything that defines me as an Afrikaner, you know. I've got, there's certain songs that might give me goosebumps, there's certain ways of doing things that I might love. But there's no way that you can define me as an Afrikaner, or anybody else for that matter can go and say, okay, this is Afrikaner and this is not. Yeah. Because then we are back at apartheid. If you are an Afrikaner, you know it. Just like any other.
Man, these guys are really booty clapping. They're pretending. Of course they know what makes you Afrikaner, right? You got some Dutch history. I got white skin, right? If you're some black Zulu over there trying to think you're going to be allowed into this town, yeah, you'll be a slave. You become an Afrikaner slave, right? Let's not miss out the suffix.
Culture. If you are into this culture and you enjoy the things this culture do and the way they do it, then you'll know you're an Afrikaner. I can't tell you if you're an Afrikaner or not. I can't go and say, okay, this guy, he makes it and this guy doesn't. Yeah. If you're an Afrikaner and you feel your heart beating fast and warm when you get into Orania. And the way we do things, it's the way you want to do it, and the way we socialize. And so you'll know it's not something that I can define for you.
Exactly. But I mean, I wouldn't want to date their sister. If you look at a Boer woman, they're not exactly the creme de la creme of the white race. Trust me, there's a lot more beautiful white women if you go to UK or America or something like. Shout out to you, Jem Jewel. Shalom. Yeah, but 100%, they're not assimilating. They're coming there as a slave class. That is literally what that's going to happen to them. They're not going there with any other real intentions of so-called becoming Afrikaner. No, you're going to become a slave. You won't marry an Afrikaner woman. You marry other slave women, and then you always be the slave caste, literally.
That's pretty interesting, Koli, but I'll let you continue this very interesting conversation with the man himself.
Indeed, and that I have Joost with me again, Joost Strydom, the head of communications of the Orania movement. Now, Joost, we are outside the Verwoerd Museum, and as I said earlier, in that very early morning conversation, we actually just played a clip from that interview, and it's about you saying that, you know, people are allowed to come and live in Orania, but it's about whether or not they can assimilate into the Afrikaner culture and heritage, if you like. This, though, says to a black person like me coming to live in Orania, it doesn't sit well with a black South African, because I view that person, Hendrik Verwoerd, who looms very large in Orania. We've just been inside the museum. You showed us all the collections about him, pictures all over the place. There are busts, several busts of him inside there. It almost feels like a shrine, this museum. Isn't this why Orania is misunderstood?
Well, let's give it some context. In the first place, this house was where Betty Verwoerd used to live. So Betty Verwoerd was the wife of late Hendrik Verwoerd. She spent the final years in Orania. And as I also said this morning, as you can recall, that no other place in South Africa would even host a bust like this of Verwoerd. People are throwing it away, it's getting vandalized, and we're taking it into refuge here. So this museum is in the first place the house of someone who used to live here, and the second place it's the remembrance of our history. And
one thing I'll give the white man is that the white man is able to organize quite well. They're able to actually start a whole town and make it quite successful, right? I don't know if the studies are there, but we can actually see if we can figure out GDP per capita of Orania, right? I don't know. Because if there's actually evidence of how much money they're making, they're probably making on average not too bad, right, compared to the other countries. So what he's able to do is build quite well. I respect that of a white man, right? You gotta give him way, whatever. The Afrikaners are one of the several native people in South Africa that are suffering under the current discrimination laws issued against them by the South African government. Hey, it looks like they're making propaganda videos. Shout out to them. To safeguard their survival, Afrikaners have established.
Ek is Johan de Klerk, ek is skool of hier by Orania CVO skool. Orania CVO skool is 'n skool wat so 20 jaar oud is. Hier sal baie bouwerk gedoen. Die skool het begin met 'n klein en 'n geringe leerlingtal van onder die 100 Die skool het die laaste 5 jaar geweldige momentum gekry. Die leerlinggetal het in 5 jaar opgetel van 45 na 217 waar ons vandag staan. En ons hoop dat hierdie groei nog kan eskaleer. Ons is 'n streekskool hier in die Bo-Karoo. Ons trek baie Afrikaner kinders, veral in die omgewing uit. Ons het so kinders van so ver as Pretoria en Vryburg, Derby, kinders kom van heinde en verre hier na ons toe.
En meneer sien my, het julle 'n skoolkoshuis hier?
Ons het 'n skoolkoshuis, hy's Doringkie en hy's Judina. Ons so 20 seuns en 20 dogters kan huisves. Huidig is ons was al 22 in totaal gewees hierdie jaar. Ons hoop dat die koshuis se getalle ook kan groei.
Yo, and that means it's like foundational white Americans. So let me ask you, as a South Africans, right? How the hell, right, are you allowing them to build a nation, right, within your nation, and you're not allowed in there? The only way you can be allowed there is if you become their slave. That shit is crazy. Like, there's no way that this shit will be flying around in other parts of Africa. I show you that. This shit is insane.
Ons spreek sport, kultuur, akademies spreek ons baie sterk aan. Ons is werklik kwaliteitsgedrewe hierso. Ons probeer om alles op 'n hoë vlak van kompetering te doen. Ons skool vorm van die CVO, die Beweging vir Christelike Volkseie Onderwys, waarvan ons deel is, en ons het jaarliks neem ons teen ander BCVO skole in streeksverband deel. So ons in die Noord-Kaap maak ons jaarliks Noord-Kaap rugbyspanne en netbalspanne, en dan gaan ons na die winterspele toe wat elke jaar op 'n ander plek gehou word.
Oh shit, Afrikaner descendant of colonizers. DOC. Oh man, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. But, you know, I mean, look, I would like to say that obviously Africans in general have a docile, like music calls it selective docility. And that's just how it is. That is just how it is. Why does South A allow this? Exactly. Why does South Africa actually allow this shit? The protests around the swimming pool after what happened. Yep, the area is reserved for white people. This shit's not ended. It's just as bad. Suspects who are all male, white males, are seen on the videos circulating were warned to appear. You see that shit, right? Whites only pool. They're literally, you see that guy's got he's got his hands on his nigga's neck over there, right? South Africa, man, come on. How are you still getting oppressed by a minority group? At least with the Black Americans, right? The whites were the majority. This is a little bit embarrassing, right? Where's Shaka Zulu, right? To come out here, he'll be rolling in his grave, man, right? But then again, Shaka Zulu killed a lot of black men, right? Let's be honest, he wasn't killing white men; he was killing black men. So maybe this is just a legacy of the Zulu Empire or whatever kingdom. What blew my mind is that Mosanda had nothing to say about this. Yeah, but that's the thing. This is literally insane. The docility over here right now going on. Like, how is it, again, you are literally, right, your government has enough power, but you're literally having a situation where you have to beg for freedom and equality. That's not right. Like, people should not be treating you like this at all. This is literally outrageous. It is 100% outrageous. Black says, sickening. Where is Lozy when you need him? Well, Lozy's not here because Lozy is out there, you know, throwing pro-South African propaganda. But when real shit is happening, you know, in real time, of course, he's not going to be anywhere to be seen. Trust me, the cops have not changed. And this is not the only time, right? There's another video circulating of where someone, because they caught a thief, right? Supposedly. And you know what they did to the thief? Well, you know what they say about putting Jerez in a casket? That's what happened. Let me see if I can find I can find it. But there's a picture, right, whereby this guy decided he claimed someone tried to steal from him, so he decided to put that Jerer in a casket. Right, South Africa erased his sentence over. Okay, so they sentenced him, right? But the point is, the fact that he felt like he could get away with something like this and then filmed it goes to show that these people have no fear. How can you be a minority, right, 7% or less of the whole population, and still feel that you can get away with this kind of mistreatment of Africans?
On both sides of the courtroom in the so-called coffin case. It was a case that laid bare the ongoing racial divide in post-apartheid South Africa. On Friday, a judge sentenced Theo Jackson to 14 years and Willem Oosthuizen to 11 years in prison.
The most appalling act by the accused was to put a living person in a coffin against his will under threats of killing him.
Video shot by the men on a mobile phone led to nationwide condemnation and eventually their arrests. Victor Maloshwa says he was taking a shortcut on the men's farm when they kidnapped him, drove him to another location, forced him into a coffin, and threatened to kill him. In their defense, the farmers say Maloshwa was trespassing. They caught him stealing copper cables and said he threatened to kill their families and burn their crops. But the judge pointed this was time. Men had forced someone into a coffin, and their behavior had, quote, fueled racial tensions. Analysts say this case spotlights the haves and the have-nots in South Africa, which is largely split along racial lines.
We are having to come to terms with exactly who we are as a country. We're a country that is built on racism, on cheap labor, on sexism, on patriarchy.
In sentencing the two men, the judge said they showed no remorse. Their prison sentences should send a message to others that this kind of behavior will be punished, and punished severely. Natasha Ghanem, Al Jazeera.
Wait, can you hear the African squealing?
And punished severely. Natasha Ghanem, Al Jazeera.
Oh shit, he's actually squealing at the end, man. That's
the
crazy.
judge said they showed no remorse. Their prison sentences should send a message to others that this kind of behavior will be punished, and punished severely. Natasha Ghanem, Al Jazeera.
Oh man, nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is definitely insane.
Attacked by white men yesterday at Marcelsport Resort in Bloemfontein. They were allegedly told that they were not allowed to swim in a pool apparently reserved for white people. For more on this, we're now joined by Kamogelo Siekui bringing us rather live visuals from the area. Kamogelo, a good morning to you. I think talk to me firstly about what the mood is like at Marcelsport Resort, and also what exactly took place and how was it that in 2022 this is something we're still discussing?
Yes, Naledi, the mood is quite somber, I would say. The family is disturbed because they say the incident that happened yesterday really traumatized the two boys who were attacked by the two white males at the pool. From what we understand, the boys were at the pool and they were told that they are not supposed to be there because the pool is reserved for guests at the Marcelsport Resort. Then they went to report the case to their parents who were at the house where they are booked in. The parents came in to intervene and explain that, no, we are not day guests at this resort. We've actually booked 3 days. So the boys are allowed to come to the pool and play at the pool and swim and do whatever it is that they want to do. The parents then went back to their house. And then that's when the incident happened where the two boys who are 15 and 18-year-old, both teenagers, were attacked by these older white males. But to tell us more about what happened and what case has been opened, we have the father of the two boys, who's Ntate Brian Nakedi. Ntate, can you tell us a little bit more about what took place here yesterday?
Wait, is his name Daddy on Daddy? Daddy. That name is crazy. Daddy.
And what case has been opened? We have the father of the two boys, who's Ntate Brian.
Yeah. Shout out. We got African Fang, and then we also got Askei. So African Fang. Yeah, shout out Askei. What's good?
Well, so this is same old shit we've been seeing, innit? You must understand these people, bruv. Yeah, the white man even probably owns that hotel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Because they own. I heard they were minorities and they own about what 97% of the country land.
Wow. 95%. That's it. That's incredible, man.
90 something. That's what I'm saying. That is so. It's like like how long would it take black people to recover from that? They're talking about the one the land back this and that now, but they
Mhm.
are like, yeah, it's like you living like a second class citizen in your own country. You're paying rent. The land don't belong to you. There's nothing to pass on to your children. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's gonna take them hundreds of years as well to recover from that situation. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna help
Mhm.
them with president like the current president, and then he works with the white people on one side. And even he was adopted by I hear he got adopted by white family. So Ramaphosa, right?
Oh, wow.
And
That's crazy.
recently, imagine that. And recently, nowadays, he's gone back to the Pan African side because he's seeing the EFF as a threat. You know what I'm saying? When the election come on that, especially on the year of election, is something big is gonna happen. You're gonna find out something big because the white people can't afford to Julius Malema to win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Once Julius Malema wins, it's like it's harder for them to control. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's what I'm
So you
saying.
don't
Bro.
think,
This is different. You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? This type of racism is different. They're saying something about there's two racist family. There's something Ronneberg, something like that, Heisenberg, something like that. Two family that owns majority of the land of that country, and it's shared down to the
Yeah.
white people. So the white
That's
people,
crazy.
they what they call themselves as Afrikaner. Yeah. First of all,
Mhm.
that's like it's like a undercover name. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna get to that. But this is like it's like a family tree. You know what I'm saying? Those two
Mhm.
races are the parents, for example. They were the ones with the colonial time who came in, this and that, and then it's passed on to the white people. You know what I'm saying? That's why the white man today, he he owns, bro. He owns the wildlife. You know the wildlife of South Africa and Zimbabwe.
Oh, wow. You serious?
And wallahi, and he rents it out. You know what he does? Yeah, he rents out contract to some dusty, white dentists in America or some rich people. You know what I'm saying? To come over to Africa, shoot down an
Mhm.
elephant or shoot down, game resource, game
Oh,
hunting.
wait. Whites control that. That's crazy.
Swear, watch it. You will see the advertisement. You just type it. Yeah, you're gonna get to the bottom of this. If you type South African wildlife, something like that. You see the
Yeah.
Afrikaner, he's talking about how his business, and they even run the advertisement. It's about rifles and that. You know what I'm saying? Resources, holiday tickets. You pay like a package like 5,000, and you come down. You could just shoot some Simba down. Can you think you could do that in Kenya? The
Wait.
Kenya wildlife will shoot you down.
Nah, you're not allowed to kill the wildlife in Kenya. It's illegal.
But down there, brother, the black people down there, they are carrying
Yeah.
the guns like it's golf clubs. You know them golf boys. They're carrying the
Yeah.
clubs. They're following around. You know the way the white people they're hunting the elephant and that in the
Mhm.
bushes and that. Just watch it, brother. You gotta see a whole different angle to it. I understand why you call this a dusty, bruv. This is a dusty behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Minorities are running a country like that.
How
And
do
you
you
man
allow this?
supposed to be. I
Like,
don't know,
the
bruv.
white man
It's
do not
beyond.
let
It's
black
beyond
do not
calling.
let.
It's beyond weak. This is beyond calling yourself weak. It's just dumb. You know what I'm saying? It's real dumb because like you have this guy following you around, you shooting your elephants, and then later on they'll say you can share the giraffe amongst yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or something like that. And then when it comes to mining, for example, the mining sector, imagine one mine, Britain and these South African, they've been fighting over South Africa for a long time. You know that back in the
Oh
days.
man.
So it's been split up. So right now, imagine this. This name. Now I'm gonna get back to the Afrikaner name. Yeah. This name,
Yeah.
why is it undercover name, right? If you type another thing called Pan African resources, this is how they can infiltrate us so easy, right? Imagine you type in on internet right now Pan African resources, right? You see white people uh,
Yeah.
exploiting minerals, selling. They're talking about in kilos, you know what I'm saying, in tons, how much is leaving in Africa in a monthly basis, It's like a show like that, you know what I'm saying? But the issue is, how is it called Pan African resources? So when you type that shit, you thinking it's some Pan African people. You know what I'm saying? Some African people who's
And
defending
you
their
know
own
what? You know what
minerals or
his name
selling.
is, right?
But
His
then
name
these
is
people are called Pan African,
Jac-
and it's
yeah.
Afrikaner. They want to
No,
be
but
like
you
a
know what's
tribe.
funny with the name? His name is Jacobus,
Mm.
and his second name is Lutz. What is he looting?
Mm.
His literal name is Lutz.
His
This is
father's lips, mate. I'm telling you, bro. What I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, you just watch this. This is like
yeah.
they're trying to force themselves to become like a unknown tribe of Africa. So they're like an ally. You know what I'm saying? In a way, they're an ally for the West. You know what I'm saying? To the other
Yeah.
white, to the other white, family members. So these people,
Mhm.
they are. What? How do I say this, man? They are like, they like now it's the using these people. It's like basically, how do I explain this, brother? Unajua
Mhm.
watu
Yeah.
wameweka huko sababu ati unajua wazungu wengine wanataka kutegemea kwa hiyo deal wa Afrika wengine ni excuse. You know what I'm saying? So let's go back. It's like excuse. You know what I'm saying? You guys,
Yeah.
these people are one of you guys. Nothing racism is going on. Just carry on
Mhm.
living like this.
But that's
You know
crazy.
these South Africans.
This South African, they would rather hate and call us querequeres, right? And then
Si
they kill us.
Sicilio.
But the white,
Yeah.
like the white man, they're like, these are brothers. That does not make sense.
Because Mujomba, imagine mtu alikuwa kupatia mshahara alafu anakupiga rungu at the same time. Unajua? But
Yeah.
akili yao yote ni hiyo. It's the same thing in Kenya, Mujomba. Wewe mwenyewe wapo angalia Kenya. Hiyo maskini unaona anatembea na wheelbarrow, anapata
Oh,
mia yake mbili barabara. Yeye akapata mzungu anafikiri mzungu kama ni sijui nani.
Mungu,
Winston
yeah.
Churchill. Kama ameona Winston Churchill hivyo. You know what I'm saying? But
True.
it's like a whole, in Africa, ni ile mindset, and this is what I'm saying. These people are infiltrating us, you know what I'm saying? So, our wazungu upande wama infiltrate, wengine, wetu waona tu, my Chinese school, you're going to find Chinese people are going to be like African. They're going to call us a China African or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the indigenous people, bro.
Yeah,
So
they're gonna
this is
build like some area and then start calling themselves China African, man. That's crazy.
Saying now on the internet, you know what's happening on the other side of the UK, the black side. There's this one brother. He's been, one guy is called Tommy Robinson. I don't know kama musikia. Ni kama racist zingine, racist. So ameenda ku interview, and ameshinda the whole other, hiyo Trill Illuminati. Walikuwa naongea hiyo the whole week kutoka jana.
Oh, wow.
Big topic. Yeah,
He's
the
won.
madness going on.
Serious.
Tommy Robinson, wazungu, they clever sound. These people, right? They will never support what you believe in. They don't support what you believe in, but they're saying to you, can you just ishi kama sisi? Kubali tu, kubali. Imagine kama wazungu akili yao, they always fikiria because hao watu damu yao si kama sisi. Wanajua hao sisi ma black ni nguvu sana, unajua. So wanafikiria kuwa kama sisi. Unajua kuwa ati penda ma commonwealth, penda ati vile unaishi. Unajua? Don't fikiria ati unadai nini. Usifikirie unadai kitu. Endelea hivyo. Unajua? Aike Mungu. Kila mzungu akili yao ni hivyo. Unajua? Why do you live different, mate? Just support us, mate. You have to live like a British. It's value, love. Forget about your country. Unajua? Wewe ongea hata juu ya nchi yako. Ukiongea nchi yako wanakasirika.
Yeah, but that's the issue, man. We got to be able to find a way to overcome this. Shout out, we got Nightmeezy over there. Shalom, brother.
So that's what I'm saying, brother. Yeah, you see, this is a big problem I've seen with the Western mindset. I believe it's something called inherently racism. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know what they're doing themselves. You know what I'm saying? The Western, these kids of the Western side, yeah. They will tell you, bro, forget about your value, forget about where you're from. Don't talk about this. Just embrace this current situation we have got because we're so proud of it. So when you ask them, what are you proud of, yeah? When you ask them, are you proud of imperialism? Are you proud of, the theft of African resources? Why do you want, they love the black people, brother. They think, we like, we are their inheritance, So you can between Guinea. That thing they inherit us, you know what I'm saying? A soul with the package. So they have to inherit our mindset, the way we think. Forget about you being oppressed and that. You're not oppressed. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Slavery ended, colonization ended. You know what I'm saying? Now they're holding their hands out. They're talking about the Commonwealth. Unajua Commonwealth, what's the meaning of Commonwealth? Unajua hawa takataka ingine, this president wanakimbia siku ya Commonwealth wote. Umeona siku ya Commonwealth ati Uhuru Kenyatta, all of these people. So these people, unajua dem ni baya sana mjomba. Unajua huyu dem anatembea na makarao. Unajua huyu mtu ni refugee amekuja tu juzi. Chungwe na huyu mtu kwanza.
Right. Nagmezi says that's not him. So what's good, Nak Messi? Who are you? Are you PEA? Yo, Nak Messi, is that you PEA or who is you? Homicide constable.
anyways, let me just finish my point, bro, before you take me off the point, right? My point was, so these people, they sort of believe they inherit our mindset as well. So what it is, bro, when you look at South Africa, you see this, right? These white people have been there for 400 years. They think, inchini yao, so you need some everything. Unajua kwanza baba, huyo dem siwezi ongea juu ya hiyo dem anyways. Unajua uko na karao hapa, mimi nashangaa na wewe. Karao hapa. Katari sana bwana. What are you saying though anyways, Kaizo? Mimi nashangaa siku ile dem akikasirika anataka kupikia karao kama karao ni sijui anapatia nini karao. Unajua wale watu. No, we don't. I don't speak English. I only speak English like every 10 minutes. I forgot about it again. Nah, mate. I don't know English right now. Anyways, Kaizo, unajua huyu dem ni hao watu unajua amepata unajua huyu umetoka kwa unajua mshambani huko. Unajua? Amapelekwa hapa. Anaona mzungu ni unajua system ya mzungu ni kama mungu yao unajua.
Speak English as you talking.
So anategemea mzungu tu. In shit. Anyways, brother.
Yeah, but it's crazy, And hopefully the black people can get a bit of self-respect,
Aje mazee, wewe umeona hiyo dem bila anakaa. Self-respect wapi? Mimi sisema hata hiyo dem ni watu wengi ni hivyo. Akili yao iko mali nyingine. Mtu anafikiria karao ananiambia ati mtu anamituzo kwa show. Na hiyo wachana hata hiyo dem. So what I'm trying to say, brother,
not everybody understands Swahili.
It's gonna take about 50 years.
Nobody can understand what you're saying.
Go report to the what's it called, Oxfam. You know Oxfam Telecommunication.
I was yesterday on police. I don't know.
You see?
Police. I saw the police. He knows.
Can I ask you something? What do the police give you? Did they give you Scooby snacks? What do you get from the police station? You get Scooby snacks.
¿Hablas español? No.
No, you get Scooby snacks, Scooby biscuits.
Do you speak
They must give you sign.
No. Do you speak Mandarin? No. Speak English because people are here to understand what you're saying.
What do you get from the police? You get Scooby snacks. Man, she even got birds in the house. Like this is pigeons.
They were with what the taxi driver told me because he didn't know the real story. The police, the driver said no, it's because they are dealers.
What do you do? You go every day after the police station. You're harassing the police, right? You are wasting police taxpayers' money.
You don't control my life, so you don't control me. I'm the only one. I'm 364 days with my own self in this body, not you. So you don't control me. If you don't understand
what happened to the dog in the oven?
You don't control me. So please speak English because people.
What happened to the dog in the oven?
I'm helping you, and you don't even understand that.
Forget about this, man.
Understand
it's
what
long.
you say.
This is long.
Other languages because a lot of people talk other languages too, and you don't even understand them. And you will try to say that you try to people to understand. So please speak the language you are speaking right now. What is?
Did the police take the dog out of the oven? Did the police save the dog?
And nothing happened. Yesterday I was buying, in 24 hours, and then I saw the police with a dealer, and I saw it. So please, just stop it. You don't fool me.
So basically, you came to UK to become a national snitch.
Body
Is that what it is?
364 days.
You came to the UK
24 hours. So shut the
to
fuck
beg.
up. You don't
You're a
control
beggar,
me.
right?
I said,
You're a
you
beggar.
don't control my body. I'm in my body 364 days. So you not. So shut the fuck up and speak English what you talking right now. So we don't. What you don't speak. So shut the fuck up.
But you don't speak English yourself. You speak in
What you talking
third
right
language.
Now? What language are you talking right now?
You speak in third language.
What language are you talking right now?
I don't understand it. I need to
What
come.
language are you talking right now?
You need to come down from the trees. I can't hear you.
You don't control me.
You talking Avatar. You know Avatar. Have you watched the movie Avatar? You speak in that language.
So now people, I'm going to know that you're fucking idiots. Keep talking because you're fucking idiots. Say that you don't speak English and you speak in English. So say fuck up.
Anyways, bro, you know what I'm saying? Back to the Pan-Africanism, mate. Have you watched Pan-African Resources, brother? Any chance you can bring that up and you might go through that and you might see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, when I
you kitu ni cheese unajua ukaongea na yeye utakoza brain cell unajua sio wako utakoza kidogo sio wewe unasemaje?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah, man. Unajua this is what I'm saying. Unajua uko yeye ametoka huko amekuja hapa paka anasumbua karao labda anasumbua wale mtu kama huyu karao anaweza hata anaweza toka kwa
Are you making a show or talking in languages and people don't understand you? So yes, simple.
We don't speak your English. I don't know what English you speak. What type of English is that?
Now? What you talking
you
right
speaking,
now?
You come down from the trees. You're in the trees.
Right now? What are you talking right now? You fucking idiot or what?
You're in the trees. I can't hear you.
Because he's like, I'm laughing at all.
Man, black people, man, we gotta free ourselves. One of these days, we gotta become powerful so that we can create a good environment for our children, man. But South Africa, listen, guys, this whole thing, you know, but as Getty, let me ask you: don't you think that in black people, especially certain groups of black people, they have that need of always begging for the acceptance and approval from the other people? Have you noticed that keeps happening? Why? Why?
Bro, it's a difference, right? Because look, someone like me or many other black people that's raised in the European countries, right? They were raised with these people, so there's no, we don't look up to them, right? But with these people, just think about them. I don't know, like, you know, even you see as a black person when it comes from Europe, right, and goes to Africa, the white man who's there on a maybe charity work. The thing with Jamal, he has a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Directly, the thing, he's superior. You need to come with them. So no come with them, for example. And to cut out to it's a indoctrination by the African mindset, yeah, is to be blind from reality of really why they're in this current situation, why they're so low IQ, why they're so behind, you know, on every angle, you know, aspect of life. You know what I'm saying? Because look at these other people, bro, yeah? They were left to their own devices, you know, these Asians, this and that. And they were in fights with the European. You know what I'm saying? They were in nuclear war with the European, you know, with the Americans and that, right? But with these Africans, brother, they have been ruled over like goats since they had contact with these people. And how did they have contact with these people? I can't blame people like me and you who's from the West African side, yeah? I can blame the public coming from from East African side, right? I do understand the white people came through this side, you know, at one point, you know, to Kenya. But, you know what happened, bro? Let's talk reality. Because what I've heard from, especially a lot of elderly Somali people, right? In Africa at that time, you know, before, there was Islam and there was a lot of, there was Christianity was there a bit, but it wasn't as much till the white people came over, right?
Yeah.
But there was this so-called, they call themselves Pan-African. It's not even Pan-African. You know, this voodoo worshipping and black magic, and that's reality what it is, right? And you know, this type of culture they have,
Sorry,
you know,
brother,
they have this dancing. Shut up, mate. Who the fuck are you, mate?
Where are you from?
Can I talk? No. I come from.
I'm asking. Where are you from?
Madagascar.
Okay,
don't interrupt, please. You're trying to ruin my point of
No, not trying to ruin. No, you're trying to ruin
wow.
a mother that you come from.
Brother, I'm talking.
Stupid.
All right, mate. Anyways, brother. So what happened with these people, right? You see these people from Angola and these type of people, for example, right? They were kind of jealous with the side of Tanzania and passing Congo and that, because on that side, a lot of Muslims going on. So they have some kind of hatred. Don't you? You know when you worship the devil, brother. Yeah, the devil always like was bad, didn't it? So the white people heard about this guy called Mansa Musa, right? They heard this guy has went to Saudi Arabia and come back with architects. You know what I'm saying? Architects from Europe, Rome, all type of different part of the world, and brought them back to Timbuktu, and they built Timbuktu. So they realized there's a lot of wealth and there's a lot of history and there's a lot of what's it called education-wise, meaning like there's a lot of learned from Africans. So what they did is, who came in first? It was the Portuguese. But the problem, what happened is, why African people are suffering right now is the Angolese people welcome the Portuguese people. You know what I'm saying? And trying to attack. So what it
You
is?
talk too much. You Madagascar.
Shut
If you
up,
think
mate.
Madagascar, what is Madagascar? A met pole of a
Wow,
lot of
bro.
Africans,
You know, brother, this is
even Ghanaian presidents and chiefs were into a style there. So please, you know,
this is what I'm saying.
proper
The West
African,
African.
because Madagascar is mixed pole from even from
Yeah.
from the India.
Well, you know, she's just gonna ruin the conversation. I don't know why she's even here right now. This is an agent of confusement. You know what I'm saying?
I'm here.
She goes to the police station every day, bro. Imagine some twisted mind, you know, of she came from Africa and now she's begging down.
You don't
You know
come
what I'm
from
saying?
a pussy, stop
The
talking.
Beck, mate. Some real Beck. She's an agent here. Anyways, I don't know what she's talking about. But what I'm trying to say, so what happened was, yeah, if the white people came through the side of East Africa side, yeah, they would have had a lot of other troubles. Because what happened was, bro, even though we were a bit, you know, we were a little bit, we wasn't fully interacting with each other, but we have like believe in the beginning, you know, we used to believe first of all Kemet came from that side, so we were whack, you know what I'm saying? That's why, you know, you see, and then we split it down, you know. Somali became Jews after that, you know, at the time of Moses, and after many thousand years after that, they became Muslims, right? But what happened was, Portuguese, they just the Portuguese, they tried to come and attack Mombasa. They've had it in Mombasa, in fact, for a lot, you know. And what I heard in Mombasa, what used to happen at that time, they brought in fucking jokes and fucking, hey, shut up, mate. Go back like a bat on your tree, mate. I don't know what you're working with, mate. Go eat some Scooby snack from the police station.
About the slavery, so shut the fuck up.
Alright, bro, this is crazy, man. So, anyways, bro, you know, every time he talks, he just ruins the conversation. So, you know, so Somali people see that what the Portuguese did, yeah, they brought drugs, bro. People, they were raping people. They brought that. You know what it is? You know when you watch, you know, the Crusaders, they used to come with the crosses and that when they land on the shore, right? And they have like something like, you know, a smoking thing, which they jingle around, like they're trying to bless the devilism out of Africa. That in their perspective, you know what I'm saying? So the Somali people heard this. Somali people, at the same time, the Ottoman heard this as well. We agreed on this, you know, we don't want these dusty people here. What did we do? We took them and we enslaved them. And from that time, you know what happened? Chinese people came again. You know what I'm saying? We put them in jail. But these West African on this side, brother, why we in Africa are suffering and we have low IQ? Because these people, bruv, they're even like, they're fully giving themselves, you know, the destiny and that. And I'm not saying, brother, most of it is the system and the ideology. It's that education, you know, which is like, it's a possession, bro. Let me tell you, this is what white people, when they call, it's called a colonial experiments. You know what I'm saying? This is the best form of colonial experience. You know, this brainwashing. You don't know who you belong to. You don't know who you are. You just born to feel insuperior. You know what I'm saying? You're not even superior. You know what I'm saying? You're worth nothing. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we have, you know what I'm saying? This is why we have a lot of this problem.
They don't think they're superior. That's the problem. They have an inferiority complex. They need to know that they're superior. Yeah. So should we go other guys? Mizi, are you there?
The real Nakis here. What's good, brother?
You had the idiot that is going to prove your secrets.
Oh my God! Cállate la boca, estúpida.
I'm telling you, man, this is like
cállate la boca.
You know you know when you have like some crazy like person understand, understand, like
any secret because
this is what I'm saying.
What he did and he did. You are fucking idiot, like me say.
Anyways, but what I'm trying to say, South Africa. South Africa. You know South Africa. South African brother, yeah. They have been living. Imagine this is like South Africa. You can compare South Africa situation with America, Black America, right? They've been living with the belly of the beast. You know what I'm saying? Meaning they have built a country. They're well, but America is different. But South Africa is even more.
How did you just colonize my time, bro?
What happened? You want to talk about that?
Yeah, go on, man. This wild savage.
I know, mate. I know.
So you come from an African person, you got to be
Shut up. You're not an African. You don't represent Africa.
She's not African, brother.
She represents the slums, bro. She makes Africa bad.
Brother, right now she's recording us to the police. She thinks her dream is to put a nigga in jail. You know what I'm saying? You know them niggas.
Yo, but she always tries to put people in jail, but it fails.
She came from Africa like probably last week. I think it's part of her refugee status. You know what I'm saying? Refugee status. You know what I'm saying? Go infiltrate, bitch.
She's gonna be selling bananas in EG
if she don't care about that plane is back to Rwanda. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be peak.
I don't know why she keep adding me. If she wanna have a conversation, you can have one.
You're a fucking nobody.
She's the last defense. She's the last defense.
You're nobody. Yo, bro, let me cook this shit.
Let me read.
You somebody. You know nobody. You think you're somebody.
Who are you exactly?
E1B1A, the original Bantu. Original Bantu. Original Bantu. You came from me. You came from me. I am the father of Africa. I am the father of Africa.
So you can insist with an African person unless you.
Oh, shut up.
A stupid person. You can insist with an African person.
Shut up. Hey, how come out of all the people that you call the police,
you know the worst thing about it? Like you know the worst thing about it? She don't even look like, I don't even think she works, and she's wasting taxpayers' money. She's calling police all the time. You know what I'm saying?
She calls police on everybody, but they only came for her.
I'm telling you, bro. This is funny, man. I think it's part of her refugee status. You know what I'm saying?
Africans, shut the fuck up.
But yeah, what do you want to say, Nagamizi, about the Afrikaner? What are we trying to talk about Afrikaner is why they're infiltrating with the name Afrikaner. I believe they're trying to force themselves to become an African tribe. As a known tribe,
yeah, absolutely they are, and we saw the propaganda. Well, what they are is like foundational Afrikaners. That's what they're trying to do, but they moved there through colonization. So, oh my God, someone give this fucking Mexican a burrito.
Burrito, go get it. No burrito, my friend.
Burrito. Give her. Oh, she left.
Thank God. What I'm trying to say, Buff, is it's not even that. They're trying to use this as a form of trying to say, you not just accept us. Accept that we one of you guys. And let us just keep owning 90% of your land. You know what I'm saying?
There was a guy named he was like a Hitler for South Africa. I think his name was LeBlanc or LeBlanche. No, LeBlanc. And he had like a revised Nazi sign or whatever. And he had some black people working for him, and they deleted his ass on his own farm.
Oh wow.
Was that Zimbabwe? It might be Zimbabwe.
No, South Africa. Okay. So I don't want to say that they're that they're docile, because South Africans will turn up, especially when it comes to Nigerians. So it might be selective docility.
Sorry, but
hold on. It might be selective docility, but if they catch you slipping, they'll let you have it, like they let this dude LeBlanche, I think his name. I have a video on it.
What's white man? It's white man, right?
It's a white dude.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the video in the chat.
No, I believe what you said. I have heard about this. I have heard about this, and you can't. I don't know what to call it, Prof. Yeah, but I have heard South African. Now they're waiting on people going into the houses and attacking them like that. But the point is, what I'm trying to say, Prof. Yeah, what I'm trying to say, if if the farmer has been working for a white man's farm, yeah, for the last 20 years, how come he hasn't gained no skills? So when the white farmer, for example, the white farmer like the Mugabe, they get kicked out, how come they can't even take over that business? I don't understand that mindset, you know? That's what you hear from the white people. The white people, the European people, the British people say, but there's Zimbabwean people who can't ruin their own economy because they kick the white people out. So that's the threat they're trying to use nowadays. You're saying, you know, are so low IQ, even if you leave your own land, you're just going to ruin your own land. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? So why do they love killing black foreigners? But they love the white man.
Well, because what it is like jealousy, like, you know, the feeling, you know, imagine you're in prison, my friend, but you're in an open prison. They're just thinking these other Africans coming in to steal some more. We already getting robbed, and these people are stealing some more. But it's a stupid mindset, right? What can you do about that? You know, people are thinking like that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think it's the Khoisan genes that's making them think like this?
I think it's more than Khoisan, brother. I think it's industrial ideology and bad upbringing. And you have to blame a lot of them on the parents and the other parents not being stronger freedom fighters, you know, especially those people that was around at the time of Mandela. So how can you all support Mandela and Mandela all you got is become a president? You know, like an image of black people in South Africa. None of them got the land. Nobody got nothing back. Sorry,
I put the video of the dude that I'm talking about, and I want you to pay attention to the dude's fire. How he motivates his people in South Africa. He ended up catching a bad one. It was Taylor Blanche or something like that. It's my own video actually, but you know, it's called "Is This the Answer?" It's like 1 minute and 27 seconds. So you can see how these Muzungus, they feeling themselves and they move from a military standpoint. And I think, you know, South Africans, if you push them to a certain level, they're gonna wild out. And they got this dude. They called him Slipping.
Oh shit! So the question is, how come it's always the whites, building up this, let's say, guns thing, safety and shit, and when it comes to the blacks, we never really build shit when it comes to like protecting ourselves. Not in any kind of real numbers. That's something I keep finding weird.
Perfect.
The poor, the former, attention.
Hou met gebed, hou met arbeid, hou met organisatie, hou met die stem, hou met die koel, hou met die kanon, maar hou in godsnaam, want jy het geen recht om hom te oorhandig aan die communisten van die ANC. Dit is God se land. Dit is gelofte land. En hulle sê die AWP dreig weer. Ja! Ek dreig julle in die duidelikste taal. Hou jou pote af van die boere se grond.
Critics said he lived by the sword. And it was by the sword he died. Eugène Terre Blanche, found hanged to death on his farm, was one of the most controversial figures in South Africa. The founder of the white supremacist AWB party.
Perfect.
That guy.
Oh shit.
So all South Africans ain't docile because they gave homie a bad one.
Okay. Yeah, we got a new guy. Shout out to
I do rate that, brother. I must say I rate that, man. That is so special, man. You know,
Andre, what's good?
50 deep.
Made me happy, bro.
50 deep, that's all.
Yeah, Andre, what do you think about this?
And the way they make, you know, what it is, they're trying to wake up, you know, that you see even the way they put on these kids, you know, with the hoodies on and this and that. They're trying to portray them as real gangsters and that, you know what I'm saying? So they're trying to actually...
It's going to take a lot to change their minds about foreigners in South Africa. All these men are out of work, and they put that down to the outsiders, who sell their goods and their labour much more cheaply.
These people, they work for 80 rand a day, 90 rand a day. It's fine for them because when you go to his country, it's a lot of money. But for us, it's too small. So we are no longer getting jobs anymore because of the salary we're looking for. Understand? These people, they are accepting small money. So they are ruining us in each and every side of ours. We attack them with knives, everything, machetes, man, because we are very, very angry because we can't accept that.
And what makes you think that's okay, to attack another human being with a machete?
Because these people, if they attack us also, late time, they use these things, they use guns.
They also blame the foreigners for the high crime rate, and their version of justice is meted out pretty quickly.
Paraffin is easy to catch fire, it's flammable. If I put it on the tire is what? It's catching fire. I put
and you'll put this on the person?
And while we are beating you, you are very weak, I get it. You can't fight back. Even though even I can take this tire, and took it to you like this, you are very weak. Let me say this foreigners must go and come back legally.
All around where we're talking, there is appalling deprivation.
Hold on, Kaiser, can you just stop that bar for 1 second?
Towards the foreigners, and many they say are.
You know, the guy said something important. He said, "Come back legally." Did you hear that part? They come back legally. That's a bit crazy, man. That's what they believe.
South Africa illegally, without visas or even passports.
What happens if they don't go?
If they don't go, they will get a piece of this.
Yo, that's savage, son.
But I'm also a foreigner.
Yeah, but look at how much hate they got for the Queres, right?
I'm British.
What does Quere mean?
And that Mzungu, she's just playing diplomat right there. She's playing diplomat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She knows what's going on.
Quere is like the blacks from outside of South Africa. They're like low-level blacks, basically. That's what they call us, other Africans.
Does that mean you'd attack
I think
me?
there's a Quere backstage trying to get in again.
The xenophobic violence has turned into a political weapon. One of the leaders of the opposition visited Alexandra Township the night before the army was ordered in. Gunshots were fired ahead of his arrival, and 3 supporters were injured.
Why do you think they're doing it? What is to blame for this?
Well, our people are in poverty, and they get tempted to believe.
Really? Brother, it's a special leader, this guy. This guy is a special leader.
We will work tomorrow, but the reality is that there are no jobs. Even
Africa, when I talked to a certain journalist and I was asking her why exactly people are fighting, and she told me that there's a taxi driver who was carrying a Nigerian was carrying drugs. So when this Nigerian guy, when this South African differed with this Nigerian who was carrying drugs on why he was selling drugs to the youth, these Nigerians called their fellow Nigerians and they beat this taxi driver to death. That is why in that particular town, South Africans began retaliating and fighting for the sake of the driver who was their compatriot who was killed.
The recent xenophobic attacks in South Africa have rendered many African investors in the South African country losing their property to either burning or looting. Kenyans last evening were asking for compensations for their compatriots in South Africa who lost their property through burning or looting. We're in the streets of Nairobi to ask Kenyans their opinions in this regard.
The first thing, it's very sad that black people are fighting against each other. They're same people. We are same color. We have no reason at all to fight. Despite all our differences, there is nothing that should make us fight by all standards. Number 2, when you follow up on that case, exactly what is happening in South Africa, at one time you would agree with the South Africans because you cannot allow people to come to your country and they dictate to you everything. For example, there's a part there called South Beach in Durban where...
Isn't the white man doing that though? So why have they always got the extra hate for the black man? But when the white man does it, they create their own town and say...
I tell you why, Kaizo. The white man is a system, my friend. It's the whole system. It's like it's a government. You know what I'm saying? That's a system. So, education, everything is the white man.
Nigerians are so many. When a South African go there, not in a South Africa, they'll ask him, what are you doing here? And those are the provocations that even if it happens in Kenya here, it will bring the same reprisal effect because people will still fight. In fact, what happened in South Africa, when I talked to a certain journalist and I was asking her why exactly people are fighting, and she told me that there's a taxi driver who was carrying a Nigerian who was carrying drugs. So when this Nigerian guy, when this South African differed with this Nigerian who was carrying drugs on why he's selling drugs to the youth, these Nigerians called their fellow Nigerians and they beat this this taxi driver to death. That is why in that particular town, South Africans began retaliating and fighting for the sake of the driver who was their compatriot who was killed. So one thing I would only ask Africans, that we are now going to a global community. We must make sure that we live within the traditions and the norms of the people that we find there. You cannot come to my house and you take my father and you want to be the head of that family. I will fight you. So the unnecessary provocation is not important. But what is going on in South Africa is a big problem that we have to condemn, all of us. The other Africans who have found themselves in the mix, it is unfortunate that it happened, but I think they should be able to find cover on where their people are and even carry their passport to say they are not Nigerians, because the target there is Nigerians. If you go to Congo, they are not comfortable with Nigerians. If you go to Zimbabwe and Zambia, they are not comfortable with Nigerians. In fact, even a country that is close to Nigeria as Ghana have a problem with the Nigerians. There is a problem, there is a general trait that Nigerians have. There's unnecessary aggression that other people don't find comfortable.
Why do you think there's seemingly an influx of Nigerians in most African countries?
Because their country, I think because of the terrorism effect that is going on in their country, and again because of the bulging population and the high rate of unemployment, so they are operating like Chinese. They are finding a way they can deposit their population. Unfortunately, they are depositing themselves with their Nigerian cultures, which do not fit in us. Even in Nairobi here, when you go to Kilimani here, we always see Nigerians opening, wanafungua bunduki, wanataka kupigana na the Kenyans. Those kind of things we have to make sure that they stop. If you go to Donholm, they are doing very crazy things with our ladies. And those are the things that in fact, even this week on Sunday, the police arrested 3 people. Some of them were Nigerians with fake money. M-Pesa, they are hacking into our M-Pesa. They are having fake money, illegal trade that are done by these guys. We are only asking Nigerians and other foreigners in our country that let them live within the norms and traditions of the people of that host country, for them to enjoy the freedom and everything that that country brings to them.
Now, as a Kenyan,
yeah, what do you guys think? So he's saying that actually the issue that they started killing the blacks, the Kwerekweres, wasn't they weren't just targeting all Kwerekweres. It was mostly about Nigerians, drug dealers, and apparently killing taxi drivers. So it was like a retaliation. Do you think they were justified to do it? But again, why do they come for the Nigerians and not the blacks?
Well, why does the whole world go for Nigerians? Everywhere they go, they get like this bad rep. Is it warranted, or is it just discrimination?
Okay, Lozi, let's ask you, brother. Lozi, what's going on? How are you guys allowing a white town, but then when you see a black man, you call him a kwere and then you kill him?
You love this shit, eh? Man, look, at the end of the day, let me just start by saying white people have power. Africans don't. They are probably begging. So that's why it's easy to target them. It's easy to target everyone who's powerless if they are burdening you. So white people, it's not going to be easy to target them because they literally have power everywhere around the globe. You know, they're backed up by any kind of power you can think of. So let's be within the context, right? In terms of what that town, they call it Orania. I don't know why they call it a town, because at the moment it's very tiny. Probably it's gonna develop because I think they get investment, but it's so tiny at the moment. So that place, it's in the middle of a desert. It's probably way outside the country where most people don't even live. So that town on paper, there's nowhere by law where it says it's a white town. That's illegal. It couldn't be implemented if it was built on that background. So what happened is that these guys, they found a way which Constitution does support them, where they have a right to embrace their culture. It could be whether culture or religion. You can form a society where you want to embrace your own. So what they did is that they say whoever comes to live there must be able African is gonna go there. I mean, even in our cities where everybody lives, you find sections where majority is white by large numbers, and you find sections where majority is black by large numbers. You find sections where there's Indians. So people group themselves. Why will a black South African or an Indian
Okay. And Andre, what do you think of this situation? We can't hear your screen, Andre, and we can't hear you. If you're going to share the video, you have to share it with the sound. It's how you shared it. What's wrong? But yeah, Andre, what do you think about this whole situation? I think that obviously South Africans have got a thing. Oh, can you hear me, Lozy?
Media site. What?
Are you having load shedding? Your network going in and out?
Probably maybe somewhere near me there's a load shedding.
Is that a real thing? You guys really don't have electricity, just like Nigeria?
Ours it's not that bad, but it does cut off. It depends. I think now it's worse because compared to where we were like 2 years ago. I think today I experienced load shedding about twice, and each for 2 hours. So 4 hours of no electricity today.
Oh man! So wait, so for real, you guys like actually live in a country where lights can go off? Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, lights can go off, and it's the whole country. But I mean, they're working on it, and I think Cape Town soon will be off the grid from Eskom. Eskom is the biggest energy supplier in Africa, so we will still produce the most electricity in Africa. That's the sad part. Like South Africa now, the electricity is bad, but we're still producing the most electricity in Africa. That's how bad Africa is.
No, but okay, but other countries like, let's say Kenya, we don't have power cuts, and okay, we may have a power cut 1 minute, that's it, but there's no real, lack of internet.
Yeah,
that's
true. That's true. But remember, Kenya is not industrial like South Africa, so you don't have the giant corporate companies that requires more energy. So you know that Kenya doesn't produce your country doesn't produce 20% of electricity that South Africa produces. It's just that you don't have industries that want to be fed with so much energy.
Oh, I see.
So let's go back to your title. You say South Africans the most docile Africans. I mean, you know better, Kaizo, but I know what you're doing. Look, I would say we actually the least docile Africans, and I've got I've got data to back up what I'm saying. So if you look at, for example, in 2020, South African government is the one that raised a red flag saying, look, we don't want to have Israel being the observer of African Union. Out of all the 54 African states, they were all mute because they are afraid of the West. They are afraid of Israel. It was South African government that had the balls to stand up and say, look, we don't want these motherfuckers to be observing what we do in the African Union. And then the rest of the other African countries joined and supported South Africa on that stand. And then Israel was kicked out on the observation of African Union. The other thing is this. If you look at South Africa right now, South Africa is the only African country that is a member of BRICS. BRICS is the emerging superpowers of the globe that are probably creating something new that is going to challenge the West. South Africa is the only African country that is taking such stand, and South Africa voted neutral between Ukraine and Russia, whereas 60% of African countries, they voted in favor of Ukraine because they
think Egypt also joined. Egypt is also BRICS.
Yeah, Egypt is not a member of BRICS yet. They joined the BRICS Bank, but Egypt applied. Remember, China asked South Africa to come join in 2010, and South Africa didn't need to go through the process of being approved because China recognizes South Africa as a superpower. So in the Sub-Sahara, if you want to trade well in Sub-Sahara and have access to the continent, you need to be in good terms with South Africa. And that's probably home to the largest stock exchange of the continent. So China was a very political... What?
The Johannesburg Stock Exchange, right?
Yeah, it's the biggest stock exchange in Africa. You know that if you put all the stock exchanges of Africa together, they don't make 50% of Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And even the second largest stock exchange in Africa, it's still South African Stock Exchange, which that one is majority owned by Black South Africans. And it was started 5 years ago in our new city called Waterfall City. So anyway, my point is this: South Africans, probably our government is the most vocal government in terms of kicking out the Western influence on the continent. Is the most outspoken government. The situation of Orania, from what I'm picking up, is that I don't think we are happy with that, to be honest. It's a bit of an embarrassment that we have a situation like that. But I will say the history of South Africa is very unique on the continent. And if you look at the colonizers, they intended to really settle down in South Africa, and they will do whatever it takes to be here, because I think the West uses them to have them creating the stabilities and also observing what we do in Africa. So the white South Africans are not just here because they want to be here. It's like Israel in the Middle East, right? They are put here for like a specific purpose as well. So kicking them out is easy. I always say this. It's easy to kick out 4.5 million people when we are probably 50, 55 million. We can wipe them out. But we know that they have power. They're gonna be backed up by the West. They're gonna come hard for us, and I don't think we are in a position to prevent that. I don't think we are in a position to defend ourselves. They've got military backing. They've got numbers, and if the West come for us, Africa is not gonna help us. There's no African country that has achieved anything near trusting that they will stand with us and fight with us. Like it's just chaos. The fact that most Africans look at South Africa as a place where they can, in fact, migrate and start a life, it says a lot about our own situation. How docile are we if most Africans still consider South Africa as a better vision where you can start a life? I'm not saying all, but numbers don't lie, right? So if people are running to this country more than any country on the continent, it says it all. Considering if we are docile, we are stupid, why is everyone first option if they have to migrate on the continent? So certain things, I mean, guys, you just make your title to obviously struck a nerve, but what I'm saying, I'm going with facts, right?
South African, you can go ahead after Lozi. You finish, Lozi.
Yeah, so South African government is the only African government now that is having balls to challenge the West. We already put our investments in the newly founded Bank of BRICS, which is going to be packed up by all kinds of resources. Where South Africa is the only African country. I don't know about Egypt; they just joined recently, but South Africa has got more investment already on the Bank of BRICS ahead of any African country. And trust me, the majority of white South Africans are not happy with the fact that we have built a strong ties with BRICS. They would love to take us out of BRICS, just like the whole West. But I think we must give our Black South Africans credit where it belongs for the courage that we have. Even although we're the only African country that has got the largest population of the Western descendants here, we seem to have more balls than people who don't even have whites in their own countries. In fact, if you look at majority of sub-Saharan countries that don't even have white people, their people tend to run to white countries more than even us. So yes, I don't agree with that Orania town that exists. It's an embarrassment to us, but I can understand why our government at the moment is letting that slide, because I don't think it's a huge impact. And it's also, I don't think our government has got much power over there at the moment, And they must keep building it. With time, we will take it over, and probably, things are changing, So as much as the West is losing power, they must just build a nice city there. Eventually, we're going to stay there as well. So it doesn't matter, guys.
So you really think that the whites are going to lose power?
In South Africa, they definitely they're not gonna lose. They're not gonna lose all power, but the other groups are gonna catch up, especially Black South Africans, because if you look at the globe now, things are just changing. The West eventually is not gonna have more power than other regions like in the global South, right? There's changes. So what we're gonna see is that it's gonna be what I believe they call them a multipolar globe, where there's diversity in terms of the global systems that compete amongst each other, the global dominating the global trades that are like competing amongst each other. More like we will never reach equality, of course, but we will have a better a globe with a better playing field than what we previously had. So I think when that happens, even the whites in South Africa are going to be affected because their position here, they always benefited from the Western position. So as much as America stays powerful, Netherlands, Germany, UK, Australia, so it worked better for them because they literally control all the global trade. So and of course, to an extent, the whole country of South Africa has benefited from that as well because although they are the richest, they tend to have more stake in the economy. We also improved our living standards because of the infrastructure that came along, right? And obviously we did play a role in that infrastructure in the building of it, but their presence here has brought more of that infrastructure to be visible, to be built, and to be maintained. So
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting. So go ahead, Fang.
Finally, I'm not against anybody, but I like to be messy sometimes. So I love South African people. I talk to Bonama Teba. I love Bonama Teba. Lorna Maseko. So what I'm trying to say right now about the title of this video is about, you cannot say that South African and docile. No, remember, who was the one that defeated British, and for the British was worse than the First World War and Second World War defeated. Yeah? South Africans are not dociles. They are not. The problem is because right now, the white man, or you call the white man, has the weapons. Yeah? And then we are...
No, that's not the reason.
Excuse me, I
No.
didn't interrupt you. So you try to interrupt me. How? The white man have the things right now, the weapons to destroy
No, but it's not about the weapons though. It's not about the weapons.
Did I interrupt this man? No. The white man right now can put a bomb and destroy everything.
Well, actually, if you talk about who created the bomb, it wasn't even the white man. It was the Chinese had the gunpowder.
Did I interrupt this guy? Did you say yes to me to speak after him? And he's interrupting me. Why is he interrupting me? I'm putting things straight. No African knows how to do or make a bomb right now, a proper bomb to destroy everything. The white man knows. Why is South Africa?
Actually, if you go back to Kemet in the 25th dynasty, they were already making bombs.
Why is he interrupting me? Kaiso,
have you not heard that this is the bomb?
Why is he interrupting me?
African Americans made that. Yo, this is the bomb.
Interrupting me? I try to understand. Why is he interrupting me? I didn't. People.
I just want to give my contribution.
Why is he interrupting me?
This is my contribution.
A pussy. Why is he interrupting me, Kaiso? I didn't interrupt him. And he's interrupting me. Why? I want to understand. Why are you interrupting me when I didn't interrupt you? So this is, right now, any single person, the language you are talking is a white man language.
Ebonics is more of a black language. No,
you
but it's Ebonics.
English. Why for? So yes,
Ebonics.
Your wife, your wife have another babies, but a baby from another person, not you. You are not an example. You are not an example.
We have a Jamaican husband.
So you, how these people, they think that they are the superior to Africans.
Somebodies, and they are nobodies.
Without an African person.
You are somebody, but you are nobody.
It's a first principle.
You
no
think you are somebody,
American,
but you are nobody.
No Jamaican, nothing. Even my own husband, no, yes, it's true. You cannot exist without an African. So shut the fuck up. And you cannot exist without a white person. So we're going to talk about what we're talking about right now. This is about the title. So,
did you hear about the prime minister from Equatorial Guinea that got caught with money trying to go to Cameroon?
that
And then they elected their first female prime minister because of corruption in Equatorial Guinea.
In the first fight. And then, look at this. And then you saying that South Africa are docile. No, they are not. The only problem right now is because it's globalization. And it's happening in all over Africa.
Globalization, that's kind of a stretch. I think it's deeper than that.
So if you go to my
country, just globalization, I think you have to really factor in the global economy, also the impact on local goods and services that just play into these economies that really just put the African at a disadvantage. You really have to dial it down to the last.
Very interesting. Good evening. Good evening, panel.
I am in my country. Yeah?
Good evening, brother. Good evening, brother.
Why are they interrupting me? Because, Kaiso, I know you're laughing. So, because they don't like the truth. Why? Diana Samir asked Brandon my telephone number. So, you nobody for me. So, I'm telling the truth. I'm so stressed. My husband is there. And then I have to be with him. So, you say a bitch cannot be married. Do you know how many bitches are in the world? And even your one wife is. So then we're going to I'm talking about the principle of this title. South African are not dociles. They think the problem is like they are 95% of
Well, it depends on which part of Africa. Like, you can't just speak about Africa as a whole. You have to break it down to region. It has to be broken down to region, right? So when you start looking at that, you have north, south, east, west,
black people in South Africa have the money.
There's really totally different,
white people,
beautiful cultures, and they're not really related to each other geographically or. You know,
in South Africa, the people that have the money are white people. That's the problem.
Can you hear me, mate? How are you doing?
Yes, I can hear you.
Have you watched the recent? Have you watched the recent interaction with certain guy called Tommy Robinson and Respect?
Oh
yes. Been going all over the internet.
Yes.
What's your insight on that? I heard, and the whole UK black community have turned against Respect for not owning up to for turning against Respect. The black communities. I heard on the internet.
Did you say
all disagree with? They're all disagreeing with him because they're saying he didn't have enough smoke for Tommy Robinson.
That's the problem.
Right.
He didn't bring enough smoke to the table.
Yeah.
They're in a bit crazy, innit? Yeah, they've been playing that since yesterday, the children of the white supremacy on the other side, they are like, it's going crazy, mate. You know what I'm saying? Tommy Robinson, he played them all.
No, please go to your mom.
He plays what? Played the mole.
He played them all. He played the blacks. He played the whites. He's a clever guy. Man.
That's right. Yes, that's right. That's right.
He came in, mate. His agenda was to he was trying to confuse the people, innit?
Yes,
yeah, mate.
Right. He just beat them all up, man. He beat them all up. That's how white people are, right? Man. They're very clever.
I'm telling you.
Very, very clever.
What he did was, because what it is, he's been labeled as a black. He's been labeled as a racist, isn't it?
Correct.
So he's trying to get clout for not being a racist. But Respect,
exactly, it's very clever.
Didn't bring enough fire. With Respect, would have said some more. Real talk.
20,000. That channel's got about 20,000 followers. It's big.
Yeah, there's a lot of people are gonna watch it, but it's not even that. It was a big interview. You know what I'm saying? It was basically. Tommy was talking about, and Respect in his uniform and they're walking in uniforms. Yeah. And it's like the other guy was not letting Respect talk.
Exactly.
The host was a bit too much.
You know what? That situation reminds me of how they took Africa. You see, if that situation, you had three blacks, you had 2 black men and a black woman, and one white man.
Who's representing, the better cause. Let's call it
exactly
the better cause.
The white man came in and got all three blacks.
He brainwashed all of them. I'm not racist, mate. I'm not racist, mate. Yeah,
I'm not racist.
I go watch football. My mates are black. Yeah, my best friends are black.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
And I can't be another angle. You can say I'm not racist. I'm on a black stream. I'm on a black show. Yeah.
One time he said he came without. He said I came without no security because I'm not scared of the black people.
My, is that what he said?
That's what he said.
Oh my God, man!
I came by myself.
He just mastered it. He's like the classic example of the European
Berlin meeting, right? The Berlin meeting.
Yes, that's exactly what happened there, man.
I felt like that table was the Berlin meeting table, mate. And I feel like Rashford has been given like some tranquilizer injection to be quiet because when he was focused on his phone, you know what I'm saying? For 2 hours.
Unbelievable.
And these other people was holding him back. It's like, you know, a lion that's sitting in a cage and you give him a tranquilizer, yeah? And these other two black people are like the caretakers of that Tommy Robinson. And they have the tranquilizer in their hand. They gave it to Rashford.
The way you're describing it, man, you've broken it down. The way you actually put it down to the Berlin conference.
Because
you have analyzed the whole situation on the highest level. On the
highest crazy, mate.
Level.
He came bamboozled everybody, Tommy Robinson. He came bamboozled. And where he is, and where he needed,
like
he needed direct questions. You know what I'm saying? It should be a Q&A conversation. You know what I'm saying? Rasmus asked question so you could get into the mindset and break him down. You know what I'm saying? Slowly, because what it is, at one side, this guy he's saying he support the colonial past and he's proud of all of this, and you know what I'm saying? He's proud of the Commonwealth, the package of the reality of black people. And Rashford is sitting there, my friend, like a lion who's been given a tranquilizer. Sit down, my friend. What are you saying? That's no Malcolm X. They took the Malcolm X out of lion, out of respect, mate. They took the Malcolm X. Because we would have thought Rashford has been talking about this guy for years, isn't it? We would have thought he would ask him some proper questions on that.
Oh my God.
This guy is coming there. He's talking about I support all of this, and he was asked, you know, why did you make the racist rant? You know, the BLM protest, right? But you know what happened to BLM protest? Rashford and his people went down there and then got attacked. Tommy Robinson called down about 50,000 hooligans.
Right.
To London. You remember Rashford and that? At the same time, he didn't get the point across. I don't feel like it worked on the favor of the fucking. And you know, this guy is supposed to be on a Black People's channel, right? So he's a guest. But for some reason, it worked on his favor. I don't know what happened there. But...
Exactly. I mean, the way you've analyzed it, it's like the psychology is 100%.
Psychology is next level, right?
I can't even add anything more to what you just said. The way you broke that whole
the black people, the black people on other streams, they're attacking Rashford. They don't understand that, you know, he needed Tommy Robinson in his own broadcast aside. Or it should have been Sakara sign. Because what it is, Tommy Robinson was there to talk about, you know, about black people, why people call him a racist. But once he got allowed to go into his what's it called, comfortable zones of talk about Islam, you know, because once he goes into Islam, we know this guy don't like Muslims, innit?
Exactly.
So that's why he won the conversation. It shouldn't be like about Islam, bro. At that point, it should be listen. You don't like. We believe you suspect you don't like black people. You support a system that is against us. Man. You don't support our liberation. You don't support our freedom. You against fucking reparation. All of these things. You against all of these things. But at the same time, you talking about something called Black and White Unite. Have you heard about his program? He's got some black people pushing something called Black and White Unite. So,
oh my god!
You know what I'm saying?
I'm stumped. I'm stumped. You've taken all the words out of my mouth, all the talking points.
No, what I mean is, because people are addressing the wrong. This guy said this, and this guy sitting like this guy looking like that. Why you're supposed to challenge what people are saying? Because what it is, they say word is a weapon, right? You should have pushed. You should have just pushed Robinson. The point you should have put Robinson is that I said to him, look, there was a point that came up, you know, about Rashford said something about colonialism, this and that, right?
Yeah.
Right? Rashford should have pushed on further than that. But I felt like these other black people, the other black guy said, the other black guy on the channel, if you don't like it, you should get out of here. This is what he said, the other black guy, the host.
So you got the black, had another black man and another black woman, and they ended up going against the other black, whilst the white man is there just taking all three of them. It's like the African continent.
It was like they all got injected with something. I don't know where they've been given something. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all the woman, she was a bit of point, but she found how to understand why this guy is a racist. The simple reason why he's a racist is he's got supporters that hates people for their color of the skin. They're hiding behind Islam, but they're saying they don't like Asians. So
yes.
That's what they're hiding behind. But they don't like black people. Before they say who they don't like black people. They don't like black people. Before after that, because they're talking about my friend. They're talking about listen. What's in the commission? Go on.
I would like Keizo and the other Africans here to watch that video and to analyze it. I want to see what the other Africans did, because I want to see if they saw, or if they can see what you saw, because I want, because that is just like the Berlin Conference. I swear.
I'm telling you, it's like an infiltrator. It's like a racist.
Berlin Conference.
Yeah, man. Imagine a KKK member. He comes in and talks about, you know what? Forgive me for my past and this and that. I'm a changed person now. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy, man. And the guy,
I loved Kaizo and some of the other Africans here, because they're I think they're the best kind of minds you're gonna get from Africa, like yourself. And I want to see if there's harmony, because you are on it. But I want to see if
that's why I believe this channel is completely better from these other people. These other people channel, you have dealt a lot with these other channel, IC3. I feel like, you westernized, African, or a bit like that, on this side, you're more confused, you less mentally awoke, you know what I'm saying? From reality. That's why these other people, they're over there, like, they're not addressing the situation. They're not even looking into the situation why Rasmus is quiet and he's not talking. But every time Rasmus is trying to talk, the other guy is saying something. You know what I'm saying? He's distracted from a Robinson.
That is like a replay of the 14th, 15th century, and the first boats arriving from Europe on the west coast of Africa from Portugal.
Yep. And they're talking about, hello guys, you right? Yes. And the African are running towards them and shaking them hands. And some other African on the other side, they're saying, hold on, guys. The other guys are saying, hold on, guys. You know what? Let's just examine the situation. But about 30 other Africans have already run to these people, welcome them in. So before you know it, they're already sitting there next to you. You know what I'm saying? Before you even observe the situation, what's going on? These foreigners, they're just landed on my shore. I've never seen them in my life. They came with a ship. The ship has got like the ship is called Jesus. Imagine that. The ship is called Jesus, right?
That was the exact same
and
situation.
It lands. And then you just there watching that situation.
Portugal and the ships landing on Elmina, on the coast of Ghana. Yep. And the white people coming off the ship on the coast.
That's what happened with Ashanti people. You know the Ashanti. This is what happened with the Ashantis. Ashanti was so quick to the welcome. The same thing with the Portuguese. It was the Angolan people. When they landed on Angola, they were too quick to welcome them in before observing the situation. So, and I don't believe they all did that. I believe it was only a few of them that run in towards them. They see some dangling things in their hands, such as cutleries, maybe spoons and that. You know what I'm saying? And these lot are just giving their fucking goals away to them. You know what I'm saying? The European lands, in Ghana, right? He finds, those people look down, they see stones on the beach. There is full of gold, bro. It's sand and gold. They call it fucking the Gold Coast. That's why they call it the Gold Coast. You know what I'm saying?
God.
And on one hand, European is giving them a spoon and a fork and like something like that, and they give him like fucking big rocks of gold and you know what I'm saying? All of that. Beads and
umbrellas,
diamonds. But what's the African giving back? The African are giving back their natural wealth. And it's not even that. So the European are like, you know what? These people already, they act a bit inferior. You know what I'm saying?
Asketi, let's see if we can persuade Kaizo to analyze that video. And
that'd be
the
great
other
video,
Africans and the Americans.
That video is taking over the UK internet right now, mate. Slowly.
I can't believe how you broke that video down within a matter of minutes.
I'm not even that quick, bro, my friend. I'm not like these other black people, my friend. And I call them a lot of them dusty, my friend. Yeah.
I need Kaizo to look at that.
It's called, my friend. It's called RMT production, and just look Tommy Robinson, yeah, basically.
Oh shit! But Tommy Robinson, yeah, I'm gonna look at that.
Yeah.
I need.
If you want, let's just play a little bit of it. If we can play a little bit of it, if you just spoil
I need
halfway
to hear. I want to hear the other Africans. I want to see I want to hear how they can analyze it. I want to see.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to say, and what we trying to analyze. What me and ICP talking about. There's certain corruption going on at the background, my friend. If you watch the background, there's some other black people that is like, confusing the situation.
Hold it, Asketi. Don't say anything more. I think that don't say anything. I want to see if Kaizo. I want to hear Kaizo. Don't say anything more. I want to see if he sees what you see. Don't give him any tips. Don't say anything more because I just.
No, but you have to, my friend. Before that, but you have to put. But you can't just throw this in. You have to actually bring the introduction in as Tommy Robinson, who he is as a person, right? Tommy Robinson is a person who started. No, you can't just bring a white person and think. My friend, these people don't understand. They don't know who Tommy Robinson.
No background. Just let them see it. Just let them see it. A white man.
But they don't understand what's going on.
No.
It's not just a white man, my friend. It's not all white people are like this. Not all white people are like this guy. This guy is he's infiltrating both parties. He's infiltrating the white people and the black people.
Asketi, don't say anything more, please. I want Kaizo and the other Africans to analyze it raw. I want to test the level of IQ. This is the highest level.
That is a high level IQ. What do you rate? My observation. No, I'm not saying no more. But from my observation, do you rate that as a high IQ for what I've understood from that video quickly?
I've already just said it. You've taken all the words out of my mouth. Your analysis and the way you broke it down so quickly and so compact is like 300 level degree IQ. I don't know what that is. I mean, that's the highest level.
But what is wrong with the other side? No, let's talk about the other side of the black people. The black people on the other side.
I can't even add to
what's wrong with them.
I can't even add to what you said. So
some of them are giving respect threats, and I heard they're giving respect threats on the other side. It's a crazy party.
Kaizo.
Yeah.
Kaizo, please. I beg you to watch this.
But brother, at the same time, I'm gonna have to jump back out. You know what I'm saying? Because my battery, my friend. But
have you got the link?
Kaizo, we play that. No, brother, let's play the smaller clips. There's 2 clips about 8 minutes long. But it's gonna embarrass. It's gonna expose. Because what it is, brother, black people have to observe together. We can't just think by ourselves. Once we don't, because what it is, brother, us African people, we very, very similar when it comes to, especially understanding, our problems, right? So once we look at something together.
Asketi, stop. Please don't say anything more. I want to see if the other Africans are on your level and they could do what you just did. Don't give any more clues, please. We just need the link to that video. I want to see. I want to see them analyze it.
Well, can you share your screen? Can you share? Have you got it ready?
Let me check if I can find it.
Hold on.
Yeah. Go on RMT production. Go on.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me see if I can find it.
So Kaizo. So I guess you give up on being the emperor of East Africa now and all that stuff because you're exposing yourself. You gave up on that dream. Right?
No. Of course not. Why would I give up?
You think that even all the stuff that you said, all the shit that you said so far, you think you're gonna make emperor?
Yeah, of course. That's exactly why I'm gonna be emperor. You gotta come clean, man. You gotta expose yourself. It's all part of the movement. Trust me, they'll still take me. These Africans are so low IQ. Even if I call them low IQ, they'll still elect me as the emperor. So
this guy's such a dickhead. But look,
respect.
No. Type Tommy Robinson. Don't write respect. Right. RMP production.
Which one? Which one?
We'll see how it goes.
The one you see respect on the left side and Tommy Robinson on the right side.
There's 3 of them. There's 3 of them. Actually, maybe Kaiser will do all 3. Actually, I don't know which.
But I don't know. You have to ask Kaiser though if he wants to. But he can do what he can do. Maybe share your screen. I don't know. But I'm gonna jump off anyways, bro. What I'm trying to say, observe together, right? You have to observe together and just see the finesse.
Exactly.
You know how
I want to test the IQs of the African now. You are the highest level African I've ever heard. When you broke that down, man, I'm shocked. I just want to hear the others now. I'm going to test them.
But I want to say something quickly, though. If you come across respect and IC3, tell him, listen, bruv, and I believe he did stand his ground and this and that, but he deserves a bit more time. And what I believe everybody's attacking him. Respect, everybody's attacking him at the moment. It's not right, mate.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see if I can. I think I found there's 3 videos. So let's see.
Rather than waiting from somewhere else. All right, fair enough. Like what happened to the war? Interesting. That's cool. Obviously, I'm never gonna expose myself and all that stuff. I'm obviously more cautious of that. No, reason being, I don't need to. I don't want to, and all that stuff. So you have reasons for that as well. And I don't think you've done so well to avoid saying something too controversial. You've done well.
Yeah, but we can find you. I know that your accent is very Gambian. You're from the UK. The Gambian community is small. If I was there,
you can never find me, bro. You can never find me. I'm like dust in everything, bro. You will never find me. If you try to trace my IP, you will find there's so many layers of security and all that kind of stuff. You will not fucking work and all that stuff. You can never find me. You know what I mean? So, and if you did, I know who you are, by the way. I know you, and you showed your face. I know you and all that stuff. I can just compilate, just go clips of all the things you've said and just. But I'm not like that. But I'm not. I enjoy the show, so I'm not like that and all that. Now, this fucking Lozi interrupted my debate with fucking Nakmizi. Lozi, why the fuck did you interrupt, man? You didn't fucking understand the debate, Lozi. I'm really pissed off with you with that, man. You interrupted the debate and you didn't fucking know what it was all about, bro. You know what I mean? I was really pissed off with you, Lozi, man. But never mind. It's in the past now. Nakmizi is a bastard, and I'm not gonna debate with him ever again and all that stuff. I'm better than that. Better than debating with the bastard and all that stuff. So I see that with chess. That guy is a complete son of a bastard, and he exemplified it yesterday. So IC3, what you got to say? I enjoy you, man.
Oh, yeah.
At least I enjoy you.
Watch now, right? I've been very impressed by one African this evening. So now I want to test the level of IQ of the Africans who come here and the Americans to this channel. Now you see in the side chat, in the private chat, I've put 3 links. Yeah. And I want Kaizo, I want to know if you could please click. Let's go through all those 3 links, and I want you to tell me. I want all of you, even in the chat, to tell me what you think is going on.
It happened. They banned.
I want you to give me a total analysis of the situation.
And they celebrate and they banned it, and it was all over the news. It's banned due to tensions in the town, due to what's gone on. So I organised, it was May Bank holiday, I organised saying, okay, well, we're coming to the War Memorial on this day. We met up, go on YouTube under Luton Protest, watch the United People of Luton. You'll see a community, yeah? A black and white.
United People of Luton.
United People of Luton.
So that's what it was before the EDL.
Before the EDL, United People of Luton. And when we come down, the police stop us, they come on horseback, they knock a black boy's teeth out.
What was your goal in starting the United People of Luton?
United People of Luton was to unite the people of Luton against what we've seen, yeah? And it was originally, I'd done a petition for, and we got 3,500.
So was you against Muslims or was you against Pakistanis?
Against Al Mujahideen. The organisation.
Mujahideen.
We named this.
That's Muslims, isn't it?
No, that's it's this group of. This radical group. We done a petition, and what we said in the petition is, if two lads up the estate are causing trouble, you give them an ASBO. You don't let them hang around together, and you ban them from the shops. This group have got a stall set up outside Don Miller's Bakery in Luton every Saturday, recruiting for jihad. They're sending people abroad to fight against our troops, and they're in our town centre. So we done a petition. Council ignored it. We turned up on this day to do a march to hand it in and get to the war memorial. Police stopped us. You can watch the video. Smashed my mate's teeth out on the horse. They kettled everyone. My auntie had to urinate in the street. They kettled us for 3 hours. Held people. When they done that, I thought you wouldn't make a Muslim woman urinate in the street in our town. Yeah, I watched as they were taken through our town hall for our soldiers' homecoming parade. They marched this Muslim radical group through our town hall and they stood them in front of our soldiers to attack them. When we had our demonstration, you can watch it all on that video, yeah? The police come up to us, they make us take our shoes off, they put their hands in our pockets, they search us, and as they're doing that, I said, you didn't search them. I was there, you do not search them. Why are you treating us like this when we're coming out? And it became more about an equal play in the town. It was like, they done that, they kettled us, and then they knocked mate's teeth out, and then after that, that's when the football hooligan element come, yeah? Because after that, we said, no, this ain't happening, yeah?
Was that football, Luton Town?
After this, it was after, the next one was 500 lads wearing balaclavas.
What team do you support? Luton Town? That's one, so was it the hooligans from there?
It was the lads from Luton, yeah.
Okay,
but the first one was women, the first one was families, yeah? And then they just treated us without a disrespect and attacked us, the police did, yeah? And all we're trying to do is get to the war memorial, the same war memorial you let jihadis get to, and attack our armed forces. So on the next one, and on the second one, we all meet up in the town. No, the first one, that United People Luton one down. I sit down, and there's a bloke comes in, he sits down, he goes, you organising it? I said, yeah. He goes, don't worry, above 20 National Front just got off the train station. Yeah. And this is, and I said, sound. I said, you see when they get here? I said, they're fucking dead, bruv.
What? See National Front?
They're Nazis. They hate blacks.
Okay, so they're Nazis.
They based on colour.
Because that was the first group that I know about before the EDL.
NF, yeah.
I know about NF from old school. But what were they about?
The NF hate everyone based on.
Because I remember NF growing
up. When he sat down, and said when they
EDL always looked at as a new NF though, or not?
No, the media looked at it.
Still is.
You know what I mean? No, innit? It's looked at as a new NF, like in the streets.
One thing.
Go on.
One thing. When we marched, peaceful black people from Clapham Junction, right, to Brixton, right, we united every racist far right in this country. That consists of Mark Collette, Tommy Robinson, Paul Golding, Katie Hopkins, Jada Franson.
Yeah, shout out Storyteller. Storyteller saying that basically the black kids are too ugly, so they're not being touched. So it's none of our problem. Just let them touch the white kids. Storyteller, man. Yeah, it's interesting. But Tommy Robinson, wasn't he removed from his previous power as a leader of EDL? Or what happened there?
He shut it down. Yeah, he
closed it down himself, innit?
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
Yo,
so he's the one who
Kaiser,
closed it.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. That Tommy Robinson dude, yeah, he closed down his EDL thing himself.
Oh, I see. So how come? Is he trying to be mainstream? Because what I've been seeing around this situation is obviously people like him coming more from like the.
What I would say is what I would say is about him being mainstream. When he was in Belmarsh prison, he was in a protected unit, and they had like all like the media coming to his cell and stuff. So I don't know.
I see. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Like, do you think he's doing this as a ploy, get mainstream, get new obviously power and protection from a different group, focus on a common enemy by joining with that group, and then obviously at the end goal, we don't know what his end goal is. Is he gonna come for the blacks as well or something? Because obviously,
all right, now you're asking the good questions. Good, I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
I like the way you're thinking. Yeah, so see if you can work it out.
If you look at the way, sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, go on. If you look at the way things are and Mr. IC3, at the moment they're targeting what do you call it, so-called Nazis, if that makes sense. Yeah, like so.
Yeah,
white people that's involved in pushing like Nazi stuff, like they're basically getting targeted. These people would have been traditionally under the umbrella of those EDL movements and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So it looks like they're basically putting their own people in the sieve and keeping who they want in that city, if that makes sense, innit? For other reasons, maybe because I don't know, they're concerned that these same people might turn on them on their own system, if that makes sense. Because if you look through the archives of different news outlets, different media, you'll see they're kind of clamping down on white nationalism within the UK, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so watch this. We can look into the backstory, but I want us to look at the body language of that actual situation there. One white man, 2 black males, and 1 black female. Watch what. Just like Asketi said, this is the equivalent of the European arriving on a ship. Yeah, the studio, the show it belongs to the black people. And I think the cameraman's black as well. So I want you to imagine that this is a European and he's arrived on his ship on the shores of Africa. Yeah, and he's talking to the different tribal chiefs there. So imagine that each one of those black people, those 3 are 3 different tribal chiefs. And I want you to watch how that white man. Watch what he does.
Nigel Farage, the British Freedom Party, all of them was against a peaceful group of black people that marched from Clapham Junction. Yeah,
your things on,
Which are wearing military.
And Tommy Robinson said, and I quote, shouting about guns and knives to the crowds, including young children, and go on to do Black Power racist salutes. 5 shot and 8 stabbed in a bloodbath weekend in London, and these clowns turned a blind eye while calling for police to be defunded and chanting for government handouts. Yep. Yeah, that's what you said about us. We have never called for the police to be defunded. We have never asked for any.
I thought you were going to say something about his thing.
You had military uniforms on, yeah?
We had vests on. We had vests on. It wasn't military uniform. It's vests.
You all had a uniform.
Yeah, we had uniform.
Which said what? Volunteer force or something, wasn't it?
FF Force, Forever Family Force, yeah.
Couldn't we save that for the debate time, though?
No, but I'm saying every other racist in the country all mobilised and showed their dislike to a group of black people.
What makes it racist? What makes it racist to say that?
I'm not going to let him say what when he says that.
They had black power fists, racist black power fists.
Are blacks superior to whites? Are blacks superior to whites?
No one's superior to no one except in righteousness. Piety.
What's that mean in righteousness? What do you mean?
No, blacks are superior to whites. We're faster than you. We're faster than you. We got bigger dicks. We got bigger cocks. We got bigger dicks. You get what I'm saying? Clara picked black cock over white cock. Clara, I lost. Of course I can swim. Clara's picked black cock over white cock.
Who does?
Clara, the last guest, white.
Clara.
Yeah, white, black cock. She's rating.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can have sex.
I heard that's a
have sex better. You get me?
Like
we can have sex better. You get what I'm saying?
It's called they call it the what is it? The Black Night or the Dark Night?
No, but he just said are blacks superior to whites? But yeah, you lot are styling it and saying, oh, but yeah, we are. Cause I'm gonna say yeah. No, but man are going around it. Like we all think the same thing. Is what I'm trying to get to. See, like how you, in your head, think white people are better than blacks.
Who does? Who does?
No, but I'm saying, you do. You get what I'm saying?
No, don't, bro.
Man think the same. We're both mental.
I'm going to tell you.
We're both mental.
I
I'm racist then. No, but that's what I'm trying to say. So that means I'm racist. And that's what I was trying to say to Clara.
But would you say that you're racist or would you say that you're pro-black?
As well.
Would you say that there's a difference?
No, but I'm saying black people can be racist as well.
Can I say there's a difference? Like, I know I'm not racist. I've got white people in my family.
Don't you think we're superior?
But would you say that you're pro-white? I'm pro-black, and I definitely feel
you're pro-white
because of.
Why not?
What do you mean by pro-white?
Pro-black.
Watch the white man.
So how come these blacks are not being unified?
Thank you. These 3 represent Africa. These 3 represent Nigeria, Ghana. And Cameroon on the west coast of Africa, and that white man represents a ship.
So it's not allow me to talk. You know, talking doesn't mean that you're intelligent.
Go
now
ahead,
you're going to see the IQ I have, and you're going to be astonished.
Okay.
You don't understand the principle of everybody comes from an African person. A lot of you don't understand that. So everybody is an African. Second of all, what they are talking about what he's saying, that blacks are superiors, not blacks are superiors, Africans original are superiors. Yeah? What do I have in Neanderthal DNA? What do I have in Neanderthal DNA? And you think that being mixed with a white person or Asian is supposed to is because of that? No. Every single person comes from an African. African migrated, populated the world, and those were my ancestors. What the police see that, oh, hey, Queen Victoria's cousin. Yes, I am. So why? So I'm not here to tell you that you are inferior or superior or whatever, but what the guy is saying there, yes, as black, as we consider, yes, we are superior to the white man because we are the first. A white person couldn't see with a black person. But what is a black person? And a black person comes from an African. That's why you don't understand that an African is the first. African is the superior. My cousin from Madagascar. So we are intermingled all together, but always they're going to be the originals. They are going to still there. Yeah? So how can be Queen Victoria or King Charles my cousin? Yeah? It's because of the original Africans migrating. My husband. So Africans migrating. Yeah? So are we superior to whites? No. We are not also superior to whites. That is the important thing. Why? Because we're mixing with them. We haven't sitting with them. So none them. We are the superior because the Africans. But if we can intermingle with them, that means that they are not inferior. I'll let you talk. I have just 2 minutes.
No one knows what you're saying.
So what do you say, Tanky Bot?
No. I was just saying that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what Fang was saying.
I think she's saying what the white. Sorry, the
superior. Not superior. I don't.
No, I guess she's talking about what the light skinned girl is saying about there's whites in people's families, etc. So she thinks blacks are superior in the sense that we were first, or rather Africans were first, and then everybody else came from Africans. But now that we've all mixed somehow and we got genes from all over the place, we're not really that much different from each other. I think that's what she's saying.
Okay. Watch how the white man
Thank
dominates
you very much.
the street.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You understood, but I'm still the original because I'm the original Eurasian Neanderthal gene with a being mixed with a white person or Asian.
Right. Now this guy.
Watch the intelligence of this white man. Watch the intelligence of this white man with those 3 Africans. Watch.
For your own people.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, that is what I would more say that you're trying to say that he is.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with it.
Teach him that he's superior than someone based on the colour of his skin.
No, I don't. That's not what I teach. It's just what I think.
It's what I'm being honest.
No, but
I'm being honest, and the reason why
the
reason why I think that is because the way how we've been hated.
Can we turn our attention to the racism on
Can I speak? Can I finish what I'm saying? I believe that this is my thinking in it. I feel like black people have something special about them because from the beginning of we've been hated for something and they can't really explain it. There's just loads of stuff. The way that we influence, we take everything and nothing and turn it into something and turn it into the most sought after thing. Do you know what I mean? There's things about us that they can't even work out nowadays. They can't even still get to the bottom of it. Do you understand what I mean? And we've been suppressed so much. So I feel like it's only when something is a threat to you why you would try to suppress it so much. And as a race, as a nation, that's what we've experienced, why we feel like that is something that they're trying to hold down. Like, why have you tried to keep us backwards? Why is it that you don't want us to catch up? Why is those things?
Tommy is against the Pakistanis.
Because we've been dealing with
the Pakistanis.
But say for against the blacks as well.
Are you against the blacks as well?
I just read out the quote.
You read out a group of you walking in military uniform, and my point of it was, yeah, when I'm talking about that, is in 1960, 80%.
It's great at sidestepping, man.
You see, you watch the game.
Mr. IC3, I've got a question for you. Yeah? Did you see?
Yeah.
Despite how accommodating they appeared to be for Tommy Robinson, did you see how the black woman, she was still able to make a point in relation to, the psychology or the psychosis of when people like, let's say, so-called racists meet so-called black people.
Yeah. So are you saying that she wasn't being able to make the point? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that she made a point?
The point I'm making is, irrespective of her knowledge on, let's say, like history and let's say white people in the past and that, she still understands certain things, but obviously she may deliver it different.
Yes, that's right. I'd agree with that. That's right. So and I also picked up they weren't listening. They weren't really listening to her. It appeared they were cracking jokes.
Lastly, this is in relation to your IC3 chart. When you were talking about the, let's say, like they're accommodating type of, let's say, they're accommodating welcome to Tommy Robinson. Sometimes would you feel that sometimes it has to do with biology, or sometimes it has to do specific groups? Because like the lady said during the conversation, she said that she has let's say white people in the family. As we know, some people in the Caribbean, they do have white in their family, so when they do come across a white person, the way they will receive that white person might not be the same as, let's say, a Haitian that's never had white person receive a.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, that's right. So this situation is brilliant the way you're breaking it down. You see, is so much going on here, because you've got the white person there, and he's claiming not to be racist. Then you've got three black people there, and they're disunified. They're all over the place. All over the place. And
have you noticed something, right?
Are they over the place? Is it biology related, or is it cultural related? Would you say?
Well, that's it. That's the question. So
I'm only saying this in relation to your IC3 chart.
Well, how I see it is basically the white supremacy is at play here. So Tommy Robinson, being a white man, just being white, psychologically they're going to try. They're going to feel inferior, even if that power is just emanating. He doesn't have to say anything, just being there. You see, because fundamentally this is an arena, and they're talking about race as well. And there's about 20,000 viewers or members to this thing. So and it's very popular. So Tommy Robinson could be there to increase, make himself more popular. But also the black people are there. They're saying, wait a minute, with that white man there, we have our opportunity to get our point across. Yeah, go on.
Why is it that the lady, right? The lady is interesting. I mean, obviously she's a woman, so you can't trust her to lead anything. But her knowledge was on point, right? But her knowledge. Right, but her knowledge was on point. It's kind of funny how.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, her knowledge is on point.
The tall guy.
Said,
just said, "Why people hate us?"
No, but come on, time. We're doing meta analysis. Okay, so now what I find interesting is the tall black guy, because of inferiority complex, right? Because of Tommy, he's literally sees Tommy's a less attractive guy than he is. He's shorter. He's whatever, but he had to force that aspect of black men as superior physically.
Yes, that's right.
And it was like, talk about a white girl, we could take your woman. That is an inferiority response over there. It's sort of mentioning something. Yeah, that was definitely him trying to fight. Yeah.
Psychology. Watch the psychology. Watch the game.
He literally started moving around, almost like, I don't want to say the M word, but
Yeah.
Look at his movement.
Oh my God! You noticed that as well. You watch the body language. Watch the body
Yeah,
language.
look at this point. Look, he's behaving like a gorilla. That's a gorilla movement, sir. You see that? Like he's putting his hand on his chest. He's trying to be domineering to Tommy, and Tommy obviously is just like yeah. See that? That's actually a gorilla movement there. That's what they do when they're trying to show. You see that? Like, raising up his hands, hitting on his chest, trying to get taller, so that
Oh my God!
He's trying to convince Tommy that he's actually the same level as him.
Exactly.
That's crazy. That is.
You're
crazy.
smashing it. You're smashing it, Kaiser. You're smashing it.
Watch this. and then the lady tried to actually take it like to bring the nuance there, Tanky, right? You know, about like, let's say, you know, she was talking about, okay, what I could take from what the lady's point, we could try to like, you know, transmute it a little bit.
Yes.
Black people are creative. They're good at making things, but they're not good at playing the white man's game, which is capitalism.
Yeah.
That's now, I'll say, where like black people and Africans in general lack is that capitalist, like seeing the potential of trinkets and then taking that trinkets and creating a trade out of it. The white man is definitely better at that, aka slavery, all those other stuff. These are just trading trinkets, people, market. So she's saying, okay, look, yeah, white people will always use the creativity of black people. Obviously, the issue with black people, they're disunified. Like, none of these two men here were even able to respond to what she was saying. They were cracking jokes there with the white man, right? Trying to impress him, which is insane.
Exactly.
Well, have a low attention span.
Say again, Tanky?
Yeah, these are people that have a low attention span. They're not exactly intellectuals or anything.
Right, but then that would actually make them better people, Tanky, because they're more natural. They're in the environment. These are the people who, like, you know what I mean, right, Tanky? This is the average African or black person.
That's right. African in Africa. Just like these are black people in their black show. And it's a black cameraman. So the environment, it's their studio. So Tommy Robinson is the white man. He's the stranger. He's the stranger in their environment. He's the guest.
Mr. IC3, do you remember Cass Pennant back in the days? You must remember that name. Cass Pennant, West Ham. Yeah, Cass Pennant,
I don't.
West Ham United football hooligan. It was a
okay.
Part of the West Ham team. Does that ring
right.
a bell? So
vaguely rings a bell.
Let me land.
Yeah, go on then.
As we're touching on the subject of obviously, like, you know, psychology and psychosis, what do you reckon is happening psychologically to, let's say, different types of Tommy Robinsons in the ICF, with Cass Pennant almost being like the lead in some sense?
Tell me a bit. Remind me about Cass Pennant.
Cass Pennant, he was basically part of, you had back in the days, you had West Ham United, in East London, okay. He was part of the football hooligan squad for West Ham, and it was called Intercity Firm, ICF.
Right.
There was a few of them, but he was one of the only black men part of that.
Who's leading them? And he was the leader of them, yes.
It would be reckless for me to say he was the leader of them, but he was one of the main guys. I'll put it that way.
Yes, that's right, and with lots of white people behind me. I remember. Yes, I remember.
So,
but yeah.
So he Cass Pennant will be considered, let's say, like back in your days, you might call him a chockhouse or coconut, right?
Right. So this guy on this video then in the white tracksuit, he's the Cass Pennant then, correct?
I wouldn't call spray. I wouldn't call spray that. I wouldn't say his name's Spray, by the way, and I wouldn't call him a Cass Pennant. But what I'm ultimately getting at is, who would you more picture in the inferior sort of position, Cass Pennant or the guy in the middle? Because even the guy in the middle, he even though he might not appear intellectual, etc., he was still assertive about his views without caring about, if he's gonna offend feelings or not.
Right. So that's good. So you have three different.
So you have to look at both sides. We've got one person that was in the actual football hooligan culture, okay, and he was a black man amongst lots of white people, you know, going to the pub and things like that, and then you've got another man. He's from the Spray. He's from the roads. Like we knew of him when we grew up. When I grew up here, he's from the roads, but he's not intellectual, obviously, as it looks like in that sense. Like, everything about history. That's why he brought Respect on, but he's still delivering his points to, let's say, in a way that he can, if that makes sense. So but it might not be. So who would you say is like more inferior? Somebody submitting themselves into ISF or somebody submitting themselves to this interview? Or would you say both? It's not a trick question. It's not a right or wrong answer. I'm just want to get your idea on things.
Well, go on.
I would say obviously it depends on like what their spirit actually feels. Obviously, you can express yourself one way, yet be something else. You know, you could be playing a game just to sort of, for example, if I was there, I'll be trying to make him say something racist or trigger him, right? Somehow, that's the kind of game I'll be trying to play. So, I think it depends the spirit, like, and you'd have to know the person more, obviously, across time to kind of know if the spirit is you know, submissive.
That's what the guy in the grey.
Yeah,
that's what the guy in the grey actually was trying to do. Right?
Yeah, but the whole situation.
We were superior. I'm sure you feel the same way. He was trying to play those kind of games on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but Tommy Robbins, obviously, he's someone who has to. Yeah, he's someone obviously who has had to, you know, skirt around the race
exactly
his whole life. So obviously, he's very good at this.
Yeah, he's got the skills. He's a white man with the skills.
Yeah, because if it was any other sort of racist, they would have long time ago. They would have been like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, these blacks. Yeah, we gotta get rid of them. So. Yeah, but Tommy Robinson, I think, you know, I actually think he's trying to recreate his image. He's trying to become mainstream.
Reconstruct.
And he's always been mainly Islam, right? He hasn't really changed. His main thing was Islam.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the theme, yeah. But he's trying to integrate, like, say, okay, blacks, we're not really.
He's always tried to appeal. He has always tried to appeal to black people and others. His main political agenda was always against Islam, right? So if you're familiar with like right-wing politics in the UK, you know that other right-wing like Tommy Robinson because it doesn't focus on race. Like I see, you're familiar with like Patriotic Alternative, Michael Laird, those kinds of people. You know about them, right?
Yeah. I've heard of them. Yeah, that's right. I'm aware.
You know about the current civil war within the right. Yeah, that side is more ethno-nationalist. So, for instance,
that's right. But Tommy Robinson's more civic nationalist. That's right. Tommy Robinson's more civic nationalist, whilst the other people you mentioned are more ethno-nationalist.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. IC3. Well, that's what he says, right?
Yeah, that's what he says.
Yeah. So do you think that we can work with white nationalists like him because he's not a white supremacist? Or what's your reasoning there? Because obviously your whole idea is parole. So do you say that, hey, we booty clap with the white nationalists, right? Help their nations not get overtaken by the Asian Muslims, right? And as Africans, we'll stick to ourselves. We won't breed with your class, right?
Yeah.
Is that your approach, Mr. IC3?
Yes, that's right. I would avoid the Tommy Robinson kind. No, they're the dangerous. From my perspective, they're more like the liberals. I prefer the raw, racist Ku Klux Klan people who say, look, we don't like you. You know, I prefer the people that make clear their position, who have an identity. Those people that are the civic nationalists, no.
Yeah, but I see, how does that work for you?
Can I jump, Kaiso? Because now, yes, I have to go to sleep. Can I jump, Kaiso?
Yeah, you can go to sleep. Yeah.
So look at this. I'm going to be a little quick because I speak too fast. Look at this. People that say, you don't understand my language, you don't understand my English, how do I have a business in England? Yes? So yes, stop with the fuckery. Yes? In my second business in England, I gave to this country a lot of money. So you stop, you don't understand my English. If the government understand my English, okay? Second phone, you people, you were talking a lot of things I'm interested about. I love your accent, by the way. Yep. You're talking a lot of things that I'm like me shaking my like, is this real? That's why God made you as us. So you talking about things about a white person, and you are still putting a white person on top of you, and you don't even know that. Talking about white people, white people, white people, white people. What you doing? You just taking where your focus goes is where your soul goes. So I'm going to you to understand this, for you to understand, because a lot of people you are for your imagination. If you see this movie, that I don't remember his name right now, but I know who he is because he is in my mind. His soul went out of himself, and then his body has to follow him. If you remember that movie. So where your attention goes is your soul, you go. Stop
Very
talking
profound.
about white people. Do you get that?
Yeah.
Talking about what you want to be happening on earth. So I'm going to be here for 2 more minutes. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, very profound. Thank you. Found.
Very good. Very deep.
Is that how you like it, Mr. IC3? Deep.
That's how I like it.
Let's ask a question with IC3. Did you try to get a mixed race woman so that your kids won't be full IC3 blacks, so that maybe they get a chance of being mistaken for a different one, so that they can survive white supremacy?
Well, when I was getting choosing my partner, I was a member of a church, yeah, and I didn't know anything about. I thought racism was out there somewhere. No, I thought racists. There was no institutional racism when I was. My view, I didn't understand institutional racism. I thought racists. I was brought up to believe that racists were individuals, and if you work hard, you can avoid them. Yeah, I didn't understand it as a system. Yeah, so I just thought they were racist individuals, and they're out there somewhere, and you might bump into one if you're unlucky. So yeah, and I didn't really understand about racism or white supremacy whilst I was in the church. Yeah, so I was a member of the
What were you
Seventh
doing in the
Adventist
church?
Pardon?
Oh, okay. Were you the choir boy?
No, I was actually. Do you know
Usher?
Usher. No, I was a member of a faction.
You know, SDA is
within
a
the
white
church.
supremacist church. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I didn't know that back then. When I grew up in
Yeah.
that church. So
Yeah, it's started by a white supremacist woman who they worship. Actually, it's kind of crazy.
Yes. So yeah, that's how I was brought up. So I wouldn't have been asking questions that you're asking now. My mind.
Interesting. I used to go there at some points as well with the SDA churches because they used to give free
Really?
food on Sundays. Yeah.
Okay.
Afterwards,
Right. That's right.
they used to give free food for the poor. So I used to get there right in the end.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Kays, I got one more last last question. Sorry for interrupting you, but and for you as well, ISFE. But this one's more so for Kays. You see in that same interview, yeah, I think Tommy Robinson said to Respect, "Why you converted to Islam? Be proud of your own heritage."
Right.
How do you look at that comment coming from somebody like Tommy Robinson, in terms of Tommy Robinson's intellect and where he comes from, whether
good question.
What do you think of that question, Kayzo? So I'll just repeat. He this isn't word for word, but he more or less said to Respect, why have you converted to Islam? Be proud of who you are. How would you take that question?
Right. Okay. Okay. So why do I think he asked him that? He made that statement, or what?
No, they was having a general conversation at some point of the interview, And Tommy Robinson cut him and was basically saying, because Tommy Robinson, what he's basically saying is his thing is mainly with, let's say, like the Pakistani communities that's into Islam.
Yeah.
And Raspect, he's converted to Islam as well. But what Tommy Robinson was saying is it's more or less Islam is not your thing. Why don't you be proud of who you are as a black man? Why are you converted to Islam?
Interesting.
So that's why
now,
how would you take that comment?
Yeah, well, it depends actually. Is he referring to his black culture being Christianity? Because if he's making a
referring to the fact that Islam is Arab.
Yeah, true. But I mean, as in, okay, so he said, because he made a point about be proud of your own culture. I don't know if he's referring to like, okay, some African culture or Christianity. And I think it's Christianity. If it's Christianity, he's looking for allies, right? It's like, okay, black people generally are Christians across the whole world. You can go to most countries.
Okay, that's a move.
So I think he's trying to build that sort of bridge, like saying your culture is Christianity, which I am the master of, actually.
Yeah. That's right.
So would you say Tommy Robinson had some insight in towards like black people's culture, if that makes sense? When I say insight,
yeah,
of course.
I think it's got envy as well for the culture.
Yeah, you would have to have some sort of insight to make a question like that, innit?
Yeah, definitely.
Can I jump? That's one.
Well, I think he's aware of the fact that Islam is generally
I've got to go now anyway. Thanks for letting me on, Kate, and good speaking to us. Tony
Robinson was poor. Tony Robinson was poor. And he understood the principle of questioning. And because of that, he became a rich. And he's in future living. So you have to follow people like you think, what? Because of my own question, I was my own self. Who am I? And when you ask yourself that question, is because you are bigger than you think you are. I followed Tony Robinson. Joel Osteen, anytime makes me. So I'm something else. So don't question Tony Robinson. Tony Robinson is not black, is not white. We are nothing. But the problem is like
not white.
We are.
Did you say Tony Robinson is not white?
Excuse me. Let me finish. Why you try to interrupt me? I didn't interrupt you.
I'm trying to understand.
So why you try? Yes, you try to understand. Okay, perfect, no problem. I understand. So you close your eyes, you see black. Every single person on earth, when close eyes, sees black. That's what we are all. Nobody can discuss that. You see. Now, right now, because I'm in England, I don't know where you are. Maybe it's daytime. But outside that is black. Universe is black. We all black people. I'm not trying. What I'm trying to say, because in the end, we are going to look the same. Mixed race people. We all mixed race. If I'm mixed with Neanderthal,
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Frozen.
Yeah, Frank has no connection. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, so obviously, I really do truly think that he's trying to somehow do what IC3 is doing, right? Going to the other side, to the blacks, right? And then, because the white man is still trying to maintain his prison system.
Yes, that's right.
Prison wardens. He wants the black man to be wardens against the Muslims.
Yes,
right?
That's right.
And then Mr. IC3 is like, hey, hey, maybe Mr. IC3 wants black people to be the wardens. So Mr. IC3, you and Tommy are the same people, huh?
Or the opposition. He could be the mirror. Yeah. He could be the nemesis. Is that the word? The nemesis. Yeah, because the nemesis, my ultimate enemy are the civic nationalists. The civic nationalists. Mm-hmm. The raw racists, white racists. I can see their position, but the white people that are saying that they're not racist, they're the dangerous ones.
Right. Because obviously you never know where they stand, where they fall.
Yes, right. You need to know. That's right. That's right.
So what about you, Tanky? What are you? Are you a Eritrean nationalist? Are you a pro-African or?
What is your position?
In the UK, I don't think that's relevant to UK politics. Wait, can you hear me, Kaiser? I see free. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, what is your ideological position? Are you Muslim or are you Somali nationalist? Oh, you're Christian.
No, I'm Christian.
What are you? What are you? Just say what you are. What is your position?
I'm Christian, yeah.
You're all right. You're Christian. Okay. Coptic or
On
any
what?
particular Catholic?
Yeah.
Protestant. What are you?
Yeah, I'm Coptic. Obviously, I belong to the Eritrean Orthodox Church.
Oh, right. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
Yeah, but in terms of like UK politics, obviously, I don't think my Eritreanness is relevant in any way, right? I guess
Why?
here in the UK, I would consider myself maybe more conservative.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand. But you see, from my position, all religions are subject to to the one religion, the strongest religion, and that religion is white supremacy. So it's like being allowed to practice your religion in prison. So I suppose when you go to a hospital or when you go to prison, they might have chapels. I think they have chapels, don't they? Where you can go and worship your God, but you worship your God within the hospital or within the prison. But they could shut the chapel whenever they want to, but they allow you.
Yeah, but you're obviously viewing. Yeah, but you're obviously you're viewing religion from like a sociological perspective, right? You're starting from the assumption that religion doesn't deal with actual divine truth, which obviously a religion person wouldn't agree, right? If you're a Christian or a Muslim, you actually believe that the religion that you're following tracks some kind of divine truth. So it has nothing to do with like white supremacy or worldly affairs.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Yes, but you see,
I assume you're not religious, right? I assume that you're more of an atheist.
No. I believe my understanding of God. God is the manifestation of the collective will of a group of people. So, I mean, even that word God, because there's the word Allah, there's the word God.
Yeah, it's more of a social construct.
Yeah, but it's a social construct.
Yeah, but you don't believe in like a transcendence intelligence.
Yeah, I do, but that transcendent intelligence, you cannot put a name on it. You can't put a name on it. Every religion is an attempt to put a name on the Almighty. The Almighty just is, but people construct religion. They construct a faith in order to try and build a relationship with the Almighty. So therefore, different people in different places, in different environments, will construct their religion in an attempt to capture and understand the workings of the Almighty. So some people may use the word God, some people use the word Allah, some people use the word Krishna, but all of those names are not the actual name. Because if you knew the name of the Almighty, then maybe you'll be at one with the Almighty itself.
So you don't believe like God has maybe attempted to communicate with humanity? There is some kind of communication between humans and God. You don't believe in that?
there is continually, daily, every moment. The Almighty is all around us. The Almighty is the manifest. We are a manifestation of the Almighty.
Okay, so you're a pantheist. Let's say.
No. All I'm saying is the Almighty the Almighty is. Now, when you see the Almighty, then you will have to construct a language to communicate what you have seen.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the construction of a language is the same thing as the construction of a religion. It's the same thing as the construction of rituals. It's the same thing as producing art. So art, language, rituals, traditions, customs, all these things are constructs in which people try to pass
I guess
on
what I was
their
asking
knowledge
you, basically,
of what they've seen.
Yeah, what I was asking you was essentially whether this attempt to actually describe the divine, are they describing a genuine experience in your opinion, or is this like a made up arbitrary construct for the purpose of political power?
It's both. It's both what you just said. It's both. As I just said, if you see the divine, yes. You see divine, right? Then how are you going to talk to people and explain what you have seen without the construction of a language? Exactly.
Very difficult, yeah.
Yeah. So therefore,
so you do believe that
whatever you
people
construct,
experience the divine, though?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you do believe that people have historical humanity actually experienced the divine before?
Of course,
that's possible. It has occurred, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Let me ask you: do you think that this transcendent? Do you think that this transcendent thing is centralized, or do you think it's decentralized? So, meaning, do you think it has like some kind of brain, identity, all that stuff, or do you think it's just like a decentral? Yeah, is it centralized or decentralized? God.
Both, I think.
Okay.
I think.
So, you do think there is a will that is conscious, that exists, and we don't denote that thing as God, right? You think that thing is a willing, conscious being, as well as the decentralized.
Well, consciousness existed before we. Yeah. So consciousness must have been there. And then, where did we become conscious from?
Right. I'm saying, is that consciousness conscious of itself? As in, does it have continuity? For example, it could be just, I could exist right now, but I might not be able to map out what I did in the morning, what I did now. Let's say coherent thought narratives in my head, right? I could just be like a crazy person, right? Some of them are just, they literally don't know the left from the right foot, right? They can't form congruent sort of narratives in their life experience. So do you think that God necessarily has
like a persistent self-identity?
Right, exactly. Okay, because this is how I describe it. How I see it is that consciousness, to be aware of itself or self, there has to be an other. So just like you need resistance to know where you are, don't you? You need reference.
Okay, so now you're quoting Newton. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so it's just like a mirror. You may construct. You can construct a mirror to see yourself, to become aware of yourself, but the mirror is your construct.
Okay, that's correct. So relational. Okay, everything's relational. Okay, fine. But at the highest, I'm asking, at the highest end of existence, is this thing, or you guys are calling it consciousness, willing, being? Do you think it actually understands that, hey, I exist? Is it a self? Does it know that it exists? Right.
Okay, so here it is. What if I was to say to you that this thing, this nameless thing, who we cannot give it a name, this thing constructed us. We are the construct. We are the mirror that this thing can see itself. We are the construct. Just like we can construct a mirror, this thing constructed us.
Okay, so you think this thing constructed us, or we are consequences of construction? So do you think it was conscious? See, okay, that's the question I'm asking, right? We when we're making a mirror, we know what we're looking for. We look at the effects, the material properties. We can see ourselves. Okay, we're conscious of we want a mirror. But do you think our creation or our call into existence was made by a conscious being, or is just accident? Someone, for example, right? I can fart out bacteria from my ass. It doesn't mean I meant for that bacteria to smell with a smell factor of 5. No, that's just how it happened, right? So I'm asking, did God, right? Is this God thing? Is it conscious of what it's doing when it's interacting with us and itself? Or hey, it's just being and shit just happens and it just happens to be at the highest level of being?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
So
know.
basically, you're asking if
Like,
creation was a conscious decision, if it was an action, right?
Yeah, like if it's like, okay, I want this thing to be like this to whatever extent. It doesn't have to be, he doesn't need to know the whole extent of what would happen, but did he know that? Okay.
Yeah, I guess in the Orthodox faith, we have something called the energy essence distinction, which, so basically we can't know the essence of God because it's something never experienced and it's completely unlike anything else currently existing within the universe, with creation. So obviously we can't talk about the essence of God. However, we know God through his energies. So by studying the universe, we have some kind of idea as to the power of God, right? Some of the attributes of God.
Yeah.
So obviously you can't really say anything about the essence of God, but in terms of whether God acted, made a conscious decision to create the universe, my personal opinion is that there may be some problems with this idea that God consciously made a decision to create us. It may be something more akin to like a plant going through photosynthesis. That you wouldn't describe that as an action. It's merely an expression of God, the plant's nature, right? Something that the plant doesn't do consciously. Maybe the creation could be similar to this. It's simply an expression of God's nature and his attributes.
Interesting. But how come you're not using the Bible?
There are all kinds of problems with, the Bible. I take the Bible to be more, it uses analogical language. That's how the church fathers understand the Bible. So it's not literal. So say, for example, when the Bible says that God is angry or God is resting and all these things, they're not being literal. It's simply an attempt to communicate how we should understand God. So in understanding God being angry, the deep
understanding the seasons. Yeah, because even the Bible says something like the seasons are there not for God, but for us to contemplate with nature. I guess it's more for, it's a way for us to have a relational aspect with stuff. Okay, I see your point there. Yeah, of course.
Because language is supposed to track reality, right? The purpose of language is to capture meaning, and if you haven't experienced something, there's really no way of actually being able to communicate this kind of meaning, right? So the Bible is analogical. It uses language to express something that we've never experienced, that we're not really capable of understanding.
That's right. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so you believe in Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and personal slaver, or?
Yeah, I believe in.
I wouldn't say. Yeah, I believe to Christ is a status. It's a title. It means the anointed.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's lots of Jesuses. So if you if you put in Jesus, there's lots of people called Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
But a title is different.
So do you believe in that title, the one that died on the cross? Do you believe that he died so that your black ass can go to heaven?
Well, you see, it depends. What is death? What is heaven? All these things come into it. Yeah.
Tell us. Give us an example. Say, okay, death is eternal slumber, or death is like, what, define it for us. So do you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and personal Savior, and he died for you so that you shall not die, but have everlasting life? Give us the break it down for us. Give us the axioms, right? Give us the circumstances.
Well, how I understand that whole story is a narrative. It's basically a formula. So basically, everything you see in the scripture, in the Bible, in the sacred texts, are constructs and formula. They're formulas. So it's just like language. You construct a language, and the language construct has a purpose. So the same thing, you can use numbers in the same way you can use formula. So basically, if you have a certain discovery or knowledge, yes, and wisdom based on social interaction and the environment, and then you want to pass on that knowledge to your children, yes, you may put very advanced information in the form of a song, or in the form of a story, or in the form of a poem, yes, so that when the child grows up, they then start to understand the moral of the story, that then start to understand how the formula fits in real life. But yes, so yeah, that's my answer to that. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense?
The story of Christ. Would it make sense to you? You asked the question.
I guess it's a myth. Is that the point? You're saying it's a myth that conveys certain.
Yes, but myths. Yeah, all myths. Yeah, all myths, and the ones that survive. The reason they survive is because there's deeper knowledge in there. It's the quality of the greater the quality of the myth is, the closer it is to describing the unknown or the Almighty. That's why certain myths survive. They survive based on the quality of it.
Okay, so are you trying to say that the quality of the Christian myth is good enough for you to believe in it, like fully believe in it, or are you hedging your bets? What's going on?
What do you mean believe in it? When you say believe in it?
Okay.
If there's a math formula, yes, if somebody gives you a math formula, right, are you going to use that formula for your construction? If you're going to use it, it means that you believe it will work and it's going to be useful. So some formulas, they don't work. So you say, look, that doesn't work, so I'm not going to use it. Some rituals, they work and they don't. Yes? So you choose the one, so you can say, yes, it is faith in that you're choosing to use it, or you're choosing to do it.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding what Kaiser's saying, because you guys are using maybe two different definitions of truth. You have more a pragmatic understanding. You're saying something works, therefore it's true. Whereas what Kaiser's saying is maybe more in a correspondence. Does this actually correspond with reality?
But you see, reality and truth, it's the same conversation. You see, the truth is what is. Okay? That's absolute. The truth is what is. Now, you will make an attempt to describe what is. So, in your construction and your attempt to describe that which is, right, you will then construct a language, you'll construct a culture, you'll construct a truth. Yes? So there's a truth, and there's what is the absolute truth. But then there's a truth of your construct. In order to communicate. So is red, is blue. It is true from your perspective.
So what I'm asking you is, do you believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins in a red, blue situation? Do you think it's really real, or do you think it's just a really great story?
It's a myth.
Okay, so you don't believe in Jesus then, basically. You just think it's a story. Okay, makes sense.
No. You still haven't got it. You haven't got what I said.
No, you said it's a myth. So a myth obviously has everything mixed in, but it's not red to red, situation. Okay, unless you're trying to say, okay, when he says I died for your sins so that you should not die, as in, let's say in the afterlife you're not going to burn in hell. Let's define it, the axioms. Do you believe that Jesus Christ died for you so that you do not end up in hell because your forefathers Adam committed sins? So if you believe in Jesus and live a good life, you will not die in hell, or rather, you won't die and go to hell. You'll die and go to heaven. So that's a myth, or is it red to red? Oh, red is red, blue is blue.
That myth is as true as red is red and blue is blue.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So basically, it's to say, so that continual, it's a formula. It's a formula. So basically, in the same way, Joseph led the people into Egypt, yes, and then Moses took them out. So it's almost like a death. So it's almost like being, because don't forget, when Joseph took them in, the Pharaoh that was there when Joseph took them in was a different Pharaoh that was there when Moses took them out. So that's the same process. It's the same formula, but explained in different ways. So it's what's that word?
Actually, it is exactly the same, because the whole salvation. Here's the issue with Christians. Christians think salvation is for their sins, but salvation is supposed to be saving you from the Romans and white supremacy. That's literally what salvation was for. And that's why the Jews rejected Jesus, because he didn't save them. So they're still waiting for the second coming, or rather the real first coming of Jesus. So yeah, actually salvation is supposed to be against people that are imprisoning. It was actually...
That's right. That's right. So that's the word, fractals. Fractals. So all these different stories, all these different narratives, all these different formulas, they are like fractals. It's the same thing. The deeper and deeper you go, it's the same pattern. The further away you go, you'll still see the same pattern, and the deeper you go, so different myths and different stories, they're different fractals of the truth.
Yeah,
of the concept.
So you don't actually believe. Yeah, but you don't actually believe in. You don't actually believe in the religion itself. Like you're engaging in eisegesis. Like you're reading and projecting your own ideas onto a distinct tradition, right? Because no one understands Christianity the way that you understand it. Like people don't see the Bible as communicating some kind of formulas for social change and for escaping white supremacy or escaping any other kind of system. You understand this to be a book revealing certain divine truths. You're basically engaging in eisegesis. You're interpreting it completely different from how those who adhere to this particular faith would.
Maybe, but it's just like, it's the same thing as I said before. As you grow up, if you're trying to teach your child something, yes, then you put it in a song or a nursery rhyme or a poem, but it's still the same nursery rhyme and poem when that child grows up. The nursery rhyme hasn't changed, but the meaning of the nursery rhyme is a lot different from when they're adults. The meaning, but the same. It's the same formula. It's the same story. It's the same narrative, but it looks different depending on your age and your maturity. So what do you mean? Do you believe in it? It's the same. It's the same story. It either works or it doesn't work. It either it's close to the truth or it isn't. And the way you believe in it changes from a child to an adult. It's the same scripture. It's the same words. It's the same formula. Nothing has changed, except you. Yeah, and you and your ability to understand the construct of the truth. And you compare the construct of the truth against what is. You test it against what is as you grow up. Does that make sense? To say, or do you believe in it? It's a bit. It's too weak. It's too weak. do you believe this is the truth? You know, what you have to discuss, what is truth itself.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So when he was asking whether you believe in it, he meant in a more traditional sense, if you actually believe in the supernatural, if you believe in God.
Yeah, but even
miracles, that kind of stuff. Not as concepts that are trying to convey a certain message, but as actually, like, literally, do you actually believe in God? Do you believe Jesus existed? That there was a man called Jesus 2,000 years ago that died for our sins? That kind of stuff.
Maybe not. But the formula and the narrative is accurate.
Yeah, you think it's conveying truthful messages.
That's right. That's right. That's why it's lasted so long. Yeah. Things that are useless, they don't survive, do they?
Yeah.
So there must be a reason why things survive, traditions survive construct societies, and those societies survive. If you don't, if there's a flaw in your social construct, within the myths that are part of your society, within the rituals and the culture and the patterns, those flaws will dissolve your people. You die out.
Cool. Yeah. Your religion will get outmoded by something else. Yeah.
Exactly. You just dissolve into nothing.
Very interesting.
Quality belief systems, quality myths bring about life. They're fertile. They allow people to live and to be fertile, which is a very ancient idea. It's a very ancient reality to be fertile. If you're infertile, then you just dissolve into nothing. So, yeah. Yeah. So, would you agree with what I was saying, or is your view different?
Well, now that I understand your position a little bit better, I would say that I agree, but also there's another level, because obviously I actually believe in, I guess, in the traditional understanding of Christianity. So there's not much disagreement between the two of us, but maybe how you said you're not particularly sure whether Jesus actually existed. I guess I believe those things that you're not particularly sure, but on the things that you do believe, we're in agreement.
Yeah. Well, you see, the existence of Christ is an absolute truth, because that formula works.
Yeah.
So the formula works. It exists because it works, because it's true.
So
it's real.
You said about all other religions as well.
And it's real forever. It's real forever.
Yeah.
It always was, it is, and it always will be. Because 1 + 1 is 2. It always was 1 + 1 is 2. It is 1 + 1 is 2. And it always will be 1 + 1 is 2. Forever. So it exists. It is forever.
Yeah.
So when you say
this about all other religions
Christ,
as well?
Yeah. So Christ consciousness is forever. That truth is forever. Always was and always will be. Just like consciousness itself. And to be conscious, it relates back to the first questions that Kaiser was asking. What is this thing, this Almighty? Is it conscious? Is it not? All of those questions are answered by the formula. If you're able to ask the question, then there must be an answer to the question. Otherwise, there's no question. And how do you answer the question? You have to construct the question, and then you have to construct the answer. Yeah. And if there's questions and answers, sometimes, it could be that some answers to questions require a sacrifice or a price to be paid for the answer. And that answer could come as a result of a kind of death within yourself. You know that, it's like unpalatable truth. Unpalatable truth. So if the truth, or if a truth is unpalatable, then, and you eat it, well, what happened? If it's unpalatable and you accept it, then something must die within you for you to accept that truth. So that shows you about the death and resurrection. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So the concept of death and resurrection is the formula for answering questions or for getting answers to your questions. So when you ask a question, there might be a price to pay for the answer. And you might be willing to pay that price or not.
So you're a bit of a Gnostic. Are you familiar with you Gnostics?
Pardon? The Gnostics? Am I familiar with the Gnostics? I've heard of the Gnostics and agnostics. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Gnostics were this cult who believed in, I guess, the existence of like esoteric and mythical knowledge found within like holy books and
of course,
religious traditions.
Yeah. Is that Gnostics? Yeah. Okay, yes. So I agree with the Gnostics then.
That seems to be where you're coming from.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Are you Gnostic or agnostic?
Well, I'm just a Christian, because obviously Christians aren't Gnostics. We believe in that religions actually are communicating exoteric knowledge as opposed to esoteric. So actual, we understand it to be literal.
Right. See, I mean, even to say the position of Gnostic still doesn't really fit, because everything is dual. If there's Gnostic, there must be agnostic.
Yeah.
If there's left, there's right. There's a right. If there's good, there's evil. So it's like, it goes back to what we just said. If the truth is unpalatable, well, that means you can't accept it. Yeah. So that means you don't know, and it's not possible to know. But if it is possible to know the truth, then it's possible to be Gnostic. So it's agnostic and Gnostic at the same time, for a truth to be unpalatable. Mm-hmm. So it's both. It's both, and so so Gnostic and agnostic is the same as life and death. If you die, because the scripture talks about the second death. So if you die, is it possible to be resurrected? It's the same question. If I accept this truth and it will kill me, and it does, but life was in that truth, that the truth was able to resurrect me, then life and death was in that truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's both. It's duality all around, I think, and maybe even the third position. I think fundamentally it's an oscillation between two states, just like you have positive and negative on a battery, on an electric charge. There's a relationship. The life is in between. The life is an oscillation. It's a vibration. See all these.
Is there any specific religious tradition that you attach yourself to?
Pardon?
Is there any specific religious tradition that you attach yourself to, or do you learn from? You take from, I don't know, from wherever?
Yeah, I take from. I try to see the truth. I try to see the truth in all religious positions, because I see all religions as a different perspective on the ultimate. They're all aspects of that which is.
Yeah. So let me ask
Otherwise,
you,
it wouldn't survive.
Yeah. Let me just ask you, since you're obviously quite interested in studying white supremacy and coming up with methods to escape it, what's your take on why civilization has departed from Christianity?
Say that again?
Yes, because obviously because you're someone who's very into white supremacy and coming up with tactics to escape it. I wanted to ask you what your opinion was on why white civilization made the decision to depart from Christianity.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, this is where it goes. See, the battle has always been between the concept of the self. There's always been a war against the self. So the war against itself can manifest itself as in the war against a nation, the war against a tribe, the war against a clan, the war against ownership. To own, in order to own something, there has to be a self. Yeah, there has to be a you in order to own. If there is no you, then you cannot own. So the whole concept of ownership is the fundamental battle. So in the battle, the concept of whiteness, the construct of that, is the latest religious construct, and since it is the latest, strongest, and strongest in the history of humankind.
Wait, what's the latest and strongest?
The religion of white supremacy, the construct.
And what's this? So white supremacy itself? Like, what's the religion?
The belief in whiteness as a status, and whiteness as a Northern Europeanness. It's a construct. It's a construct, but a very powerful construct. And until there's a construct that can nullify or regulate, it will dominate. So the only way to see, just like you have battles over land, there's also battles over mind, the mind of people, battle for the minds of people. So whichever ideology is the strongest, that will dominate and subdue all other ideologies until a stronger ideology arises. So basically, what makes an ideology strong is its closeness to what is, its closeness to the truth.
Yeah, of course. Because otherwise, no one's going to buy into it.
Yeah, that's right. It's not
so
the truth.
So does that mean you think white supremacy is closer to the truth than Christianity?
It's the closest so far. Yeah, it's the closest so far. Closest to the truth of human nature or nurture. Yeah. Closest to the truth of human nature and nurture. It's a construct.
Okay.
And you have to find, in order, so it will dominate, unless you come with something closer. So therefore, the ultimate power is that which is. That's the Almighty. That's ultimate power. Then below ultimate power, Neely Fuller makes this very clear. It's very good. There's ultimate power. Below ultimate power is superior power. Yeah? There's ultimate power. Superior power is below ultimate power. And below ultimate... There's ultimate power. Below ultimate power is superior power. Below superior power is inferior power. And below inferior power is the power of the self, of the individual. So I have power, I have a certain amount of strength, but my strength, my individual power is inferior to the community. To the community that I'm part of. Yeah? And the community that I'm part of is inferior to another community, which has the superior power. But that superior power is subject to the ultimate power. So if I or any individual gets a revelation from the ultimate power, then that individual or that group of people will then move into the position of superior power. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So
saying that God gave white people.
Pardon?
You think that God gave white people the religion of white supremacy and dominion over the globe. And the ultimate power gave white people white supremacy.
Well, it's not that the ultimate power gave it to them. It's that they did whatever they did to draw from the ultimate power. So basically, the rituals you create, the words and the language that you create, right? All these constructs that you create, that allows you to tap into the ultimate power, and then you rise with that. So therefore, I believe that those who classify themselves as white, they studied what the Africans were doing. They studied what the Indians were doing. They studied what the Eskimos were doing. They studied what the South Americans are doing. They studied what the Aborigines were doing. And they pulled all this knowledge together and constructed something. And then that thing that they constructed enabled them to plug into the ultimate power and therefore manifest the greatest manifestation of the ultimate power. It's not the ultimate power. It gave them superior power based on their learning. They learned a bit from Islam, learned a bit from Christianity, learned a bit from Hinduism, learned a bit from South, and gathered all that knowledge into their libraries and research, and then constructed a religion based on the careful study of other people.
Okay. So they were able to discover some deep-seated truths of our reality, and with this came the power.
Say that again? Exactly. So the ultimate power respects your the ultimate power will reward you with power. The ultimate power is the source of all power. It's infinite.
And obviously you don't mean this literally, right? You're just personifying reality. You don't mean this literally. You're saying because they were able to study reality and they gained some deep truths about how the universe, how the world operates. From this, they were able to obviously turn this into
put themselves in that position. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're drawing from the source. They're drawing from the source, and they're rewarded for their work.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're rewarded for their work. But flaws in the construct result in the loss and abuse of humankind and the planet. But until somebody comes up with something better, then the abuse will continue.
So do you think traditional religions can be used against, I guess, what you call white supremacy? Because obviously these have stood the test of time. So as you've said before, there are some powerful truths that are embodied by these traditions.
Yeah, but all those truths that have stood the test of time, they are embodied in white supremacy. That is why white supremacy is strong, because they studied and learnt those truths, all those ancient truths, all those ancient documents, that's what the museums are full of stuff. Why do you think the British museums got so much stuff there? Where did they get it from? So they get the stuff and then they use it. Yeah, they go to Africa, get the stuff, and bring it back to the museum. And the stuff they got in the museum, you don't know everything they got there. So if those people were unable to protect the traditions that they had built up over the centuries, then those traditions will be stolen and then used by other people for their purposes. And if you lose that knowledge, or you allow it to be taken, then the power will leave you. And it's a bit, and there's a wonderful story in the Bible where the children of Israel were fighting the Philistines, and they were losing the battle. And so the children of Israel went to their temple, and they brought out the Ark of the Covenant. You see, and they brought out the Ark of the Covenant from the temple to help them win the war. So if you imagine, so they brought it out and then they lost it. The Philistines come and took the Ark of the Covenant and took it back to their temple and put the Ark of the Covenant inside their temple. and it caused their god to fall flat on its face. Do you remember that? I don't know if you know that story.
Yeah.
You do know
the story. Yeah.
Yeah. See, it's deep. What's going on there? What's going on there? You have to meditate on that. You see, basically, Israel thought that they captured the ultimate power within the Ark of the Covenant. So it's just like it's the same illusion as thinking that your rituals, your temples, your scripture will capture the Almighty. No. And you hear the story that the Almighty says, "Okay, I will let you build me a temple, and I will dwell there. I will live in the temple that you built." But don't think because I choose to live in the house that you have built for me that you can imprison me inside that house.
Yeah,
that's the lesson. Yeah. So just because I let you build the Ark of the Covenant, and I told you, I instructed you in how to do it, that's very good. You built the temple, you build the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, okay. I will sit. It's a seat. It's a seat. I will take the seat when I want to take the seat. When I choose to take the seat, I make sure that you build the seat correctly because I tell you how to build it. Now that you've built it, I will sit in the seat. I will come to the temple when I choose to. You can't strap me in the seat. You can't lock me in the temple. You can't put me in the ark. Because if you lose and disrespect me, I won't be in the seat. And then you could take the seat and think you could wield power with it. But somebody else would just take the seat. And that's what happened. And just to make the point, drive the point home, the Philistines, that seat messed up their temple.
Yeah.
So if I choose you, so it's like the Almighty is saying, if I choose you to make a seat for me, the seat that I give you instructions to make is for you. And if anybody tries to steal and use that seat, it's going to blow them up. But at the same time, don't get cocky and think that you can wield me. No, you can't wield the eye. The power is always above whatever your construct, whatever your ritual, whatever your language, whatever construct you make. I'm always superior, not superior, supreme. Yeah. So so ultimate power, supreme power, superior power, and then the power of the individual. So there's the individual. Above the individual is the group. Above the group is the supreme group, and above the supreme group is the supreme power is the ultimate power, which is that which is.
So in this model, would white supremacy be the supreme power, just below the ultimate power?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And they have this power because they, I guess, they're the most truthful worldview currently in existence.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Truthful, not the truth, but truthful. Yeah, that's right.
Because the truth is the ultimate power.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
But
that's how I see things.
So then, as IC3, as someone who's trying to destroy white supremacy, you have faith in the idea that something more truthful than white supremacy could come along.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So therefore, in everything I'm doing, I'm constructing the temple or the house or the seat for the Almighty. And then should the Almighty choose, if the seat is constructed, if the temple is constructed in the right way, then the Almighty may choose to dwell there. That's it. That's it. You got it. So that's why you just have to try and get everything precise.
It's not just political, there's also like a religious
Pardon?
element. It's not just a political project, there's also like a religious and spiritual element.
Of course. That's right. Definitely. That's the basis. The basis is to understand, not understand, because you can't it's to construct the suitable place. Yeah.
And what kind of techniques do you use to go about obviously trying to create this?
Well, as you said, you have to study that which is and that which is around you. So you understand that there's the ultimate power, and then you compare that with white supremacy, and then you look at how white supremacy stands up to the ultimate truth, yeah? And you study the relationship, you study the difference. You study the difference between white supremacy and the ultimate power, white power, and and by studying that, just like the white supremacists, they went around the world studying people, studied Africa,
Like
CIA. Pardon?
Yeah, when we look at how white supremacy evolved, this, as far as I understand, wasn't like a conscious development. It was more of Western civilization naturally evolving towards what currently exists. Would you agree with this?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess then the construction of this alternative to white supremacy is also going to come organically. It's not going to be like a conscious plan.
Yeah, it will emerge. That's right. It emerges where the will is the beginning, isn't it? The will, the manifestation of the will. When they say, "Oh, let your will be God's will," God's will and your will. So if your will is in harmony with the will of the Almighty, whatever that will is, then you become what's the word? A vessel, or
you embody the spirit of God.
Exactly. Yeah, you embody, you and your people embody the will of the Almighty. It will manifest. You become the manifestation of that will. And the manifestation, with that will comes power.
So then is that why supremacy likes to spread this idea of like atheism and the rejection of the divine?
Say that again?
I'm asking if this is why white supremacy or Western civilization likes to promote this idea of atheism and the rejection of the divine. Is that because they don't want us to make this connection? Is this why they promote the idea that there's nothing transcendent, there's nothing greater?
Well, you see, if you're the closest to the divine that there is, and there's no one to question or challenge your position, then you might make the mistake of thinking that you are the divine, and that is the beginning of your fall. Then you think you are the divine. You see, then that's the same kind of thing as the Tower of Babel. You see, the Tower of Babel. It's a dangerous position to be to achieve supreme power, because once you're in that position and you look down and you say, well, I'm at top, what is there to stop you from thinking, wait a minute, well, I am the Almighty. Wow, that's the end of you. Because who is there to tell you? Who's there to tell you that you're not?
Yeah, no one.
Exactly. So it's frightening. Oh my God, dangerous.
Wait, so you think white supremacists actually believe that? They actually believe that they have become gods of this world, or they believe in general?
Yes, definitely. And the sign of it, yes, definitely. And the sign of it is that you start talking about things like universal morality.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Yeah.
When you start saying, one world order.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
New world order. One. You see? So you're saying you are the one, you are it.
Yeah, they see themselves as God. And then they're creating
Exactly. And then that is the beginning of the end. That's the beginning. Where'd you get all this from? That's what you see when you read in the scriptures, don't you?
Of course. Yeah.
That's the exact formula. Well, that's how I see it. So where am I getting all this from? I get it from reading those scriptures. That's exact. It's the same pattern over and over. It's like a fractal. The Tower of Babel. It's the same thing.
So then you would say that some of the current geopolitical conflicts are the result of this like antagonism between obviously Western white supremacy trying to impose itself on everyone else because white
exactly,
and then people are reacting.
Right. Yes, that's right. And it will continue to impose itself until it reaches the ultimate imposition of itself will mark the height of its existence.
Well, I know you like to go on a lot of right-wing spaces, so you might be familiar with someone called Alexander Dugin.
Say it again, Alexander Dugin.
Yes, are you familiar with him?
Yeah, heard of him. That's right. Yes,
okay, because he does talk about he has a very eschatological understanding of the current geopolitical conflicts.
Yes, and that's right. From the Russian perspective. Yeah.
From the Russian perspective. Yeah, Russian Orthodox perspective, yeah. And he thinks that in the future there's going to be what does he call it? There's going to be a global anti-white pogrom. That all civilizations of the world are going to, I guess, go through a process of removing the elements of whiteness that have colonized and corrupted their nations.
Okay, that's right. Interesting. Yes. You see, something's gonna go down. Yeah, something's gonna go down.
He has a very what you're saying seems to resonate a lot with what he talks about because he has a very religious and esoteric understanding of politics.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So basically, the more we talk on these things, and we share views, you'll see that you'll see a pattern. The closer you get to the fractals, you'll start to notice patterns. And you say, oh, Raymond, that other person was saying that, and this other person was saying that, and you start to see agreement. Yeah, the formation.
So there's nothing unique about what we're currently going through.
Pardon?
Do you think this is a recurring theme? Do you think this is nothing new that we're currently going through? This is just a recurring theme.
Correct. That's right. Because it's human nature. Human nature, nature and nurture. Yeah. Fractals. That's why the ancient stories are still with us. Because it's happened before. It's happened before. Yeah.
I posted something in the private chat that you can read. It's a quote from Alexander.
From who? Inspiring quote.
From Alexander Dugin.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, let me look at that.
Yeah, just a long time, yeah. I think it's kind of relevant to what we were talking
about. Turn off ads. Oh, it says here, oh, interesting. Let me read it out for the others as well. It says I am a supporter of blacks. White civilization. So this is Alexander Dugin. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to read it now. It says, quote, I am a supporter of blacks. Full stop. White civilization, their cultural values, false, dehumanizing model of the world built by them did not pay off. Everything goes to the beginning of the anti-white pogroms on a planetary scale. Full stop. Russia saved only by the fact we are not pure white. Oh my God. Full stop. Predatory multinational corporations, oppression and suppression of all others, MTV, gays and lesbians. This is the fruit of white civilization, from which it is necessary to get rid of. So I am for reds, yellows, greens, blacks, but not for whites. Full stop. I wholeheartedly on the side of the people of Zimbabwe. Alexander Dugin. Wow.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on this?
Huh?
Yeah, he represents, obviously, currently he's one of the most important Russian intellectuals.
Wow. He's that's amazing actually. Let me save that somewhere. He just laid it out. He says what saves the Russians is that they're not white. My God. You see, these people, they know stuff. They know stuff.
Yeah, and I was listening to some of these because obviously a lot of white nationalists don't like Alexander Dugin anymore.
They don't like him anymore.
Yeah, because obviously at first the reason why they liked him was because he was anti-Western, and as you know, there is this kind of battle between the white supremacists and the white nationalists. But the problem with Alexander Dugin is that he's not on either side; he's against both.
Yes,
because he sees the connection. He sees the connection between the two. He thinks that the white nationalists will naturally go back to being white supremacists.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing this. This is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that where it's put that this site is all kind of messed up. Yeah. I don't know how you managed to get this. Yeah, I can tell just by looking at this site that they've really tried to mess this up. It's obviously it's anti-West blatantly. Let me copy this and I'll put it here somewhere. Wow. The cultural value. Did I get it all? Oh, I didn't actually. Let's see. This site is messed up, isn't it? Gee, man, look at this.
Yeah.
Obviously, somebody there's somebody who doesn't want you to read this stuff because this site is just all over the place, so blatant that somebody's trying to oppress this information. It's absolutely all over the place. Can't even copy and paste it properly.
Let me see if I can copy you, and then I'll in the private chat.
Yeah, I got it now. I think.
Right.
Yeah, I got it now.
But he's done a lot of interesting interviews and debates as well.
Yeah, I heard that they killed his daughter or something like that. Is that right? I heard that they killed somebody, a member of his family or something.
Well, they were aiming for him.
Pardon?
Yeah,
they were aiming for him.
But
wow.
Yeah, they were aiming for him. Yeah.
Jeez, man, that's just serious, isn't it?
And they planted the bomb in his car.
Say it again. They planted a bomb in his car.
Yeah, they planted the bomb in his car. Yeah.
Wow, man, this is serious. See, look at this, man. This is dangerous stuff, man. My God. Oh my God, man. View. Page width. Oh my God. Oh, there, page width. Yeah. So it says, I am a supporter of the blacks. This is Dugin. Now, let me get the copy of his actual name. Alexander Dugin. Alexander Dugin. Alexandra. Right. Yeah. So let me read that again. So he says, I am a supporter of the blacks. White civilization, their culture. Sorry, no. I'm a supporter of the blacks. White civilization, their cultural values are false, dehumanizing, modern view of the world. Oh, it must be, because they messed up the text here. It must be RA false. Values RA false. They messed up the text here. This is, I am a supporter of the blacks. White civilization, their cultural values are a false, dehumanizing model of the world built by them. Did not pay off. I suppose to say and did not pay off. Everything goes to the beginning of the anti-white programs on a planetary scale. Russia saved only by the fact that we are not pure white. Predatory multinational corporations, oppression and suppression of all others, MTV, gays and lesbians, this is the fruit of white civilization, from which it is necessary to get rid of. I am for reds, yellows, greens, blacks, but not for whites. I wholeheartedly on the side of the people of Zimbabwe. Alexander Dugin. Yeah, interesting. Translated from the Russian, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what are your thoughts on that?
What does he mean by the beginning? Everything goes to the beginning of the anti-white pogroms. When do you think that? What do you think he's referring to there?
Maybe a potential Russian win against the West. I think he might be referring to like the establishment of like a new multipolar world. So Russia winning its geopolitical war against the US.
Ah. Right,
So maybe
right.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding him correctly, but I think maybe what he means is that once like a unipolar system, white supremacy is defeated, and white civilization just becomes one amongst many other civilizations, people are going to start looking inwards, and they're going to remove all white influences from their own civilization.
Right. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing this. This is serious stuff. Yeah. Jeez.
Because obviously, Dugin and Russia are moving more towards like this Eurasian identity.
Yeah.
They're giving up whiteness.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Eurasian, that's right. The battle for Eurasia, and I heard that the West, as it were, is fighting to make sure Germany and Russia don't get together, because if Germany and Russia get together, then they'll have this Eurasian entity, which will basically rule the world. It's the only entity that could challenge America. Yeah. So see, because you can see it's all about whiteness. You see. Yes. Yeah. So you're on it. It's all about this whiteness. It's a battle for whiteness. So is what, and you got to be careful, because what is this whiteness? Is it white as a status? Is it it's all about whiteness. It's all about whiteness. Who's going to do they generally want to destroy the concept of whiteness, or do other people want to take the position of whiteness?
Well, I think Dugin wants to see whiteness destroyed.
Yeah, basically from this, yeah. But how I wonder how. Yeah. So what do you think is Dugin, is Alexander Dugin's values the same as Putin's values? Is he still in Russia, or?
Yeah, Dugin's still in Russia. Yes, he's still in Russia.
Right.
I think he's sanctioned. He can't even go to the West anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
And I wonder how he's been treated in Russia, if he's still, his ideology is still seen as,
supposedly, obviously,
is it a national value? Is his ideology national?
Well, he has a lot of influence over the army, supposedly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like they all read his books. Yeah, like the army. Russian army read his books.
Yeah.
But as far as I understand, he's pro-Putin, but he sees Putin as being too weak.
He sees Putin as being too weak, but Putin as being too weak. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Like, he has spoken multiple times, for instance, on how Russia should use nuclear weapons. They should just nuke the US. Yeah.
Wow.
Because for him, as I told you, he's a eschatological thinker. He thinks this is literally the end of the world. And if Russia doesn't win, because he sees Russia as the third Rome, as being a Christian civilization fighting against a satanic empire.
Okay.
This is the reason why I brought it up. You were talking about religion, and he sees these things in very religious terms.
Yeah, that's right. Because it does go to that level, because once you start trying to describe the Almighty, the ultimate power, you're going to have to go into that realm.
Yeah,
you have to. That's the only way. That's what religion is. Religion is an attempt to, religions build temples, they build churches That's what they do. Why do they do that? So they can practice rituals and have sacred space. Why? Because in that sacred space, that's where they share their understanding of the Almighty and try to manifest the power of the Almighty. They try and learn the ways of the Almighty. That's what the purpose of religion is.
And yeah, he sees this conflict in very religious terms.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason why his books are banned everywhere here in the West. It's very difficult to get them.
To get his material.
Yeah. But there are a few interesting interviews and debates that are still up on YouTube.
Right. Yeah.
But there was one, for example, talking about Russian truth. Had this notion that obviously different civilizations have different kinds of truth. Yeah, this
yes.
I think on BBC. Yeah. I might post in the private shop and find it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're discussing right now, isn't it? The different truths. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason why I asked you if you were familiar with Jürgen, because a lot of the ideas seem to be very similar.
In harmony. Yeah. 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 Makes sense. I like the way he mentions all these colors as well. And you know, I keep putting out all these the IC codes. Yeah. You see, Dugan says, I am for reds, yellows, greens, blacks, but not for whites. So I suppose where I clash with I slightly disagree with Dugan is that I think if there's blacks, you're going to have the whites as well. There's a place for whites, there's a place for reds, place for all the other colors, and you mustn't delete any of the colors, because to put yourself in a position of deleting the colors is to fly too high.
Yeah.
Like the person who tried to fly too close to the sun. If you fly too close to the ultimate power, you got to be careful, because any flaw, you'll end up crashing. Yeah.
I guess he says that he's not for white. I think he means white as a status, as an identity, because he sees white as being modernity. It doesn't mean necessarily Europeans.
Right. Okay.
Europeans can exist without white.
Right.
Yeah. This modern identity.
Yeah, that's right. You see, but then then it goes to a deep question: is that how can Europeans drop white identity? Is it possible? It is true that the European people are white people. It is true. It's a construct. Europeanness and whiteness is a truth. So for the Europeans to drop white identity, that would be to drop an aspect of their own identity, and to drop an aspect. Can you drop identity without killing yourself? You see, it's tricky. If I throw away my identity, how much of my identity is me? Can I throw away my identity and still be alive, and still be me, and still exist? Is the throwing away of my identity a death of the self? If that aspect of my identity is an aspect of me and the self. So to throw away my identity, or an aspect of my identity, is to throw away part of myself, or to throw away all of myself. It's this is heavy stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, you would agree with you in that.
Pardon?
You're under this notion. He would agree that under this notion of whiteness, there is a kind of civil war. So there are opposing tendencies. So there's still something that could be potentially salvaged within this concept. So maybe emphasize the good things and exclude the rest.
And again, so you said there's still something that could be salvaged.
Yes, because obviously within whiteness, there's a kind of civil war, right? There are multiple different kinds. There are all kinds of conflicts at the social level, at the racial level, at the ethnic level. There's like Eastern Europeans versus Western Europeans.
Yeah,
the liberals, the conservatives, the civic nationalists.
Oh yeah, actually, you're right. You're right, because when we read Alexander Dugin, the very point that you showed me, he says here, look, he says Russia saved only by the fact that we are not pure white. So you raise a good point there. Not pure white. So we're saved by the fact that we're not pure white, which means that there's an aspect of whiteness in Russianness.
Yes.
Oh my God. And he's saying that we're saved by not being totally white. Oh my God.
Yeah,
we're saved. Look at that language, man. Russia is saved because we're not pure white and only partly white.
Interesting thought. Considering that's an interesting thought. Considering Putin has the world outlook of the same as well. He understands that he may be white, but he's not entirely outright white. So Putin has a completely or something like that. I'm just mentioning that. Yeah, Putin recognizes that himself.
Yes, that's right.
But I don't know how much it means in the whole grand scheme of things as well, because they could just automatically. I don't think he's not an idiot to fall into that as well. I think with the United States and Russia, it's just a case of who is the strongest out of equals. You understand?
Yeah, exactly. So, exactly. That's right.
After the World War, it was that one power will be dominant after the British Empire. So they competed, and the United States made more friends than Russia did, and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
So
that's the point.
That's the only difference there. So, but ideologically they differ. Because the ideology is more communist and one is more socialist as well.
Yes.
And it makes sense African nations would have adopted more communist or socialist notions, because capitalism provides advantage to people who already have the advantage. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
It provides benefit to people who already have. So there was no way Africans under capitalism would have come out of colonialism. There was no way we would have achieved the independent states that we have today if we had chosen to continue fly the capitalism banner. I'm not saying that capitalism doesn't have a benefit or something. There's space for it in terms of when you look internally, you want to improve internal competition.
Yes,
then you need some form of capitalism there and all that stuff. You want sometimes government bureaucracy is taking too long and all that. You need some private enterprise. But the Chinese do that. The Chinese do that as well. But the thing is, where Africa was, it's like opening yourself up to all the vultures that already have all the talents to completely consume you. You understand?
Yes.
What I mean? So capitalism only and always benefits those who have advantage. It's an ideology for those who have the advantage as well and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So if you don't have advantage and you're preaching about capitalism, you are fucking putting yourself at death's door and all that kind of stuff. You're putting yourself to be consumed.
Definitely.
I don't know where the debate is going.
Let me try and add to what you're saying. I like what you're saying, because basically, I read that sentence differently now, because it says here, look, Russia saved only by the fact that we are not pure white. So listen to what you just said. We can read that statement like this: Russia is saved only by the fact that we are not pure white because we never managed to defeat the Americans. Once we defeat the Americans, then we take the status of being pure white, and they're not pure white. so exactly. So pure whiteness is about who's on top. If you're not on top, then you're not pure white. But if you're
it's also
on top,
about the values.
you're pure white.
But he would say it's also about the values. He would say that whiteness being white means having certain values as well. So even if they get on top, they wouldn't be white because the way of dominating would be completely different.
Yes, but there's still but see, so whiteness goes back to status. Yeah. So when you're pure white, it means that you have supreme status. You are the supreme. So therefore, I am the whitest. We Russians are whiter than you.
That's white supremacy.
Exactly. We're the new white supremacists now. And you Africans, you stay where you are. You Africans, stay where you are. We're Russia. We're in charge now. We're the white ones now.
Well,
he disagrees with white supremacy, though.
Pardon?
You're familiar with this. Like, he's someone who rejects the notion of race and white supremacy.
Yes, but you see, but you see, we don't know. We don't know because he says it sounds like that when he says we're saved. Russia's saved only by the fact that we are not pure white. So it does sound that way.
Relative. So we have our special Russian truth that you need to accept as something that maybe is not your truth,
even if it's not true.
But if the truth is relative, that doesn't mean that the truth doesn't exist. That means that absolute truth, one for all, doesn't exist.
Let's take an example. If you watch Russian television today, you'd think that Russia and America were about to go to war.
Yes, but the same if we are examining, if we are reading American press, we have the same impression.
Not really. I've just come back from America. You don't really get that impression. Do you think this is genuinely the case?
No, I think that now the situation is in Syria, for example, United States continuing to be unipolar or continuing to consider itself as unipolar power. It says no more Assad. And Atlanticist powers of the Western Europe repeats after Washington. We doesn't want any more Assad. But Putin, other civilization says stop. Let have Assad. And after that, there is our nuclear and military power behind Assad. So, and that is serious. If you are boss, you could not let the other decide, if you really is a boss, decide what to do in your realm of responsibility. It is conflict. And Russia says, no, you are not boss. You are not anymore boss. That's very serious. It is. If we insist on multipolarity, and if behind us there is nuclear weapon and the iron will to defend, for example, in the little case of Assad, defend Assad. Assad is principally not because we have so much interest there. That is the question of who rules the world. That is the problem. So that's possible war. Only war could decide really who is the boss.
Do you think that's really a possibility?
If United States doesn't want to start a war, you should recognize, United States should recognize openly for all humanity, all mankind, that United States is not anymore unique master. So let recognize that there will be no war. But we understand our position is that we are going to fight up to the end in order to show to everybody that United States is not any more unique master. It's very serious, because we are seriously going to show and to confirm that we are entering in a multipolar world. And the situation in Syria, on Ukraine, and anywhere else. That's only the case.
We play the rest, Kaiser.
That, but we understand that if we will be not ready to pay all the price for that, we could not gain.
So Ukraine and Syria are all about proving to America that they're not the boss.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That they are not unique boss.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Wow.
When you watch the news on Russian television, do you believe what you see?
Absolutely, because...
Really? You're an intelligent man. Surely you can't believe
because
some of the most outlandish things.
No. Absolutely. Postmodernism teaches us to understand, or sociology. I'm sociologist as well. And what is total fact, according to Durkheim? Total fact. The founder of sociology, Emile Durkheim, affirmed that total fact, it is the fact the society believes in.
So if enough people believe it, it'll become true?
No, the truth is the question of belief. And postmodernity shows that every so-called truth is the matter of believing. So we believe in what we do, we believe in what we say, and that is the only way to define the truth. The truth is the matter of belief. And that is not only our position, because when I see Western media, I ask myself how the people could lie in such way. They lie about everything in the world. But after that, I say to myself, stop, that is not lie. It is their truth.
But wait,
they are completely convinced that they are true.
I work in the Western media. I'm a reporter. I go out on the ground. I report what I see. Nobody tells me from on high.
No.
The
There is no
editorial
such
line should
thing.
be.
The fact, it's on always interpretation. There is no such things as a fact. Wittgenstein has proven that. There is no fact, there's only interpretation. You see because you interpret this or so. Our manner of thinking of any man, of any culture, of any civilization, it deals only with interpretation. You cannot see nothing without interpretation. What you see, it's interpretation.
I see you can argue that philosophically, but
it is not
if
practical.
somebody flies an airplane and drops a bomb on a building in Aleppo, somebody's
Sorry.
Somebody's
Whose
dropped that bomb.
Who has fixed that? Whose airplane is it? What is the bomb? What is the quarter the bomb is falling on? What are the people? Yeah. And there begins our interpretation, because it is the war. But it is very difficult to go in it to see and to prove. For you, any bomb falling is a Russian bomb. Any killed by Russian bomb should be an innocent civilian, and any harm that is done in the Aleppo or in the Syria is absolutely from the beginning. You have no idea that could be different, because you are real, normal Western man, Western reporter, Western journalist. It is your truth to say, to presume, to be completely convinced the Russians are evil. So that are their bomb that
where you're wrong.
I
spent many years studying Russian and learning to love Russia and all things Russian.
But nevertheless, that are our bombs that destroy innocent civilians everywhere.
I'm not saying they all are, but sometimes they are, right?
Never. Never. No. Not only American and American marionettes of ISIS and the other Jabhat al-Nusra bombs are killing innocent civilians.
Because those are the only ones that are killing.
That's our interpretation, our vision.
But you can't really believe that. I mean, I don't believe it. I don't believe that Russia is responsible for all the destruction. Neither do I believe it's responsible for none of the destruction. I mean, it's just not credible.
No, but when we see Western media, We see when, for example, someone is a little bit on the other, try to say that maybe not in any case they are Russian bombers, they destroy the civilians, so it is cut. So maybe personally there are people who are with broader sense of understanding reality. But if we take the Western media, we see that normal reportage, normal observation of what is going on in Syria is completely biased by these preconceived ideas.
And I understand that, and I recognise that. But isn't it true that Russian intelligence there is in where people, they've taken it and multiplied it by 100.
We could speak on two levels. Yeah. If you affirm that the West says the truth and Russia says lie, I would respond, Russia says truth, that this truth is absolute truth, and the West says lie.
Okay, so we're playing a chess game. If I say to you, Western journalists are often biased and mistaken, but they try to tell the truth, whereas Russian TV has gone through to the other side.
No. If you say that,
and they're not even trying to tell the truth.
If you say that Western TV is sometimes biased, sometimes not, I would say Russian TV is sometimes biased, sometimes not. If you say we are sometimes not biased, but you are always biased, I would say exactly. You are sometimes biased, we are sometimes
so we're always
not biased.
Exactly equal.
Absolutely, and that is multipolarity. Nobody has monopoly on the truth. The truth is relative. I could accept that, but only if you accept that. If you say our truth is absolute, I would respond immediately. Our truth is absolute. I don't believe that, and you don't believe it. Or maybe you believe. If you believe that your truth is absolute, you are normal Western man. But normal
I
Western...
don't believe anyone's truth is absolute.
Okay, we could agree on that at least.
Why did you show that video, Dr. Keizo? What point are you trying to make as well? And I think we all are aware. Expand a bit more what you're trying to make. What point you're trying to make?
I posted that video though. I posted it for IC3. Yeah, because before we were having a discussion on this idea of truth and the relationship between like truth and imperialism. How the Western world likes to make universal claims and then force all of us to enact them. So it was basically showing to IC3 that obviously the Russia understands this, which is why they also put forward their own truths. Because there has to be obviously an ideological battle, not just a military battle.
Yes, of course. Of course, Russia on the other end are doing their own thing as well. Of course, look, I think Russia and China at the same time understand that in order to grow a market internally, that you need to encourage some level of competition, but a protective level of competition, because you can't just be open to almost everybody as well. So they have done that, and it has proven successful to them as well. So they understand where capitalism has a purpose as well. But they understand where you need to protect your own market for your local industries to grow. I mean, Kuzo was talking about that the other day, where telecommunication companies from the West are completely dominating over Africa or something like that. Because China, when China had a problem like that, China dealt with it by being very protectionist for their local industries. You understand what I mean? So they allow the industry to compete with each other. You understand what I mean? So there's a need for that. But then there's a situation for the West, it just likes to push this idea. Just open yourself up to it. Open yourself up. So that we can come in. And that's why they push democracy towards us. They push democracy so much so that we can open ourselves. Go on, Keizo.
Everything you said is true, but one of the points that this guy is making is a point I've been trying to make, but I haven't been able to express it correctly. Whenever we're dealing with the West, right, they're dealing with games. Everything for them is games, right? So it's media controlling it, narratives, games. The problem with us is we actually fall for their games Morality is one of their games, right?
Yes.
Only a few African leaders, like even Museveni, the guy is low IQ, but I respect him because he's got power. They're just like, I'm not going to play this game. You want me to play your, like, I'll give you an example, right? The whole LGBT rights stuff. You make me play this game, and then of course I'm going to lose in this game. Why don't I play either the exact same game in the same way that you're playing it, and again call you out on it, but with power, as the Russian man said. Basically, they're going to mirror what the West is doing. If the West is saying this, doing this, you see my point. They're always sort of
No, I agree with you.
The issue with us as Africans, we tend, if you notice, even with Pan-Africanism, like, again, I know you love Niger, and so do I, but a lot of Pan-Africans always state the obvious. It's like, they're trying to control. Yeah, that's the game, right? We need to be able to kind of move past those points. Second?
There are multiple battles. There's the economic, there's an ideological, information. Then you have to be alive.
Exactly. And the issue is, when we're playing the losing game, when for example, we fail to export our ideologies to them. We're always playing as the so-called victim, right? It's like, I rarely see like Africans going and challenging them and judging them in actual power, like judgment with power behind it, not just shaming, but for the sake of it, but with the actual real thing. So that's the issue with us.
To a certain extent, we do export our ideas, right? We export an image of that we're victims of white supremacy. But the problem is that this narrative benefits them. This narrative is actually given to us by them.
Yeah.
I just go to any Western university and they will teach you this idea that we're oppressed, we're marginalized. These are not ideas that necessarily harm the West. It benefits them.
No, it actually harms us because our children grow up thinking, like, for example, that they actually believe in white supremacy, meaning they believe white people are superior to an extent. Some of them, that's what unfortunately happens. So the issue is we don't really we're not organized, obviously.
It's why they teach us we're victims.
Right.
Okay, I see that, and I understand that to a certain extent. It is true as well. Some of us subscribe to that as well. Some of us who don't know any better.
Perfect point. Storyteller says we believe they're genuine. Yeah. Whenever they bring up because what they do is they pull something up that they know is close to our heart, right? So we value it. And then they judge us.
I saw it in Afdama's stream yesterday, the Jedi mind tricks. When I can give you credit to this, Dr. Keizo, you've made me very more militant towards this attitude and all that stuff. So I can give you credit for that as well. That we're sometimes docile and we sometimes do take the okie doke kind of speech, in which, like I saw in Afdama's stream yesterday, when the white guy come and said to Africans and all that stuff, it is the elite of the white group that's doing these tricks and all that stuff. And us, the regular white people, are not involved. We don't have nothing to do with it. So, but at the same time, they participating in the Iraq war and all that kind of stuff. So the guy was doing those kind of mind tricks, saying it's not us, it's the elite of our group and all that kind of stuff. So,
and the worst part of that kind of mind trick is they know that, obviously, and because they know it, he's not going to try to take it down, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where he benefits from. So all these games, we have to be so conscious of these games. The main issue with us is we believe they're genuine. A lot of us really believe when these people say these things, they're genuine. They're not just looking for power. We should assume that they're just looking for power. It's better to assume that than assume some complex game where, like we're going to lose, because most of our people, unfortunately, they are good, kind people.
You do agree, Dr. Keizo, there's no state of permanency in the universe, in the world or something. There's no
of course not,
permanency, right? So this man yesterday was preaching that this status quo could never be changed and all that kind of, because you have to do so much and all to change it. And Nagmizi came and backed it up and said, it could never be changed or something. From the way I look at it, the world doesn't have a state of permanency and all that kind of stuff. So the thing is, this white supremacy thing is that kind of preaching where they say you have to watch out. The word is all of us are. They always say all of us. All of us, we are all in the same bucket. We are all in the same time. And that's why I say, but it doesn't seem to be all of us when it's benefiting only you guys and all that kind of stuff. So I was hearing what the man was saying yesterday from Afghanistan stream and all that stuff. So I can give you credit for that and all that stuff. So, and the Russians are doing the same thing. I can tell you, Dr. Kezo, the Russians understanding the same thing. Hasn't it proven, maybe not in the Soviet Union, but hasn't it proven to be successful recently? In recent
recently they're playing high level games. Seriously.
So,
yeah, and the Chinese are ahead of them as well. Because the Chinese have taken this to another level.
Play the same game.
Level of technology.
Can we play the same game in changes in completely shifting the mood, the narrative in Africa? Can we play the same game?
Only if we get the right people in power, because the issue is we don't have enough, like, let's say, local organized structures to. Okay, you know the other races, they tend to have like localized. Indians have the whatever areas that they go. They talk about business, so that at least they dominate in certain areas. We don't really have like localized small powers between us that's organized. So realistically, we got to get the right people in the right countries and the right power, so that this thing, it literally, the whole Africa development thing, it's a very easy thing. You just have to get the right people with power. That's really it. Now, I'm not saying that's easy, but I'm just saying that really is it. All the other stuff is just lack of organization, lack of yeah,
to a certain extent. Yeah, but if you let's take let's keep it in a silo. For instance, in Mali or something, what happened there? I tend to look at things that the politicians are greedy and they will always look for places where they can gain a power base as well. So they will always gravitate to that. So I think if the demand of the people is set clear or something, or the demand of the people is controlled by some entity or something, we could perhaps have something to say about that. If we control the demand, the mood or something, then it could produce the results we want. It could produce the results that politicians that are willing to pander into what we demanded or something like that. So if you look at Mali, for instance, the French had complete, total control of the media, the education system, and the press. They had complete control. But what the Russians did is completely bring in their alternative form of media to completely push against what the French wanted, you know what I mean, to produce the results that it is, where the Malians rose up against the French and said, we don't demand it. This man yesterday was saying it's not possible. It's all, the problem with Africa has always been down to the leaders, the desynchronization of the leadership and the people that they support. The people always rise up against the leaders and they never knew why. And the leadership always never decided to even approach or even explain to the people. So there's this.
Brother says elites took over Mali military, not poor citizens. It has to come from elites. Well, Storyteller says it was the elites who took over Mali. It wasn't the poor citizens. It was a very well orchestrated plan. Actually, yeah, exactly. That you proved my point. Yeah, it was a very well orchestrated plan by elites who already had access to power, so that they could mobilize and then take power.
But
there's people who already close adjacent to power who realized even the problem was off. Because if you think about it, Darth, right? The average poor citizen doesn't even know how their country functions. They have a feeling, yeah, but they don't know, you know what I mean? They don't know where to target anyways. That's the problem.
Yeah, but at the same time, wait for top-down solutions. Yeah, no, I was just saying at the same time, you can't really wait for top-down solutions because you're basically hoping he's going to come up, he's going to take power, right? There's not much they can do. You're just hoping.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, as a society, we are, every society has like different, I guess, what would you put them, like different filters in order to derive the most successful people. So unless you have a culture that values meritocracy, that values certain positive traits, it's going to be very difficult to have an elite that's going to work for the the nation. So there has to be like a kind of cultural revolution.
How important is the elite in this whole puzzle? How important is the elite and all that kind of stuff? These people, let me give you Burkina Faso. The guy was a regular commander. He was not an elite of anything. He was just a regular commander that just rose up around 34 years old. 34 years old, he rose up and took power and all that stuff. And now he's collaborating with the Malians. And the other one was...
But the point is, he was still adjacent to power. This is someone who knows the system, is part of the system, then could see, and for example, right, a normal citizen won't even be able to get into to command an army. The point is, right, people who are already adjacent to power, they're close to it, whether they're in it or they can see it, but it's not going to be a dusty normal citizen who's not, you know, anywhere close to power, because they won't even know where to attack.
Well, at least the least that the normal citizen could do, or what we can contribute, is how the normal citizen supports that elite or something like support. That's an interesting one, because all right, I don't want to leave it to just elite kind of thing. I tend to divide it in this kind of way. There's three ways to gain power. There's monetary means of gaining power. There's political means, or having the people's will of gaining power, or you have the military as well. In Mali, what happened is the will of the people and the military conjoined to gain power. In the financial aspect, remove the French out of the equation as well. So in this case, the elite that has the finances, they were not even, because the people are not. So how can we marry these two to produce the same results all across Africa and all that stuff? I don't know if you have such a means, but to me, I see the possibility of that as well, like to marry the two. I know the way the elite and no, the military and the will of the people. This could be what changes the status quo. How? Like I said,
everyone has to play a part.
How the Russians engage the game. How the Russians engage.
No, see, the Russians are already awake. You're talking about a very different situation. Russians already have a huge history. They're set, you know, their mothers, they got brought up with the side stories. They already got that spirit inside of them. For us, it's a very different situation. Most of Africans are even rural. They don't even know what, they've never seen tribes.
They know who
So you wouldn't be able to, the only way you do it, Darth, is if you trick the Africans. You make it seem, you tell them that the story is about money and having a good life, and you're saying that these people are stealing a future. You have to like create like a narrative that they could actually understand. You get my point, right?
Oh, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with doing that? What's wrong with doing that?
They need the vision. There has to be a vision.
What?
I was saying there has to be a vision.
There has to be some vision, obviously, of course.
Like the Russians have a vision, the Chinese have a vision.
Let me tell you, what the Russians did in Mali was just paint how the French control their finances, how the French contributes to the terrorism that's going on, how the French continue siphoning the countries, and they keep highlighting all of this stuff that the people themselves rose up and the military elite themselves say, you know what, I could gain power from this. So you understand me? We don't always know where the will of the military will be, or where the will of the elite person will be. But sometimes if he's not doing right, the people will just vote him out. That's like what happened in Burkina Faso. The other guy was put in place by the French and all that stuff. And it didn't take him long for him to be overthrown as well by somebody that's more radical. Do you understand what I'm saying? So in order to at least inflict and take a stab at the status quo, you need that level of operation as well. You need that level of an impediment as well. You understand what I mean? So the other guy in Burkina Faso was put by the French. It didn't take long. The new guy came in and said, okay, fine, we don't trust this guy, we're gonna get rid of him. And he ran away to Togo, and he's in Togo at the moment. You understand what I mean? But now the Malians and Burkina Faso are collaborating in terms of security. Why was the other guy not doing it? So the French were clever enough to anticipate that this is going to have a recurring effect to put in, and they put in their person in place. So at Kenzo, I'm telling you, to change Africa is going to take the people coming to power. It's going to take the people coming to power, and there's something we can do about it to a certain level. You understand? There's something we can do about it to a certain level and all that kind of stuff. So it's not, in a way, you don't have to go kill yourself. You don't have to go sacrifice yourself. You just have to present what the Maya is presenting, and the people will start complaining, and the people will start demanding better maybe they will start demanding transparency because the situation is not transparent. Maybe they will start demanding better security because they've been terrorized all the time. And the idea at the end of the day is to showcase the problems and all that stuff. Eventually, when the problems are showcased, now people will start to demand, this is not being met. Do you understand what I mean? So in Mali, it was like the French are not meeting their quota. They are not curbing this terrorism. They have not done so well. So it operates at a political level. They say, you came here and you have not done what you needed to do. So you have failed in your endeavor. So we're going to invite new partners. Do you understand what I mean? So it's at the political level and all that kind of stuff. So at the end of the day, I think it's good.
I don't know, man. It's gonna take whichever method works for the specific country. Some different countries will have different routes, but as long as it works, it works.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess when we see nations like Russia and China, all of these various civilizations are trying to stand up to the West. Like the first thing that they do is they have like a definition. They understand who they are, right? Like the Chinese, they are a communist party. They're going to synthesize Confucianism and communism, and they're going down a particular path. The Islamic world, the Muslims, they have the Sharia. They have an understanding of who they are and what they're trying to fight for. Same with the Russians. They're an Orthodox society, standing up to the West. I think the issue with Africa is African nations lack vision. They don't understand themselves. Politics is merely at the level of ethnicity and tribal conflict. There isn't like a vision, like as Eritreans, we're going to fight where we're trying to achieve this and we're going down this path. So I think that's what, we haven't developed politics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go. Okay. I don't think there will be such a thing as in the near future, there will be such a thing as a complete continental union or something like that. But there will be something such as an regionalism or regional integration, maybe of there will be, or at least that's what they're working towards or something. There will be something like that as well. So in that,
even at the individual level, right? It could be even at the level of the individual nations.
It could be at an individual, but there will be a certain layer in which these countries collaborate in terms of security or perhaps transparency as well, because the world is moving towards that way. The world is moving towards that multipolarism. That's why you see the East African Union. You see, if East Africa did it, West Africa will do it. If Southern Africa did it, North Africa will do it. So we tend to copy each other as well. So I think that's where the world is moving towards as well, and that could be a good thing at the end of the day. That's even the best kind of situation to have, you know what I mean? And then maybe at a certain level, we could come as an African Union that could supersede the United Nations as well. Who knows? And all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's where we're moving towards. Like clash of civilizations.
What do you think of this? What do you think of this? I was just listening to you all speaking, and I noticed that you use the word narrative, and then the word organization. We're just not organized. Organization. So these two words come up and made me think: what is the relationship between a narrative and organization? So that's what made me think. Well, pardon?
Like you organize. You first have a narrative, so you have an understanding of who you are, what your goals are, and then you organize on the basis of this.
Yes, that's what that's what I was just thinking. I've never thought of that before. But I was just listening to you all speaking there, and I kept hearing you mention the word narrative and organization. I thought, what is the relationship? And I'm beginning to think that could be it. But how does a narrative create organization? I believe that there's a relationship, but
I see three. The organization has to have a narrative that they want to prove, or they have to have something they want to push forward and all that kind of stuff. So a narrative is just what you want to exemplify, what you want to show, and all that stuff. So I think it's an important space, IC3, that we at least control the narrative or control the political mood in Africa. You understand what I mean? We control the political mood or the political trajectory in Africa rather than the Turkish or the Europeans or the Russians doing it, we can have a contribution into that as well, where by what we talk about, by what Africans express online, by what Africans express on alternative media, I think we will have a lot more Africans gravitating to what we were saying than what the Russians or the Turkish or the French are saying. You understand? That gives us a leeway to control the narrative of how Africans talk about politics, of how Africans talk about geopolitics. You understand me? This is a method in which, when you start to see those type of sentiments, derive or come up as well, you will produce the situation in Mali. You want to build the type of sentiments as well. You understand me? And this is not going to kill Dr. Keizo. It's not going to have him shut up and all that stuff. You understand me? All you're doing is just you're bringing off the truth. You're bringing. I mean, sometimes the truth can kill you, but you're bringing. You're bringing the truth to the table, and you're doing it in a way where people are talking about it genuinely and honestly. That will
hold it there. You just said they're bringing the truth to the people, and what we just listened to, even Alexander Dugin was saying the same thing, that the truth is a matter of cultural perspective. So you can't really say you're bringing the truth. You're bringing a truth that is good for us.
Yeah,
it's good for us. It's good for African. It's an African truth.
Yes, I see. But we have to understand it as the truth, right?
Right.
Internally, you don't want your people to understand this as just one truth among many, because otherwise it loses its power.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
That's essentially what Jürgen was saying, right? He was saying that we Russian people believe Russian truth as absolute. There is no other truth. Everything else is false.
That's right. Yes. Correct. Yes. So he says, if you behave absolute towards us, well, they're going to be absolute towards you. If you're a relative, then we can be relative. Well, whatever you're doing, we're going to do it. However you relate to us, we're going to relay the same energy back to you. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
You don't hear it. Your population.
There's a case that goes on to me about I care about narrative too much rather than just the facts and all that stuff. But it is all about narrative. Everybody is bringing their narrative into the play and all that kind of stuff. You know
exactly.
What I mean? So it's very important as well. Yes. Even if you're not narrative, I think the truth will back you up. Even the facts will back you up, Dr. Keizo. Even if you're not narrative oriented, the facts will themselves back you up. So I think, Dr. Keizo, you will not have to kill yourself over just to preach, just expose the truth as well. It will show itself. You understand?
But how about this? What do you think of this statement? The narrative actually constructs the facts. The narrative tells you what is true and what is facts. Facts are downstream from the narrative. The narrative creates facts.
Yeah, the narrative is the lenses through which you understand and you filter through information.
Yes, that's right. So don't worry about the facts. Worry about the narrative. Get the narrative right, and it will create the facts. It will construct reality.
Thank you, but we've seen many examples where the elite in Africa have seemed to kind of being on the same page or dominated, and how they have been subverted over the years, especially during the Cold War. How the elite have been subverted and all that stuff. So one thing when I analyze this is, what was the key missing factor? The key missing factor was the people were used against the elite. The people, Dr. Keizo could rise up one day in his group of elite people and say, oh, we're going to do this and enslave everybody. But the people rise up one day and start chopping you up into pieces, bro.
Yeah.
Because the West can fucking do that, Dr. Keizo. The West can do that. They can definitely turn the people against you. They have the means to.
Nah, it's not possible, man. Like Eritrea is still in power. Kagame is still in power. They have if you don't know the game, like, okay, yes, Darth, you're correct. If you don't know the game, but if you know the game and you're playing it well, right? Eritreans don't have access to the internet, so they can't go around getting Western propaganda. Except, there's a way you can run your country, like China, for example, right? Yeah, you have to give them. But you see, Darth, yes, I agree with you in the sense that you have to create your own narrative and give it to your people and even the world, right? That's what Russia is trying to do. They're always playing the same game with the West. I agree with you at that point. I actually think narrative is powerful.
Yeah, at the same time, like Eritrea is not really sovereign, right?
Say again.
You'd think they're sovereign, but like you mentioned Eritrea, for instance. Yes, Eritrea, obviously, Isaias has total control of Eritrea. However, a lot of its natural resources are being depleted by Western corporations.
Mm-hmm.
So whilst obviously Isaias has total control over the nation, he's still being used to a certain extent, right? They gain what they need.
True. Yeah. Then, if they wanted him gone, they would obviously get him gone.
Yeah. It'd be extremely easy, especially given the fact all the border issues and stuff. Yeah, it wouldn't take long.
And they've already been building up like a whole narrative. So when they're ready to depose him, that's it. They just got to say, "Oh, Eritreans are being forced to do X, Y, Z." So yeah, that's now the thing. They already built the narrative, right? They got all the clips, they got the story. Now all they have to just keep reprinting it over and over again. As I say,
and it's worse than that, because obviously, if you're familiar with like diaspora politics, you know that there are many different like opposition parties, and they all disagree with each other. And there's evidence of like Israelis funding certain movements. So there's all kinds of things going on.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I think you're 100% right. And
which I think the importance coming up with like having an identity and a vision is extremely important.
Let me ask
you obviously if you have like a narrative, you have a vision that's concrete and well thought out. I think it makes it that much more.
You yourself mentioned that yourself a long time ago. You yourself mentioned about propagandizing. You actually uplifted that or something. So I don't know why you're turning back.
No, I'm not turning back. I agree with all of it. All right, I'm just trying to reanalyze to make sure.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, I just have to, because at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get here is maybe IC3. Are you guys trying to say IC3 is right? That you can only succeed in parole because you have to tread lightly. You got. Yeah, which I'm actually not even against that. Like, yeah, ask and beg for parole, but always have like a vision of freedom at the end of the tunnel. Don't just be like perpetual.
Well, I think because obviously Africa is so behind. I think the first thing that we have to do is discover ourselves. Like, understand what's the purpose of our nation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where exactly are we trying to go? Because I think every nation has to have some kind of goal.
Yeah.
We often forget this because we look to the West, right? Western governments don't really have they lack vision, right? The purpose of the state in the West is simply to defend the negative rights of individuals. You can do whatever you want. The purpose of the government is simply to defend your property rights. But obviously, this is not something that's going to work for Africa. Africa is severely underdeveloped. We need to have like a vision. So you should look to civilizational states like Russia, China, even the Middle East. These people will have an understanding of what they are. They're an Islamic nation, they're an Orthodox nation, they're a communist nation.
Yeah.
And they're going down. There's no discussion on this, right? There's no debate. There's no debating whether China is a communist nation. If you go against this, you're going to be punished. There's no debating whether Islamic nations are going to follow the Sharia or they're going to go down like an Islamic route. You either follow that or you're going to be punished. So there's structure, there's purpose. And I think that's what African nations.
Thank you, but should we be more should we be more focused on ideology itself or just meeting the needs that are required? Like because then that could be your ideology in a way or something. Should we be focused on just we're communists or we're socialists or something, or that the fact that we are poor, we're doing very well, our people are starving and dying and all that stuff? Couldn't that be enough of a motivation to want to get yourself out of that position? Couldn't that be, you know what I mean? So I tend to go with Pan-Africanism because it kind of encompasses the struggles of Africans to liberate themselves.
Let me ask you a question. How does Pan-African impact individual African countries? Like, for real, like how does Pan-Africanism actually help, say, a Kenyan economy? Because I don't think it does. What you could say is maybe pan-regionalism, like East African community, that helps Kenya directly. But this whole global Africa thing, it's not really.
But Dr. Tezo, Pan-Africanism never necessarily advocated for just. Yes, it's
literally
far-reaching vision. It's a far-reaching vision. Regionalism is part of Pan-Africanism. African countries working close together and working with the closest neighbors is part of Pan-Africanism. This is something that they advocated for. You understand me?
I guess what I'm saying is Pan-Africanism doesn't exist. Like there is no. I guess you have the vision to make it happen. Fine, but it's how do I say this? Yeah, it's good to just have it in the back of your head, but it's not really useful to promote something that isn't even alive.
It's not something of immediate.
Yeah, it's not.
You can't have
there.
unity.
That's right.
You can't really have unity between nations that are not sovereign or stable. Like, it doesn't make much sense.
I fully understand that. I fully understand that, and I don't disagree. I think there's no point in having Senegal work with Ethiopia when Ethiopia is so far. There's no infrastructure to even support that kind of collaboration as well. So Senegal is going to have to work with Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and its neighboring countries to build infrastructure to scale anything as well. You understand? To build a market. So I fully understand. That's why I say regionalism is going to happen first before Pan-African. But it's like a step forward and all that stuff. I think when the leaders came up with the idea, they had that vision. They had that vision. It's not about, oh, we're just going to love each other and all that kind of stuff. That was not the case. It's not
Is it really vision? Because Europeans had it even before us, right? They got European Union, it's functional. They got
it's every
trade
European
area.
country. It's every European country in the European Union. You have the European, you have the East, the Balkan countries just recently joining, and Ukraine wanting to join. It's been a gradual step of inculcating and adding.
No, I guess my point isn't about joining. I mean, okay, so European Union and African Union started similar time, actually, like 5 years difference. European Union is actually a powerful bloc. African Union is funded by the European Union. You know, and it's not function. It's not fun. I guess what I'm trying to say is.
Do you know why? Do you know why, Dr. Kezo?
I mean, there are many reasons why.
Were clever. They did the same trick again. You think that the French are only in West Africa? Hold on. You think the French are only in West Africa, but they're also in Central Africa, and these are powerful blocs that have voting rights or veto rights in the African Union. You understand what I mean? So when West Africa wanted to create the ECOWAS, they used the same trick and completely say, if we cannot control this, we will kill the idea. If we cannot control the idea, we'll kill the idea. So when the idea of an ECOWAS or an African Union came, the idea got killed because the French created a similar kind of situation. They created the CFA franc, the CFA franc of Central Africa and also West Africa. You understand? So this CFA franc took over the idea of a regional currency. You understand? Right. They created a separation because this is something that they could control.
Okay, so Darth, yeah, you giving me a reason why, but I guess my point still stands is that we're so far away from the whole Pan-African thing. Yeah. What we could do is pan-regionalism, which actually is functional. And it's like, again, what I'm trying to say is if you're trying to build a bridge, you don't fantasize about building a spaceship. You learn how a really good bridge that can withstand seismic activities, like for example, recently in Turkey, right, 2,800 buildings, obviously went to the ground.
Can I say this?
So you put your energy into building the best bridge, and of course you can fantasize about the spaceship, but you've got no even real way of testing spaceships. You've got no materials.
I agree.
Right, that's now the issue with Pan-Africa.
Can I just say this, that I think this new EAC is a new baby, so they're so excited. Pan-regionalism has been existing in Africa forever. ECOWAS is not today. That has started. The other one, the CEMAC, even the North African. The EAC is a new baby in the game. So there's so much excitement. They have not been tested, okay, to stand like really challenge. It's just a new thing and everyone is excited. But this is what I'm going to say about Pan-Africanism. You just mentioned that you don't see how Pan-Africanism is going to help Kenya as a country. That is a trap. If you are isolated as a single country, you are easy target for European country. And that's why they want to make you think as a country by yourself, you are self-sufficient. That is the problem why Pan-Africanism were trying to say, hey, you know what? You can't be an isolated country. It's easy to target you and put you down, no matter how you think you're doing good. Because if you look at your economy, most people who are investing are mostly foreigners. Okay, it's a foreign economy. Like you have foreign companies, it's all foreign thing. You are isolated. Okay, what's happening to Zimbabwe? That's what we Pan-Africanists are saying. Zimbabwe can't be that isolated. We can't We can't make some other African countries suffer
Yeah.
the same
Ifaro.
kind of economic sanction because they were isolated.
Yeah.
So
I
this
agree with you.
isolationism policy in Africa is not going to help. Like all countries are doing that. No other country is doing something exceptional. But
Ifaro,
Pan-Africans,
I agree with you.
yeah, so okay, because we look like pan-regionalism is not a new thing. EAC is a really is so new. You understand? You can learn more from ECOWAS. They have issues you can think you don't have in the EAC, but that's going to come. How are you going to handle them?
No, they won't come.
Guys, can I say something?
Yeah,
Please?
go ahead, John.
Yeah, so I've been listening to all what you're saying. I've been watching the news lately with the change of dynamics, and I'm also paying attention to all the Pan-Africanism, regionalism, the East Africa community that most of you guys are talking about. So now I have a question. So now with all these coup d'etats and stuff happening in Mali, Burkina, and also the same thing I saw in Haiti, So when the people are not happy with France, they're looking to another country. I'm seeing them waving this country's flag. So just in the same Kifaru's channel, I think it was like a week ago something, we were talking with a Jamaican. I forgot his name.
I can fire.
And he said something. Yeah. I can fire Joe. And he said something very interesting. He actually confessed to us. He told us, like, let me tell you guys the truth about what we Caribbeans think of you Africans, to be honest. We Caribbeans, we cannot help ourselves because you Africans are not helping yourselves. And why aren't you Africans helping yourself? Because you people keep looking up to Europe. And that's what keeps making you people weak. And that's what's making us Caribbeans even weaker. You see, and when he said that, I actually opened my eyes and I actually noticed that that's actually true. We cannot rely on the AU at the moment. The AU, first of all, it's totally, what is the English word? I forgot. It's totally hijacked. It's full of puppets. I don't know if it's true, but that AU building that was built by China, I heard that they put, what's the English word?
They
put bugs.
Spy.
So whatever is decided or planned or discussed in Beijing, they're hearing it. And all our leaders, they are puppets. So some Kaizo mentioned Kagame. Kagame is such a big puppet. We cannot rely on him, So that is one major problem with us. China used to be like Africa. We all know that. Those guys were looked down at. It was so corrupted. It was so dictatorship from the 70s until the 80s. It rose and nobody helped them. No, okay, there is conspiracy theory that the Rothschilds did something or whatever, but nobody helped them, and they rose for themselves. They didn't look up. They didn't look west to Europe. They didn't look anywhere else. They rose up and look at how China is today. So instead of us chasing these French and I don't know who, and then we start flying the Russian flag now, we are looking for another savior, another white savior to help us. You guys are. This Pan-Africanism. Let me finish, please. I've been listening to you guys. This Pan-Africanism can work. The problem with us, I don't know, like we're just not united. We don't trust ourselves. We don't love ourselves. We are the most divided race. The most divided race in this world. I understand it's because of the programming that has been programmed.
But at what level can it work in Joe? Joe, at which level can it work?
Let me finish, please, guys. I've been hearing you guys. So we hate ourselves. So in what level? What you're saying? What level can it work, guys? I don't know. We just need to stand up and we need to just kick out all these puppets, and we need to just stand and work on ourselves. Okay, we just need to follow China's way of how they did it. They didn't look at anywhere else, and they fought to unite themselves as much as they were under a serious dictatorship government. So I don't know. I've given my points, and my question is to you guys. So with all these French being kicked out and all these Russian flags being raised and waved, what do you guys think of it? So you guys want to turn to the East? You guys trust the East to be our savior, our next savior and whatever. Yes, I know we're trading with weapons. Yes, I know we are doing business deals and everything. But who benefits the most in it? Is this what's going to bring Pan-Africanism in the continent? Is this what's going to bring pan-regionalism? Is this what's going to make us stand up, or we're just going to remain in the same level as how the Westerners did to us? Thank you.
Okay. Not necessarily a case of waving the flag of the Russians as well, but more of a case of regaining your autonomy back as well and all that stuff. Yes, the Russians have a certain demands or something, but the demands are not as excessive as the French demand from you as well. You understand what I mean? Like it's it the Russians' decision for the Burkinabes and Malians to work together to curb terrorism. Maybe perhaps it was advised to them to do that as well. But the Russians, yes, they do have a price, and you have to pay them the price. But then again, you have the choice to decide that as well. While the French, they don't offer that. They don't offer you. They say, this is what we offer you. This is the puppet, and the puppet has to do as we say, and all that stuff. And that's why you see the continuation of the extortion of resources while the terrorism continues as well. So you gain autonomy back and all that stuff. The idea, what you're sacrificing is not that you're celebrating other people. You're not celebrating other people taking over, because they're not taking over. Russia is too busy in Ukraine. The Wagner force at the moment is too busy in Ukraine. They're actually contributing in Ukraine because the Russian military has been not too much into action. They've been lackluster, and Wagner force is actually more concentrated in Ukraine and all that stuff. So what they have is advisors in Mali and all that stuff to actually run things fucking properly, to run operations properly. That's all. That is all they're not taking over nothing, and we're not worshiping nobody.
Okay, this is the thing.
I have to watch. Let me answer him. I have to watch what I say, but the operation, the military operation that's taking part in Ukraine. Yes, Russia is busy there, but it's not 100% full force. A big hard work for Russia right now. These people are eyeing on Africa. Like they're really. In fact, I had a discussion with one person today, and this guy is like, Africa is a really important thing. This Mali thing is not a small thing for these guys, by the way. It's really, and some other time somebody even told me, do you think Africa can even bring a third world war, because we're having now the West and China and Russia fighting for it. So Africa is a big thing for these guys.
Yeah,
of course, because Africa.
Let me say this: that that's why I said it the other time. Say, Russia and China, they see that they are led into this deal of colonization, and they can see how colonization has helped their other counterparts, their other European countries build their economy, how powerful they have become because they're exploiting Africa, and they say, okay, if we too can have our share of that continent, okay, we might be powerful. They're not coming there to help you. They're coming there to have the same leverage as the other people, like the other European countries are doing. Russia is not different from France. China is not different from America. What's making them different is they're coming late. So they're having a different strategy. Before, the Europeans did not have to beg you to come and make them chiefs or do what? Build your companies. They just came with their military and took over you. But now, after fast forward to these present years, you can't do that again. You have to have some strategy. And it is the same thing that these guys are doing. So the waving of francs, Russian francs or whatever, I don't buy into that. So like what I can, IC3 Black said, we're doing some little research. There's no African country that has got a big, a bank or whatever that is actually theirs. It's still foreign investment. It's still European people still controlling your economy. They are in the heart of everything you're doing. And that's what Pan-Africanism, we don't like it, because no matter how you think you're doing good, you're still being controlled. People still control your economy. We want that complete, total freedom. That's what we're trying to do. We want that complete, total freedom. Why can't we have an African, maybe an African big bank or an African currency that we can trade in the world? Yeah, you have Kenyan shillings. You have this. Oh, okay, we create your own money. Out of Kenya, no one knows your money. You need to change your money to, pounds and dollar or whatever. You can't you can't use any African continent money out of Africa. Those little things that makes you be part of this global economy, that's what we want. We don't want like little isolated countries trying to fight for their own right. You can do that, but you are still weak. So Pan-Africanism is not telling you don't do some regional thing, but in a global scale, we need to be completely free from this Western power trying to control us. We're talking about Rwanda. Rwanda still depends on 60% on foreign aid to pay their people, like 70%. They still depend on the West like 70%. It is crazy.
So what is the solution for us to be free from the West? What's your solution?
Pan-Africanism, acute Pan-Africanism.
How do we get that Pan-Africanism?
Through the PAA. We start having the right leaders to make decisions for Africa. It's a process.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen like tomorrow, but we should believe in it and start seeing how to make it a reality.
I think
but now,
what it is. Hold on, Joe. I think what it is everybody understands the advantages that regionalism or working with your closest neighbors will bring you as well. Everybody understands the advantage that will have regionalism. So on a bigger scale, could having a Pan-Africanism be a bigger advantage to us as well? You know what I mean? It's not a case about loving each other. Can we put ourselves in a position of advantage where the center of the globe could be more important than the United Nations itself, could be more interesting and important than the United Nations. You understand what I mean? Rather than Africans going to the United Nations, the whole world will be coming to Africa to settle their disputes. Or Africans, we will not need to be attracted. They will be attracted to us. You understand what I mean? But it's a case of understanding. Right. It's a case of understanding that, of course, regionalism, working with your closest neighbors will give us an advantage, but we will have a greater advantage working under an African umbrella that is not necessarily an entirely unified, but at least it could replace the United Nations. I would like to see
what do you think about these Malians, Burkinabe, and even these Haitians now waving the Russian flag, the next savior? What do you think?
Look. The reason why they simply raising the Russian flag is because the Russians offered them an alternative to be free from the French clutches as well. You know what I mean? So it's not a case that they don't have the autonomy and they're looking for new masters. They are not looking for new masters. Exactly. So they're not looking for new masters. They have their own autonomy. They're not looking for new masters. I don't look at that leader and say that guy is looking for new masters. They say this is just like, let me give you, it's just like when the Ethiopians look towards the Russians to fight against colonialism. When the Ethiopians got the guns from Russians, when they got the guns from Russia and the Soviet Union to fight against colonialism that was coming towards their side. That is all there is to it. Did Ethiopia subjugate themselves to the Russians? No, they didn't. They just say, we just need this. We just need your intelligence. We just need your equipment. We need that and all that stuff. It's the same thing that happened in Guinea-Bissau for their war of independence, in Angola and all that kind of stuff. It's not a case of looking for new people to colonize you. You understand what I mean? You understand? So
Dav, don't you think you are the smart one and you understand that? Some other people, they might not understand. They might just open their asses for Russians to come. Maybe you understand that. Maybe you see it that way. But you think the average Guinea-Bissau, I don't know, the average Malian think they just want Russian power. Don't you think they want Russia to be in their country to protect them from France? Don't you think they think like that? That's the problem.
Right. The average person tends to not be able to think at a level in which to, as you say, they think these people are our friends. Like, I would put it in a simple word, they are our friends. You know what I mean? So I fully understand that. But isn't that our job to educate people? Don't we have a say in that, Kifaru? Don't Keizo, you, Mendetezi, don't have a say to actually enlighten how people think about these things, how people think about geopolitics? You understand what I mean? That is our job. And it's not gonna fucking kill you to make people think about geopolitics in a different way. That's why I always said it's like shaping the political mood or shaping how people think about things. You understand what I mean? So we have a stake in that, and you're not gonna die for that. You're not gonna die for that. I tell you. You understand what I mean? If you decide to create another, it's the most simplest and least resistance kind of means to do by changing how Africans think about politics and geopolitics. It's least resistance we can do.
Exactly. And I think Kaiser mentioned that the African Union and the EU was created almost the same time, where Africans did not create African Union. The Europeans created that thing and put you inside. It was not like we didn't sit and say, okay, let's create our own union. They created an organization for you because it's still a control thing. If we can put all these people together, it's easier for us to control them from one point. But if they're just doing their own thing, it's difficult. To bring all of you in that so-called African Union or AU, whatever, and they're giving you orders. You can't be in a consumer, I will call it the AU, but you've been sponsored 65% of the money that you use to run that organization is still given to you by Europeans. That is not you. You understand? It's their thing. It's actually their construct. You understand? These people just go there and just like, okay, we're going to the African Union. They talk. Yeah, you can talk sometimes, good talk, but who's making the right decision? If the European Union said, you know what, that decision you're going to do, we don't want it, they're going to cancel it. Do you think African Union, that African AU can sit and say, well, we, the Africans, we have to decide to build a really powerful military lab or maybe research or biology lab in some country in Africa, we're going to finance it? These people are going to say, no, we're not going to give you that money, and nothing is going to happen. It would not happen. Because they control us. It's like you need to write your project and give it to them for them to approve. You don't have a union. You don't have a union. If you look at the African Union, it's full of Muzungu inside all the time. Like, oh, where are these people coming from? It's full of Muzungu inside the African Union. But look at the European Union. There's no one there. Maybe if you come, you're just some puppet thing that's sitting somewhere there. That's the kind of freedom we, the Pan-Africans, are saying we need it. If you can't even build your own African Union, is the Chinese building it for you, then do you really have a union? Do you even see the need? Because we did not build that thing from our own need. It was just given to us. Sit there and we'll tell you what to do. So that's, to me, I think Pan-Africanism, we need to take it really serious because that's the only way. Some people say it's an ideology. It might be, but that's the ideology. That's the only thing that we think can really protect Africa and make Africa an isolated power in this world.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, I agree with Kifaru, everything Kifaru said. So, like now we're trading with this country and they're bringing us arms. What do we need arms for in Africa? Seriously, what do we need these arms?
Even if we want
and
to,
then
why can't we produce it?
I was watching Al Jazeera, the discussion with some Russian MP and a Nigerian guy and a French lady. And this guy asked the host was asking this Russian guy, like, what's the point of your country coming to our continent? Is it for natural resources? Is it to remove neocolonialism? Is it to, and he brought so many other reasons. And the guy basically answered, it's for everything. So I was even reading the comments, people were saying, oh, at least this guy is opening up, saying about natural resources, So, okay, we give you natural resources, you give us arms. What do we need arms for in Africa? That's my question.
For a country, for a country that's suffering terrorism and a country that's suffering insurgency.
But who funds those terrorists? That's the question. Who funds those terrorists? Who funds those terrorists? Where are they coming from?
Where the arms for the terrorists coming from? That's an interesting question because many people have different speculations about it as well, especially for Nigeria. Where does Boko Haram get their arms from? That's another question.
Exactly. It's the West. They're the only ones that do that. They have, what do they call them? These private, they have like people who work for the state, but they make them private. They just do armed deals. But it's actually they're selling it for the state. And just imagine, America has got 25, what are we talking about, bro? 25 military bases in Africa, and they have the right to land their planes and come to it anytime. What are you talking about? It's just easy. We don't even have control of what we are doing in our own continent. So what are we talking about arms? They don't need to hide. They can just take the arms straight to their military bases and call these people there and put it in a truck and ship it with them. It's easy. They don't even need to struggle to do it. It's easy, like simple.
See, I want to leave my last point before I go. You brought a really good point. Who are bringing these arms? The Westerners. And then the French were coming to pretend that we're here to fight the terrorists and to bring peace. When they're the same ones bringing these arms, they build their bases everywhere in Djibouti, I don't know, in Kenya and all these other places to fight the terrorists. Really, what is the point of those bases in that place? It's not to fight terrorists. They have their own motives. Now, me, I cannot trust the China. I cannot trust those other people because those people, they say, these guys, they don't care about African people. They care about the soil. They care about the resources. They don't care about us.
Exactly. It's like a survivor of the fittest. It's either you die or we die.
But why do you need them to care about you as who you are? Why don't you care? What is your agenda in working with them? You see, why do we have to care about what they think about us? What is your own agenda in this relationship?
Okay.
Then if you don't care about me, then leave my land. Leave me. Why are you coming here and why are you pretending to care for me? You're pretending to care that you're fighting my enemies.
Yeah. What he's trying to say that they're going to do what they want to do anyway, but what are we doing? I think that's what
the West doesn't care about us. But the West doesn't care about us. They don't give a fuck. We can die the next day if we want, but they are dealing with us in terms of what they're gaining from it. The world doesn't work that way. Sometimes you have to work with people that you don't give a shit about and all that stuff to have your own aim and your own advantage and all that stuff. So it's up to the Malians to realize, what do we want to gain from these Russians, from this collaboration with Russians, and what do we want to trade for it? Is it a fair trade? You understand what I mean? So this is what it operates at. Is it a fair trade? What I'm willing to give them and what they're willing to give me? Is it fair? Is it equitable? So that's the point. So even you, Joe, and all that kind of stuff, you probably have people in your life that you don't like. People you're not dealing with correctly, but you're having to deal with them and work with them because you need something from them and all that. So for that instance alone in your life, you will choose to put aside your bygones and work with them to gain your things and then fuck them off later. Correct? You have people that in your own life.
You think it's easy to fuck these guys up? To fuck off these guys? No, how long? Look at how long the Europeans have been here for over 500 years.
Yeah,
the Kwame Nkrumahs, Sankaras, they've tried to fuck them off. Where are they now? Lumumbas, they've tried to fuck them off. Where are they now?
Those guys were really like fast ahead of all these dusty Africans now. I think they saw the future like long way before. But unfortunately, the people they had around them were just some kind of Uncle Toms and things like that. They didn't see the future. Because if you see, they consider them what Marxists and communists, whatever, maybe. Because if you actually see what Thomas Sankara was trying to do, that was just like China. You understand? You see, well, I don't even know. Like, there's just I wanted to say something and it just went out of my mind. I don't know. I was trying to say something about.
Can I ask you a question? I know Mendetezi answer. Mendetezi, I'm gonna let you have a go. I'm gonna be patient. Sorry, I'm being rude. Go on, Mendetezi. Say something. From what you've heard so far.
Yeah, okay. Monatezi, yeah. Monatezi has been quiet.
Yeah, he's been quiet. He's not gonna say anything. So let me just continue. Joe, what do you think could be a change in status quo in the world or something? What is your from looking at the world geopolitically, what could change the status quo of entire dollar domination of the rest of the world, European domination? What could be even not even change entirely, but just be an impediment, something that acts as a counterbalance in the world? What could be something like that from entire white domination or American domination? Go on.
So, in other words, where am I seeing the world moving to? Is that your question?
Yeah, where are you looking at the world moving from at the moment?
That's a very tricky question. It's a very tricky question. But there are also some sort of obvious things that we're seeing. The West it's really crumbling down. I know that's also being done on purpose. I don't know what motives these globalists have, but the West is falling down. Um, I see China, of course, rising, also India. And this is not a dream, but I also see Africa rising. I don't think it will rise sooner. Maybe give it 20 years minimum, but I see Africa becoming the next power. But my fear is when we keep I know you've already explained to me and understand, but to me, I just feel like when we keep looking for a savior yeah, I know we have to trade with them and everything, but I keep seeing I don't trust anyone. Let me just answer your question. I don't trust anyone. So when we keep looking for a savior to come and save us from another threat who used to be our savior, I see that new savior also wanting to benefit, survival of a fetus, like what Kifaru said, and they will do everything to just bring us down so that they can remain on the top part. So to me, I prefer being independent. Relying on people, I don't always think is the best solution. Yes, I know we need to trade, but we need to increase our limits because we've been taken advantage of too much. I hope I answered your question.
You're from Kenya, isn't it, Joe? Right?
Yeah, I'm Kenyan. I'm Kenyan, West African.
I guess I'm gonna ask, to what level do Kenyans have autonomy as well? I mean, you have the British base in your country and all that kind of stuff, and Kenya, to a certain extent, tends to kowtow to the United Kingdom and all that kind of stuff. They have to. So, from the position Kenya is, how can Kenya gain autonomy for their own country and all that stuff, like complete autonomy? How can Kenya gain complete autonomy and all that stuff? Or is it just a kind of fine balancing kind of situation they have to do with their master? Who is an alternative for Kenya to have some form of autonomy? In fact, I'm not even gonna say you know it. Go ahead. You explain. You will get yourself into that position. Go on.
That's a very. I don't know where Kaizo went. Since Kaizo lives in Kenya, because me I'm not in Kenya, but since he lives in Kenya, he may answer. But that's a very good and tough question because Kenya is too much clinged into the West. Too much. We're too much. Our heads are too much on their shoulders. We are relying too much on them.
Same as Ghana, same as Nigeria, same
But
as
I think
Senegal.
Ghana is even better. I think Ghana is more independent than us. Too much. Like you mentioned, the base. So
yeah, just sorry for cutting Joe short. I was watching one Kenya. It's like it's a really critical thing in Kenya. It says Kenyans are just borrowing money endlessly just to make people just to look good, and he says it's gonna backfire. He said like they just borrow money, like everything you want this loan, yes, give us. He said Kenya is just going out of the way just because he wants people to see Kenya as just like looking good. And he was like, I'll find that video and I'm going to say, actually, you can have a country that looks good, but it's not yours. You understand what I mean? Like everything is not controlled by you, and you say you're okay, you look good. That was the biggest problem.
Let me say something.
Go on, Mendetezi. We've been waiting for
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Oh, sorry, I was going somewhere, but yeah. First of all, that idea of Kenya borrowing. Ghana has borrowed way more than Kenya, and Ghana is supposed to be independent. So it's not. That's an African issue when it comes to debt. And the guy who borrowed, okay, I understand it's not ideal, right? But sometimes I have to respect his doctrine, right? Because his doctrine is, if a country looks good, people will come and invest and all that. So that was his doctrine. It may be flawed, but at least he had a doctrine. There are leaders here who don't even have doctrines. So yeah, that was although that was a big mistake of the previous regime. I'm not going to
Okay. Oh, you're talking about Kenyatta.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mandatory, in terms of improving infrastructure that could help Kenyans, regular Kenyans or something like that, ordinary Kenyans to have a better standard of life or something. I'm sure Kenya is up there at the moment, but in terms, I'm sure there's still level you can go. Do you think is it better to rely on just your relationship with the West, or is it better for Kenya to have alternatives or something like that, or something where I think the standard gauge railway, I don't know how that went in Kenya and all that stuff, but
That was
I'm
bad.
sure the West wouldn't have done that. Anyway, go on, go.
No, that was bad investment. But let me ask you guys a question, right?
That was a bad investment.
Very bad investment. They're losing 200 million every year, so not good. Anyways, okay, sorry, it's a bad investment so far. If they finish it and go all the way to Uganda, Rwanda, yeah, fine. But right now, it's not working. But let me ask you guys a question. Why do you think having a military base by foreign companies in Kenya is a bad thing? I still don't understand why. Can you explain?
Nah, it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
No, explain to me.
Okay.
Make me understand. Like,
Okay,
give me
let me answer
real
that question.
All right. Okay.
Let me answer. Okay, first of all, I don't. Yeah, Kenya is Western leaning for sure. For sure, Kenya is more than we are comfortable with. But one of the things I feel like we are also, I don't know if the word is lucky or we are a bit fortunate, is that the Western leaning the Western leaning country we are is is on the decline, right? Like the UK is not really as tough as it used to be. So its influence is also, because of that, its influence is also very weakening. Even in Kenya, its influence is also not as big, because it's a country on the decline in its own way. They have their own issues. So that's one of the advantages, I think, of maybe leaning towards the UK, that they're even finding it more
I still
difficult.
haven't got my question answered, right? Because you guys are
You know,
just
no. The military base is bad. The military
let me
base.
explain.
When
Why is
Monatese
it bad?
finished, I'll explain
Okay.
why it's bad. I have like 1 million reasons. I don't know where even to start. But I think Monatese is still talking.
Yeah. So the military base, obviously, that is a foreign power with foreign soldiers in your country. That's practically, I don't know, that is an attack on your sovereignty as a nation,
The
right?
British Army trains Kenyan soldiers. How is that a bad thing?
The British Army trains Kenyan. But that's not a big deal, because Kenyan soldiers still go outside of the country to get training also, so they don't need to be here to train the Kenyan soldiers. Second of all, the scandals like that it brings, it's not also a good it's not a good show. But to me, better this British Army base than an American like full base that I see maybe in the Germany or that, because the British Army is already limited in its own capacity as in terms of manpower, so they can't even they can't really have that it's more even it's more of a training base than actually an army base. It's more of a training base for the British Army themselves. So it's not they can't really exert that much power like maybe an American base or that type of that type of level.
Right. So here's what I'm trying to say. Here's my
Are you
solution. Why I say
Kenyan?
Yeah.
Yes,
Are you Kenyan?
yes.
Yeah, I'm Kenyan.
Okay.
Now here's the problem, right, you guys? If America wanted to invade any country that is dusty in the world, they can. Meaning, this is like one of those no points, because there isn't like a actual point to this conversation. Well, okay, let me explain what I'm saying. If, right, let's say America wasn't so powerful. Let's say if it's Uganda having a military base in Kenya, or Senegal, a country that is some kind of distance in power, right, comparative to Kenya. Fine, I agree with that. That's kind of creating obviously chaos and all that stuff. It's America. It's the UK, right? If these countries wanted to, they could take Kenya in a day, if they
No, they
wanted to.
couldn't. No,
So
they couldn't.
Wait,
No,
let
they
him
couldn't.
finish.
right.
Let him
I guess
finish.
what I'm trying to say is there will be zero difference whether America's got a base in Kenya versus if they only got one in Djibouti. The point is they can mobilize from Djibouti easily. They have the greatest navy, right? They don't even have to have like a so-called land post in Kenya for them to be effective. The point is America is so astronomically. Forget even the nukes. I'm just talking about basic discipline, military strategy and equipment compared to Kenya, that it's like it's basically a no point basically.
That's
Okay,
now I have
one question I want to ask you. Do you consider Kenya a sovereign country?
I mean, it has its laws. British people over
Do
here.
you consider Kenya is a sovereign nation on its own?
I mean, I don't think any nation in the world is fully sovereign, but I think it's doing enough sovereign things. It has its own judicial system, which again, sometimes they actually put Americans on trial, as they are against people like me. So they're sovereign enough, I guess.
Okay,
but
so
go ahead,
so do you think it's normal for one sovereign nation to have their military inside another sovereign nation? Do you think that's okay?
I mean, it's okay if they allow it, right? As long as they're not being forced, right? Because obviously Kenya's not being forced.
Okay, why would one country allow another country's military to be
money, trade, relationships? If you notice, right, all the banned countries from America, Kenya's never among that list, even if they do have Al-Shabaab as an example. So trade is a huge one. Preferential treatment in visas. It's basically relationship, right? This is all to do with obviously geopolitics. So yeah, they're definitely benefiting from it, right? You'll never see Kenya in one of those lists of countries where banks, visas are blocked.
You're sacrificing your country's sovereignty for I don't know, for preferential treatment. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, first of all, right, you guys think that this is like some trans-temporal agreement, right? These are renewed contracts on a I don't know if it's like every couple of years, whatever. It's just a contract, right? So there's no America will always be here. America pays
there will be.
Kaiso, let me help you. At least I've served. Let me try to help you guys here. At least I've served. I've been in the service for almost 11 years. So, Kaiso, the reason why I always want to talk about things that I know.
Military.
Okay, no. I work with the Kenyan military in Sudan, in Darfur, though. They are the military police component in Darfur right now. You know that, right? So
you served in there?
So
which military did you serve?
In my country's military. So now, okay, let me tell you the presence of military bases in the country. Is what they do is they lease the property. When they lease the property, that means that country, that part of land the military is living, they technically own that in your own country. They have all sovereign power in that territory. They can even tell you guys not to even walk on that soil in that country. Did you know that? That is number one effects of having a military base in your country.
Even an embassy,
okay?
Right? Yeah.
That they technically own it. Number two, that military base in your country can condition that country. Okay, let me ask you, Kaiser, one simple question. Why do you think you need a military base in another country when you have all these lands available in your country? What do you think people do it for?
Obviously, for strategic reasons.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Control is about just controlling.
Yeah.
In case like there is something that the US don't want in Africa, instead of driving all the way when they don't have no allies in Africa, fighting a war in Africa will be very hard. But when they have an ally in Africa, they will use that base now. So that country will now, in case, let me give you an example. If Zimbabwe has a problem with the United States and the United States want to fight Zimbabwe, for example, they don't need to travel all the way. They just need to have a base in Kenya. Now Kenya will be an enemy to Zimbabwe by way of hosting the US to fight against Zimbabwe. You see the point.
No, I'll explain why, right? If US wanted to invade Zimbabwe using military, they'll just do it.
Yeah.
They have the great...
how would they do it?
But it will be hard. It will be hard. It will be hard. You know why?
How?
You know why it will be hard? Because if you don't have troops on the ground, no matter how bombardments you have, you cannot win a war. Did you know that? You must have boots on the ground. You can bombard as long as you want, but you will not be able to control that country.
Kaiso, let me just give you an example.
America.
Wait. You guys are not making sense to me.
No, see,
right?
look, America.
No,
you. Guys, listen to this.
No. Hang on. Wait.
Guys, I'll explain.
Okay,
America went to Iraq and took Saddam Hussein out of power. Do you know how many allies that America had to pass through their country to get to Iraq? Because all those people around there were their allies. If they did not have, it would be difficult for America, despite how powerful they are, to fight Iraq from America. It's going to be so costly.
It's hard.
It's difficult. You need people around.
No, you guys need to know the specifics. No, you guys are not saying the truth. There's literally only
okay, Kaizo. Do you think that only navies and aircraft can win a war in a country? No. Did you think that? Did you actually believe that?
There's airplanes. They can literally get there with airplanes. America has a lot of air technology, right? Also,
where will you land? You know the problem is if you have an airplane, where will you land to have ground troops on the ground? Because the people will be waiting for you.
Wait. Wouldn't they be waiting for you on your air base though? I mean, your base as well. That logic doesn't make sense because if they know you have
base.
The base that, let's say America has a base in Kenya, right? If let's say America is trying to move from that base, they have to get permission because the rest of the land is not their land, right? And if they don't get permission, that is seen as an invasion. So the point is, right, if they do come to, let's say, Kenya, and they do, let's say, they're trying to mobilize, the moment they're mobilizing without permission, that's already a declaration of war against the Kenyan government.
Against
I'm trying to make it. Okay, let's look at the facts, right? Because you guys like to talk about things without facts. There's only 300 permanent British Army training unit, etc., right, in the base. There's 550 local civilians, right, and then 10,000 people are trained yearly. Meaning, not at the same time. There's obviously it's they change. So the point is, this is a very small base with a very small amount. 300 British soldiers are not gonna be able to really do much.
No, it don't. You're not understanding. It's not about the people. It's about the authority and the autonomy.
Kaizo, you don't understand. You don't understand politics.
Kaizo, recently, isn't the Kenyan accusing the British people of the British soldier of burning some kind of land? I don't know what happened in Kenya recently. Don't you have a problem with the British army? Who gave them that right to do that? You don't know what they're doing. Maybe that's just what you know. Because when we talk about army, don't just talk about these soldiers uniform. They come with scientists. They come with every kind of people.
Fine.
They sit and they're doing all your research about
right. I get all that, but you should be having your internal security strong enough that you can actually now study them. You guys are always let me notice this, right? All I ever hear is you guys what they are doing. You guys are literally acting like hang on. You guys are acting like bitches, like women, like like a man has sex on the woman, right? So you guys are always complaining they're doing this. Who gives a shit what they're doing? Why are you not doing things?
No. You know me. I'm not. One thing I'm saying. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to tell you. Having a foreign military base, the consequences of it. Of course, great powers always will want to do that. I don't blame America for doing that because they are a great power. I don't blame, but I'm saying that these are some of the strategic reasons. That's why they have bases in the countries. One, for control. Two, for easy access to resources. That is all. You understand? Because look at me. If Kenya want to have a base in the United States, do you think that will be acceptable?
Mal, Hamga, Mal.
Okay, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question
Hold on, Joe.
Before I go. So I like the way my brother brought that point about the military base. I agree with you. It's all about control and taking our resources. Now the question that Dart had asked me, I want to ask you guys, where do you see the future of our world? Where do you see the superpower shifting to, and why?
Okay, so right now, I'm not saying like the superpower will move to any other country, but I'm saying that since Africa cannot start developing our own weapons, we will always be inferior to the powers who create weapons. Simple as that. Because you know why? We don't create even a pistol in Africa. They cannot create even a bullet in this 21st century. Can you imagine? No country in Africa except for South Africa, okay, which is light arms. South Africa is producing light arms. It's not heavy armory. And with light arms, you cannot defeat no country with that.
Okay.
Yeah, the fighting will just prolong for a long time with light arms. You cannot defeat no war with that. So they are producing light arms. They are not yet in the level of producing heavy armors.
Okay. I've heard enough. Can y'all hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Kaizo, you don't made the stream for me because well, when I had my discussion with that, black South African dude, I think it was a couple of days ago, and I was pointing out how, black South Africans are being raped by the whites in South Africa. He wanted to play dumb. He wanted to run around. But I said, look, the reality of the conversation is that I'm not seeing. Look, I understand what black folks are up against, but there's a difference between seeing your enemies and fighting back, and seeing your enemies and bending over. And that's what I've been seeing in South Africa. To a point at which I'm seeing videos of a white town in Orania. What the hell is going on here? But anyway, I don't want to derail the topic, so I'm going to add on to what Manel just said. Look, this is what you guys need to understand, okay? In order for you to be any sort of military power on the global stage, you need to have an industrial base. An economic base. That's where it begins. I've said it multiple times, right? If you look at China after Mao Zedong took over, right? After World War II, they were one of the poorest countries in the world. The military was weak. A lot of the military put out Mao Zedong came from the Soviets. People don't understand this. If it wasn't for the Soviets backing the CCP, the Communist Chinese Communist Party, what it did, they may not have won that battle. So, it's also, they were already a weakened country even with that. But what did Mao Zedong do? He understood that if he wanted to bring China back to where it was before, right, he needed the economic base. Even though he was a communist and he had his own feelings about capitalism, right, he said, look, Deng Xiaoping, look, at the end of the day, I have done my part, which is to kind of fight the military fight. Your role is to deal with the economics. They literally turned around and reached out to essentially their enemy, the United States, and said, we're willing to make a deal. You have the one China policy where America says, hey, we recognize that Taiwan is a part of China, but we don't agree with you guys forcefully taking Taiwan, which is, it's all banter, right? But the goal was that they will leverage the quote unquote demographic base in order to attract industry from the West. And in exchange for them giving them access to the markets, they will get technological transfers. And so as the economy started to build up and they became an industrial base, once they had the economic base, they could then build up the military. Look at all the major militaries in the world. What is their budget? It's in the billions, if not trillions. You need the money first. The problem is that you guys are trying to turn... Because here's the problem. If you're trying to quote unquote chase the military without the money, you end up like North Korea, where you're completely isolated. Like Kim Jong-un is fighting so hard to get his little nuclear weapon, but his country has nothing, literally nothing. South Korea already has the economic base. They can get a nuclear whenever they want to. Really, if they really wanted to, they can get a nuclear weapon, and they have the economic base. So instead of you trying to quote unquote go and grab all these rifles and guns, you need to try to leverage your demographics to actually build your economic base first, build your industrial base first. I'm like, one of the main reasons why America even won World War II is because although Germany was a major military power, they did not have the industrial base America did. The U.S. could just pump out tanks every day. They couldn't compete.
The Soviets won World War II, by the way.
Okay. I'm talking about in regards to Germany and the United States. Now look, I understand the Soviets, they paid the most price. I'm like, they had the biggest casualty, we get that. But the reason, what propelled America to get so big in that war was because they already had the industrial base. All they had to do was take those factories from producing products to military gear. And that was
it. I think what you said is understood, Hammer. But the issue is we were talking about why is Kaizo saying it okay that he's got British military in African country? Why does he say
I do not believe in I don't believe in having military bases in these African countries. But to be honest, bro, at this point it doesn't matter. That's not even like a top 5 6 concern.
No, that's the point that it doesn't matter.
No, you can't say that.
Look, let me tell you why. Okay,
why are you so ahead?
What are you? Okay, if you don't have an industrial base, an economic base, even a military base, what are you gonna do about it?
Okay, listen to yourself. You're talking about you have to build your economy and get power. If you have a military base in your country, don't you think those people may jeopardize your opportunity to have that economic power?
How? I want to see how.
Okay, because
yes, but here's the thing, right? Until you build up that situation, you can't resist that. Look, China has been encircled by the United States for decades. America has had military base around them for years.
Bro, I know we like to use example from different countries, but the base.
No, but it's true.
Listen,
there's more military bases in Asia than there is in Africa. It's not even close. They have way more there.
Listen what I'm going to say. Our bases are not different. Look at when China was doing all those things. Well, how was Africa? We've messed up in the beginning. What are you
talking about? China was poor than after World War II. China had a smaller economy than even many African colonies.
Okay, Hammer. Let me ask you a question, Hammer. So, Hammer.
Okay, yes.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Hammer. Can I ask you a question?
Yes. Go ahead.
Are you approving? Do you want the US and the British and the West or China? All of them to have bases in Africa. Do you approve that really?
No, I do not believe that the basis, but I'm saying that should not be a concern. The bigger issue about.
Then why do you not agree to that? Let them have bases in all over Africa. What do you think is the consequence of that?
Well,
in your own understanding, please.
Well, obviously having bases all across the country, right, allows them to project influence within the region, right? That's the fundamental reason.
Thank you.
Right? But okay. Yeah. But here's the issue, right? Your biggest concern needs to be on the economic side. America has military.
Of course, we know that. Everybody know that. That is what Kifaru was saying. Kifaru was saying that individual African countries' currencies are not important no more because the reason why outside of Africa, individual currencies are not important. That if Africa can feel things will be better. So this military basis in Africa is also another concern for Africans. We should also discuss about that. Is not like trying to hate other people. Of course, throughout history, major powers, if they are major powers, they try to create influence in other parts of the world. So it's our responsibility to gather ourselves together. One day for sure, we'll also not want outside military bases in our continent. You understand? Yeah, this is what we are just saying. We are not opposing, other people.
You guys are not getting it, right? America's power is literally it's like a human being versus an ant. No matter whether they have a military base or not, they can fuck you over whenever they. That's the problem here.
But then why? Okay. Let me ask you. Then why did they have it then? If they can do that without having
it's easier for them. Operational costs.
Let me explain to you. Okay.
Wow. Okay. Can I say something?
United States. Okay. So the United States.
Hello. Hold on.
Let me respond to Mel quickly. Let me respond to Mel. I'll let you go.
Okay, you better say something.
The United States essentially preaches the idea of what they call a rules-based order. So they go around the world and try to get nations to subscribe to UN Charter and the idea of this rules-based system. So although they can always use covert operations to get at you, they understand in order to maintain the soft power, they have to at least go through the official channels. They don't have to go through
how much kind of
stage coups and do that, but they have to do that to preserve their image. So it doesn't matter whether or not the base there or not. If you don't have the economic base, if you don't have the industrial base, if you don't have the military base, they will find some Uncle Tom in there to fuck you over. Okay, Tunaja, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Hang on before you go to Niger, because you guys, Hammer is the only high IQ guy here who gets my point. The point is, these guys are astronomically more powerful than every area. Right, sanctions. It got whatever interest. Now, the only military-based stuff they're using as soft power, right? It's like, okay,
soft power.
We gotta go and talk to Kenyan government before we do anything, mobilization, etc. Right? But if they want to, they don't need to do any of those things. They could literally arrive on the Navy ships, right? And they could pay off a lot of corrupt government officials and have like 10,000 troops coming in as a normal cargo ship. Right, there's no limit to how they could come in easily, right?
And also, Kaizo. I'm still.
They are talking to themselves. Can somebody else say something?
Okay,
Tunaja, go ahead. Tunaja, go ahead. Go Tunaja.
Go ahead.
Wow, talk about the faulty reasoning, and you are the one talking about IQ. Stop, Kezo. You are the one talking about IQ when you have faulty reasoning. Come on, man. How can you just say that? You should just because your enemy is strong. Let me make it easy for the enemy.
No,
just stop that. You're that's what you are saying. You are saying. No, let me finish what I'm saying.
That's not what we're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Can I say something? You're talking now.
Go.
So you just basically said, oh, just because they are very strong, and the other one says, oh, because they don't want to make themselves look bad, that's why they just go to the soft channel. They have 1,000 ways of suppressing countries.
Yes,
you don't make it easy for them. You remember, the United States is very, very strong, but remember, they are only as strong apart from their strongest enemy. That's if you take the power of their strongest enemy into account. Listen, let me. Oh my God! Can I just say something?
Okay, go finish. Go ahead, finish.
So, if somebody, let's say, is the scale of power, America is 10, China is 7 or 6, India is this is 6, Russia is 6. If America comes at you and you knock America down from 10 to 8, the other nations now have power over America. So the dynamics of power has a role to play in this. Don't just think just because the United States is strong, then it's only Kenya that they have to pound. No, they have other enemies, other rivals.
Yes.
So we are not entirely weak. That's entirely weak in terms of if you look at it from that point of view. This is the reason why the Singapore leader said, if you want to come and attack us, they are going to behave like a poison shrimp. By the time you are finished, they are done with you. They are going to poison you. In other words, weaken
Singapore?
you. And the same, Singapore said that, and the same tactics.
Singapore is a city state. They can be crushed anytime. What are you talking about?
You can,
that's what they said. They can say all they want to say. They can be crushed by any means. Calm down. Okay, go ahead.
It's the same tactics. This in North Korea uses too. North Korea knows that America can defeat it, but they said, by the time you are done, they are done with America. Ensure that they hate America more than America hates North Korea. They are willing to go head on and take America on because they don't like America being the superpower of the world. So sometimes just because you are small doesn't necessarily make you weak. You could be very dangerous to a superpower.
Okay, Tunaja, let me whisper, right? Do you know what? First of all, Singapore is a city state, and right. So there's not like North Korea, which had a nuclear weapon. That's not right. Do you know what separates Singapore and many African nations? Because you kind of prove my point. What is Singapore in Asia?
A tiny country.
Yes, but economically, where are they at? They're one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Everyone knows this. And they already have
the very, very strong military.
They already have the economic base to do that. Don't
put the cart before the horse. They build their military base first before they build their economy. The same thing with China. This crazy argument, so-called IQ
even
making here is very wrong.
China's I'm gonna give this a right. When Mao Zedong sent his troops to take over Taiwan, America essentially sent what was it called? A war destroyer, right? Through the Taiwanese Strait, right? Blitz the soldiers. They know they know what to do. That's the reason why it never took Taiwan. During that time period, they didn't even try. We're just going to send a small war destroyer through the Taiwanese Strait, blitz your soldiers, and that's it. They humiliated Mao Zedong in front of everyone. That's the reason why, till this day, they have not invaded Taiwan. It wasn't until China became the industrial base that they were able to build up the military. A lot of the military power that Mao Zedong had was because they were being backed by the Soviets. Read your history to Niger.
You see how you are learning the wrong lessons.
No, bro.
Can I finish? You just finished. No. It has to be two ways. You can't be talking about people. It has to be two ways. It has to be two ways.
I don't think this is an argument issue. I think you should just try to be comfortable. Lower your voice and talk to people because the history you are saying, everybody know about Mao Zedong. Calm down, my friend.
I'm a black man with a loud voice. It is what it is.
But you are shouting too much. Calm down, okay? Because you talk over people. When people want to talk, you just talk, and that is not the way people discuss.
It's not even making sense. That's the worst.
It is about discussion. It's not about fighting.
It's wrong too.
We are not here.
Let me ask you something, right? Why didn't Mao Zedong?
Don't say anything. I've not even made my point.
This is why I said we are not here to fight. We are not fighting. What we are saying.
Why didn't Mao Zedong seize Taiwan? Tell me that. If China was so
military capability at that time.
What's wrong with you? The reason why.
Tell me.
You are not learning the right lesson from it. Why didn't you ask yourself, why did America not go to China instead? Why did they not invade China? And save
America threatened to nuke China if they tried to invade Taiwan.
Why did they not do that?
Because China.
Why did they not take China?
Mao Zedong back down. I just told you why. They told them, don't go into Taiwan. The Chinese backed down, and that was it.
Oh my God! Why are you talking about Taiwan? Why did America not take Taiwan if they had the chance, if they had the power?
Why did America
not take China? Why did they not take China? Why did they just why did they not take control of China if they had the power?
The reason why they did not invade China, right, is because during this time period, right, their goal was to split China from the Soviets. Keep this in mind.
Why did they succeed? What was stopping them?
They succeeded to break away from the Soviets.
Strong military and backers. They have a superior, strong military. And
China was was already the first thing they did after the Second World War was to go headlong.
Their military was literally built by the Soviets. What are you talking about? They were the junior partner to the Soviet Union. Even the military technology, the nuclear technology came from the Soviet Union.
No. Let's calm down. What year are you talking about?
So now we're going to pretend that the Soviets didn't build up the CSP, right? Just magic. Come on, man.
You know that already. What year are you talking about?
It just came out of nowhere. Like, stop.
What year are you talking about? So I will know whether to agree or disagree with you. What year are you talking about?
I keep forgetting the years, but what I'm saying is that
what period? 70s, 60s,
right after World War II, right? When Mao Zedong, when he was finishing that war, right, he was bringing back a lot of the military support they had from the Soviets, right? Because the Soviet Union wanted China to flip to the communism bloc, so they backed the Communist Party. The PRC was being backed by the Americans. They fled to Taiwan. America to this day always supports Taiwan because what the party that rules Taiwan was their ally. But the CCP was the ally of the Soviets, which they backed. When Mao Zedong he tried to go and seize Taiwan, and America sent warships towards the Taiwan to say, don't touch Taiwan. And they backed down because they were not on the level of the Americans. They didn't have
why didn't America entirely? Why didn't America entirely?
Why didn't Mao Zedong had to sell to the Americans?
And you calm down, jeez.
Calm down. Why didn't America entirely go to completely subjugate China to their whims? You know, why didn't they entirely go to do that?
I literally just told you the goal was okay. Originally, the goal was to have the PRC take over China, right, and use them as a proxy, right? The Soviets essentially is right next door. They're nuclear power, and right now there's a cold going on. So there's a sphere of a nuclear, catastrophe. Then number two.
Point, but never mind.
Okay, number two, the Soviets were able to have the side win the CCP. China becomes a junior partner. Okay, right. So the goal was okay. We go indirectly.
You know some details, but you don't understand.
Oh my god, bro! If they go and directly go in a military conflict with China, the fear is it will bring the Soviets into the war and directly potentially go into nuclear conflict.
So the Soviet provision of nuclear. Hold on. Hold on. Hammer. The Soviets assistance to the Chinese and provision of nuclear deterrence to China. Kind of, and they backing and support to China.
Okay, this is before the CCP obtained nuclear weapons. They got that later on. During this time period, it's after the Soviets helped Mao Zedong take over. Right, this time they had not got nuclear weapons. Right, so they were under the Soviets' nuclear umbrella. I'm gonna give you an example. Right, why doesn't Russia invade Germany or France? Okay, invade Germany or Poland or Hungary
because they're under the United States.
Why? Because they're under the American nuclear umbrella. Now that the CCP had won, they were under the Soviet nuclear umbrella. It was never about China.
Oh my God! You keep learning the wrong lessons constantly. They study it, but they don't learn their lessons.
Tell me what the lesson is. Tell me. What's the lesson?
The lesson
okay. Hammer, sorry. Okay, are you done?
Hold on. Go on to Niger.
The lesson is all these nations.
If you don't have the economic base or the industrial base, you're not
wait. If you talk, people listen. If you talk, people listen. Can you calm down and wait? When people talk, you also listen.
I'm sorry. Okay, Tunaja, go ahead.
The lesson is all these nations, what they have in common is that they build their security base first before they became more industrialized and the West started welcoming whatever they want to welcome or hate them as much as they want to hate them in the case of North Korea. If you don't take care of your security, that's the wrong-headed thinking that Kezo is talking about here, that we should have military bases.
And you're wrong.
Hold on, can I finish my point? That we should have military bases in our country. That we should have military bases in our country. Okay.
Let me put it in words Hammer will understand. Hammer, be it the Soviet Union, be it being under the Soviet Union umbrella, or be it being having nuclear armament, it was enough of a deterrent for the United States to tread carefully with China. That is a security
once again measure. You're missing the point here. Okay,
that is
the Soviets were already a superpower nation. They built up that country. That's what you're failing to understand. If the Soviets did not back the Chinese, they would have been fucked. That's what would have happened. If the Soviets said, "Hey, America, we are not going to provide them nuclear weapons. We're not going to defend them. Do whatever you want to them," they would have been fucked. Because that's what happened when the Anglo-Saxons came there. My point has been this. When it comes to every country that becomes a major power, they have the economics first. It's not the military. If you don't have the money and the economics...
Oh my God. How does your argument...
If you don't have the economics, nothing else matters. Okay? North Korea...
What is he saying? This guy is just making noise. You're annoying me now, actually.
I just said it multiple times. What I'm saying is that if you are a country, let me say it to you, since you can listen, right? A country, before you to become a major power,
we understand. We had that 1,000 times now. Just calm down. I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you said Mao Zedong. When Mao Zedong fought with who? The person he fought with was also a communist. Did you know that person was actually trained in Russia too, in Soviet Union? Did you know that?
Can you say that again? Sorry, I was doing something. What is it?
I mean, Mao Zedong fought with somebody, okay?
Yeah, he was a proxy for the Soviets. We know that.
Okay. I know.
Yeah, we already know that. He was a proxy for the Soviets. We know that.
The person he even fought with was also a Soviet puppet. Did you know that?
Yeah, the CCP. Yeah, they were a proxy for the Soviets. But we really know that. That's why they were.
They have. You know what? They have different definition of communism. That is why
they had different definition. That's what it split on, and America exploited that. But originally, what was the agreement, bruh? We backed the CCP to beat the PRC so you can turn China to communism. And for a long time, they were the junior partner. Now later on, they were a different way, but originally that's how it was.
You are going on over this. That's not the point we're arguing here. The point we are arguing, you are saying that you require an economic base before you can build this security base.
Agree.
Wrong. That is not what nations do. You have to go for your security base first before you build the economy on top of it.
It's like, bro, how do you build? Okay, how do you build a military? How do you build a military base without money? Tell me, Tunisia, if you're a poor country, how do you build a military base? Tell me. Explain to the audience how a country with no money is going to be a military superpower. Tell me.
You know when China
Tell me. If you have no money, how do you become a military power? Tell me. What are you talking about, Tunisia?
Okay, that's fine, Hammer. Okay, Hammer. So did you now
hold on, stop interrupting. We need to get to the bottom of this because this guy is waffling all over the place and making a lot of noise and running away with it.
North Korea was backed by the Soviet storyteller. Same point.
That's why he interrupts constantly. We have to get to the point of they are trying to make. Tell us now, after the Second World War, Russia backed China. When did China build their nuclear weapon?
China essentially built a nuclear weapon right after the split, the Sino-Russia split. Because what ended up happening is that I forgot the exact year, but essentially I forgot the exact year. But essentially what happened?
Yeah, what makes you think? What makes you?
Well, it doesn't matter. But once again, I know the events that happened. What do you want me to go and put the exact year? Is that all that matters? I'm like, okay, I can put it right now. Okay, year of the Sino-Soviet split. If that's what you want. Right? Okay. Let me see here. 1960, 1999. So that was that period. But that's the reason I'm referring to.
Now you are wrong. They started building their nuclear weapons in the early 50s.
Bruh, I'm talking about the time of the Sino-Soviet split.
Are you hearing what I just said? They started building their nuclear weapon in the early 50s.
That's not true. Let me see here. Wait a minute.
Figure it out. You see it.
Wait a minute.
To Nigeria, first of all, China's got 550 million people, right? At that time.
Oh my.
So money-wise,
that's not true. That's not true. They developed the first ever nuclear test in 1964. That's when they developed it.
In the 1950s.
Nope. It says here they began the process 1960s. That's what it says.
No, 50s actually.
No, it literally says here. I just searched it up. 1960s. Because why? No. Stop, Tunisia. Why is that? So Google's wrong? Okay. Why is that? Why? The reason why I said the Sino-Soviets because I know from memory.
You are wrong. That's when they did the test. I told you when they're building it was in the 50s. You think they just started it overnight and build their bomb?
Look at this.
Where do you think? Wait a minute. Where do you think they got technology from, Tunisia?
What?
Where do you think they got technology to build nuclear weapons? Because timing matters, right? The Sino-Soviet.
Can you ask a question and you answer it? What is wrong with you?
Okay. Where do you think they got technology to build their nuclear weapons from?
Look at that. They were working with the Chinese in the 50s to build their nuclear weapon. Then the Chinese said they wanted to have a Rushmore with this in the Americans, and the Russians, said they want to have a Rushmore with the Americans, and the Chinese told the Russians that no. And even if the Russians assured them that they're going to give them their nuclear umbrella, the Chinese said no, up yours. I'm going to carry on with my nuclear technology. Go and do your sweet with the Americans.
Yeah. So,
hold on. The key point here is that they pursued their defense first.
But who gave them the technology? Who? Okay. Bruh, no matter how you frame it, it still goes back to what I said, right? It all began because a superpower was backing them. Bruh, if the Soviet Union did not back the CCP, bruh, if the Soviet
don't have a military base in China, what is wrong with you?
Bruh, if it wasn't for the Soviets, they would not have any of that military power. You know that.
Yes, we know that.
So in other words, they were able to circumvent by having the help of a superpower. But most countries on their own, if you want to be a major power, military power, you need to have an economic base first. The only other way is to have another bigger country provide them for you.
Hammer, which one?
They didn't go after the economic first. What is wrong with you?
They went after
the military first. What is wrong with this guy?
No, bruh. The Soviets provided for them, bruh.
Come on. What he's saying is that whether China went for military, if they didn't have the help of China, they wouldn't have done it, basically.
Yeah, if they didn't have the Soviets. If the Soviets did not help them, they would not be there. It doesn't. They are the exception. That's, bruh.
You need that military base first because why do you think they went for that first? They could have gone for economic first.
To Niger. You're literally proving my point. If it was not for the Soviets providing us support, they wouldn't have it. The Soviets were already a superpower. They already had everything, the industrial base, the economic base.
I don't want to insult you.
If China did not have the Soviets, they would not be able to build that military. That's true. You can't get around that, Niger.
Russia getting involved had nothing to do with the economy. So stop bringing economy to it.
I can promise you the Soviets had a way bigger economy than the Chinese during that time period. It's not even close. And they also had Eastern Europe. Hold up, they had the quote unquote. They had Eastern Europe under control too. Don't underestimate that. Go ahead.
The fact is, if the China wanted to pursue economic force, they could have gone with the deal they did second. They could have gone with the United States and the rest of the Western world. But security was more of a paramount to them. Being under the Soviet umbrella was more of a paramount to them to then later on develop their own forms of deterrent.
But what I'm saying is that
hold on.
And they even rejected the Soviet umbrella when the Soviet
they wanted
to give it to them. They rejected it and said they are still going to go ahead.
Yeah, they wanted to develop their own form of deterrent, but to be under the umbrella of the Soviet Union, that was more paramount to them than the relationship of developing an economy force as well. Because if they wanted, they could have just sided with the West and just did what they did later on.
Okay. The reason,
in order to gain leverage,
Mao was already on that communist stuff already, right?
Yeah, I'm tired of listening because Hammer, all what you are explaining, everybody understand that what we are discussing here is what is the purpose of having other powers having military bases all over the world. Okay, I said that it is important strategically for them in case of any emergencies, or whatsoever, they can easily deploy their forces from other places. I ask you, Hammer, do you think it's healthy for an African continent to be hosting all this military? It's just like before the colonization.
No, I answer the question.
Wait, my friend, wait. Can you? Hammer, where are you from?
Don't access.
All right, go ahead.
Listen when people want to talk. Okay, I said during colonization, invasion of the Europeans or whatsoever colonizers, people fought to drive them out because we want independence, right? Now, if great powers are coming, including China, Russia, or whatsoever, coming to acquire bases in Africa, and those bases are leased. Okay, I'm talking from a security perspective. I don't think that is very healthy for Africans, even though what we need to do is, as you said, we build our economies, but if building our economies also has to go building with our securities, because security is the paramount thing. Before you build your economy, you have to be secure first. If you are secure, then you can build your economy. But now, how can you build an economy that is already tied to a dollar? You understand how Africa is getting it very hard. So I'm saying building different military bases in Africa, it does not help African sovereignty. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So I said, do you agree? Do you agree? Do you want the colonizers still to have military bases all over Africa? Do you approve that or you don't?
I've said it multiple times, okay? I do not approve of foreign military base in Africa. But once again, and I've said it throughout the whole panel, right? You are up against an opponent where they don't need the bases there anyway. Exactly. They can look up, dude, to Niger. They literally sanctioned. Let me respond. They literally sanctioned. To Niger, bruh. Look at what they're doing to Russia right now. Okay, Russia has one of the biggest military in the world, and they seized their assets. What are you talking about? They literally almost cut Russia off the international banking system. They don't need a base there. They can see if they can seize your entire international system.
My question is,
if Russia could be, if they could go after Russia like this, despite Russia's military, if they could seize $600 billion from the foreign reserves, if they could sanction that country, Russia has a bigger military than Nigeria will ever have. And look at how it's being done to them. You think having guns gonna stop that?
Oh my God.
If you don't have the economic base, none of that matters.
What is happening?
I'm not making an example of Russia. I'm making an example for Africa. I'm telling you. Do you think it's reasonable enough for you?
What is all this question you asking? And let me engage
Because
this
I'm
guy.
confused.
Asking all these relevant questions.
No, guys.
No, because
Hammer is saying no, and at the same time he's approving. Because what I'm saying,
we live in a complex world, man. It's not that, dude. We live in a complex world. It's not simplistic. It's not that simple. It's not a yes or no answer. Yes, we don't want military bases, but understand that you're dealing with an opponent where even if you remove all the bases, they can still Russian you. They can still seize your assets. They can still embargo you.
And this
so
guy
it's amazing.
Can you just shut up?
Hang on.
For the second
really? So I'm gonna shut up. You know what, Nigeria? I want get Nigeria.
One second, Hammer. Let me add in a few points here to Nigeria, and this is where I disagree.
This guy is so noisy.
Wait, hang on.
If you want to be rowdy, let's get rowdy.
Let's do that.
Yeah, Nigeria. Let me have my point, then you can go ahead. The point here is, I don't see to Nigeria from you guys' point of view how this military base makes a difference. It really doesn't make a difference for you. Yeah, it gives them
it makes a difference to them.
Wait, hang on. Yeah.
How can you tell them what makes a difference to them?
So Nigeria, let me give my point first. Okay? Let me just give my point. To Nigeria, it doesn't make a difference whether they have a military base in your country or not. If they want to have you, they're powerful enough in multiple different ways that they can get you, and they have shown this already before. Now I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm against it to Nigeria. What I'm trying to say is just don't have this fantasy that not having a military base is going to make a difference.
Yeah.
Right?
No. It's a start.
Wait, hang on.
It's a start. You can't say you don't want somebody to shoot you. This guy, you are slow, man. I don't know what's wrong with you, Hammer. You can't say you're really slow. Can you just shut up? Let me talk. Let me talk.
You've been cutting me off.
You can't say somebody has a gun. Can you just shut up? Let me talk. You can't say. Can you just shut up? You can't say just because somebody sniper rifle that if the person has a gun to your head, like to your temple, there's no difference because he's got a sniper rifle. You would rather the person take that gun from your temple so that he has to worry about aiming at you and maybe you will dodge the bullet.
And what I'm saying is
when it comes to security, you can't believe there is no difficult. You have to present some difficulty. What kind of bully? What kind of this wimp that is in a playground that gives the bully everything the bully wants? You have to make it hard for the bully. Make them do some work. If they leave that continent, it's going to be harder for them. They have to buy over. They have to spend more money. They may even take a risk of being hit by some enemy missiles while they are crossing their borders. It's not that simple. It's harder when you have to travel longer distance. Why do you think they are bothering to? Why do you think they are willing to billions of dollars putting military bases in Africa? Is it because they are not doing it for charity?
They have military bases all around the world.
Yes,
what are you talking about?
And they also do some in Africa.
They have many tools here, man. But see, here's the problem I have.
How is this even an argument? This stuff is self-evident. The fact that they put it there tells you that they need it somehow. What is wrong with you?
What I'm saying is that no. They operate under the rules-based system where they have to essentially operate so that they have to keep their image intact. Don't worry, they can stage close Nigeria.
Oh my God, this guy! I don't know what they are talking. What kind of image are you talking about? They are in your country, and you can't even make sense of the fact that they are there. What is wrong with you?
But wait a minute, you don't understand.
I don't know who allows you to be talking this garbage.
Wait a minute. You don't understand.
The people actually are on the ground, and you're telling them that they don't have to do that. What is wrong with you?
Okay, so you
this guy is just here gaslighting people, and he's basically stunting the conversation because he's not making sense.
Wait a minute.
You're not making sense. I'm going to call you out because it looks like you are here to stunt the conversation. You see, you have wasted a lot of people's time here. You have wasted people's time here. This guy is not here to talk.
Everything you're saying sounds nice.
You have to learn. You have to learn how to call some people out. You have to learn how to call some people out. That guy is not here to talk.
You're very
He's here to stunt conversations.
It's very simplistic, okay?
Do you know on the ground and you're making stupid argument around them? As if you're going to tell them what is important for them.
You're very simplistic.
They are on the ground already. Stop making their life up for them. They need it for a reason, and they are there.
They can seize
Are you the commander of American military now?
They can seize your economy tomorrow. They don't give a fuck. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, what is stopping them from doing it then? What is stopping them from doing it?
Assets to Niger.
What is stopping them from doing it then?
They can literally fund Boko Haram.
Oh my God! What is stopping them from doing it? These are people that have to live here. This is Afghanistan.
I just told you, right? Rules.
They left Afghanistan with people falling from their aircraft.
Bruh, I'm literally telling you why.
Afghanistan. Oh, you know why? You know that they don't have unlimited power. Somehow you think they're Thanos. They can do whatever they like. They can do whatever they like. They just wait. They listen. Everybody lies down and die. You don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Stop being emotional, brother. Okay?
No, you're talking nonsense. It doesn't make sense. You're basically saying they have a military base in the country. They don't need to have it because they just want to waste money.
It's one of their many tools. They have other tools. And if you take out that tool, they'll bring another tool. And what I'm saying is that really,
but you make it harder for them. Okay. You can't give them all the tools they need. You have to give them some.
To Niger. Do you even know how they get these
things there? You know your logic. Your logic is
these
that
African governments allow them to do that.
You see your logic. Your logic is basically saying, hold on now. If it's not this guy, man, this is a stunted conversation. This is how bad it is. See, hold on. Let me make this point. If you were so correct,
go to Nigeria.
I'm not even smart. My problem is that you are deliberately stunting conversation. You are deliberately not wanting to be clever about this. No. Stop wasting time. You are wasting people's time. If you want to keep shouting like this, I'm going to do this shouting with you because this is what you have been doing all evening. I'm going to do this shouting with you. This guy is stupid. He just here to just come and start conversation. This guy has just wasted everybody's time. I don't know what case will put you up to it. He just came here to waste people's time. Ridiculous. If military base did not matter, why do you think America almost lost their mind because of the Cuba crisis? Why do you think America wanted to go to war because of missiles in Cuba?
Oh my God, bro! Cuba has been sanctioned for the past 60 years.
Why should I really want to be reasonable? He's an idiot.
Dude, they have economically destroyed
Cuba. Hold on. I'm going to have him listen to himself right now.
What are you talking about?
I'll have him listen to himself right now. Guys,
you have all this energy, Boko Haram is running through your country. Bro, mute yourself.
Talk, man. Talk. Big mouth.
He's okay. It's like, but that's what I'm saying. Bruh, my point has remained the same, which is that look, I don't believe the military bases being there, right? But at the end of the day, your focus needs to be building up. Oh my God. Your focus needs to be building up your economic and industrial base. Because you're facing against a group of people that control oh my God. Listen, that control the international banking system. You can have the biggest, like Russia, if they can seize your assets, that is amazing. To Niger, what's wrong with your mic, bro? See, that's the problem.
Hang on. Otherwise, Nigel will keep doing that.
Let me have a go.
No, he needs to stop that attitude of just shouting over people. If he carries on like that, I'm going to do that to him. It's an idiot.
Go and get Boko Haram off your back to Niger. Do that first, okay? Get Nigerians know together and get Boko Haram off your back. Do that first, Niger.
Stop that. In a situation where people are not attacking you, but even if Tunisia disagrees with you, but at least you made your point, right? Hold on.
No, because he retarded. He was wrong.
Hold on. Why do you feel the need to shout and interrupt the conversation where you're not being attacked? Yes, we can disagree.
I'm not shouting. I have a natural loud voice. I'm a black West African. It is what it is.
It interrupts the flow of the conversation, and we're not getting.
No, don't bring you are a black West African. Please don't stop that insult.
Is there to block conversation? You see how he's laughing. Is there to block conversation? If he wants to talk, block him too.
Wow. You just want to be disruptive.
Look,
do you want to be disruptive?
I destroyed all the points. Look, at the end of the day, no matter how you slice up no matter how you slice up the conversation, okay?
All the points.
No, I did, because no matter how you slice it up, you can have the biggest military like Russia. But if you don't have the economic, the industrial base, they will run you over. That's the reality.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Please stop behaving like that.
You're an old man.
Stop. You need to stop.
Yeah, let's consolidate some of the points.
If he wants to be troublesome, I'll give you trouble.
Tonight, you guys will sort it out. Let me make.
Tonight, just stop it, bro.
Yeah, let me make my point tonight. Tonight, look, Hamad does have a point, and the point is right, and I think it's the same point as me. Yes, military bases are not good. Obviously, it's not good for your sovereignty and how it looks and all that stuff, right? But clearly, they don't have like 10,000 troops. They got 300 people in Kenya, right? Trust me, they're not going to mobilize anything significant with 300 people. They couldn't.
You train 10,000 people there.
Yeah, yearly, as in 10,000 people come in at different times, right? It's not like 10,000 people.
10,000 soldiers are coming through your country every year.
Hang on tonight. You're doing what Hammer is doing, right? But anyways, the point.
No, I'm not continually shouting at you.
No, but anyways, you're not letting me finish my point, Tunisia.
Exactly.
Okay, so Tunisia, listen. Yes, it's not a good thing. It's not good for the image. However, in the grand scheme of things, it literally makes no difference to the country's safety. Now, if you're going to tell me, okay, fine, go and get the latest drone tech, right? Anti-ballistic missiles that that can counteract, let's say, nuclear weapons, right? They're not going to deploy anyways. Fine, I'll say, yeah, Tunisia, that is a great endeavor to be focusing on, as well as your economics, right? Why don't you say, Tunisia, Kenya needs to build a military-industrial complex, meaning they start manufacturing, right, high-level standard equipment they can sell to Africa. That way, they're focusing on both the so-called military security as well as the economics. Because the issue is the countries that didn't get the economics, didn't do the economics is North Korea, and the country's a shithole. Yeah, they might have some nukes there, but trust me, you know what?
Exactly.
America is doing research right now for anti-missile tech. Meaning, at some point, America is going to get tech that no matter how many nuclear missiles you have, it won't reach them. Right, because they'll be able to counter every single one of them. So the point here is, no, they can't.
Okay, Tunisia.
Right. The point here is,
no. Good luck stopping a nuclear tsunami. Good luck with that one.
Tunisia,
Tunisia does have a point. I mean, hold
on. Ridiculous. The white man is always.
Don't worry, Tunisia. On this point, I will always disagree.
This is the difference between you and Tunisia. You actually think having 200,000 soldiers makes a difference when you
it doesn't mean anything.
And ballistic missiles. No, Tunisia, you're looking behind.
It does make a difference. Oh my God, this guy.
Hang on, Tunisia, please be serious. DARPA is developing anti-nuclear missiles technology. That's one of their main things that they're trying to do, that so that they can remain one step ahead. Do you not know how tech improves to Niger? This is just science and engineering. The first person to be able to stop nuclear missiles is going to be the next superpower. That's what the white man is thinking. You're out here thinking 200,000 troops is going to help you.
I thought people who got AI would be the new superpower.
Yeah, it's next.
I've thought about it. I've thought about this stuff as somebody that is involved on extent. Hold on. I'm supposed to respond to that, please. As somebody that is into tech, I've thought about it. There are so many. There's only a few ways you can be able to stop a nuclear tsunami that is coming at your city. Forget it. There's no way. Point is that when you say that, hold on now. There is not going to be any way anytime soon. I mean, hold on. What I'm saying to you is that how can you say just because 5 guns are pointed at you, you cannot start by removing one of them to increase your safety? Because 4 of them is going to kill you.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me. And I'm not done.
Go ahead.
If this was such a terrible idea, it means that you can argue that China should have a military base in America. It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. China can still change things. It doesn't. America should not react to the Cuban Missile Crisis because it's just in Cuba. It's not going to matter because they can still attack Soviet Union. No. Why do you think Israel is doing? Israel wants to create a few minutes, just get extra minutes to be able to defend itself from its the neighbors. Every single inch you get matters. Why do you think Russia is fighting now? Russia is fighting because space between them and NATO is close. It is too close. They want to push them back. Every inch matters in this world. Jesus, how can you not understand that?
Okay, Tunisia, great. And let me ask you, how was the United States able to get all those European countries to join NATO? Because now you're going to prove my point, right? Russia had all these weapons, so how did Russia lose all that influence? From Poland,
because
Hungary,
lack of economics.
What does America have that Russia does not? Because you're about to prove my point. Why it's retarded, right? Russia can have all the military in the world because America had the economic base. They could use their money and buy those countries out.
He has a question and answers it himself.
You literally brought the Russia example. The Russia example proves my point. The reason why the reason why Russia, the real reason.
If you're not going to let me talk, you're going to listen to yourself soon.
The reason why the real
you're going to start listening to yourself soon if you're not going to let me talk.
But it's my turn. The reason why the Russians are in the position they're in is really because they did not have the economic influence that the U.S. had. They could have had all. They could have had all the military.
Can I say something about that? Can I say something about that now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I argue that the bigger scheme of things, when Russia compared to the West, Russia has the same kind of military deterrent that the West has, but they don't have the economic base. As a matter of fact, that's partly why the Soviet Union failed, because they don't have everything, but they still have the ability to determine their own. Nobody can mess with them. That is what I want for our continent. Security. See, hold on now. Russia went through a terrible time after the fall of the Soviet Union. When Boris Yeltsin was going to America begging for money all the time. That the mafia. Hold on now. The mafia was basically running Russia during that period. Everybody was calling Russia nation. I heard it. Hold on now. I heard it in my own ears and I saw it on CNN news. They were calling Russia all kinds of names, like Russia was a dumb country, and I knew that was a terrible mistake. And within 4 years, after Putin came to power, Russia has been restored. What is the difference? What I saw there, let me teach you what
Russia is
what I saw. Hold on now. Can you just shut up? Let me finish my point. The difference is that Russia had military strength, hence they were able to recover very quickly. They have more security strength, they were able to recover very quickly. That's why Africa has not recovered, because they don't have that. If we had that, we will recover a lot faster too.
Bruh, Tunisia, you're being so disingenuous, right? Number one, Russia was a superpower that was equivalent to the United States, okay? America was able to use first of all, they instituted the Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe economically. They built up Japan and used Japan as a military outpost in the Pacific, right? Then they essentially used these Western nations as proxies to economically isolate the Soviets. Then after doing that, this is what. Now here's the thing. After beating them economically, this is what led to a downfall. They have been using
we already agreed on that point. Stop going on agreed on that point.
Let me finish. They have been using. Let me finish. They have been using the economic base to gain influence in Eastern Europe. So it doesn't matter all the military.
This guy can't even take years for an answer.
Bruh, I let you finish. Let me finish.
We already agreed with you on that one. Go to the next point.
Hang on. Let Dr. Nogus ask the question.
Bruh, I let Tunisia finish. Oh my God. This one.
Sorry, Hammer. You don't need to give us a history lesson. The point of disagreement here in the conversation,
I didn't even get to finish my point.
Hold on. Tonight, we all know the history. Yeah, I can tell you, Dr. Kezo knows the history. Rifleman knows the history.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What was I going to say then?
Hold on.
What was I going to say? Since you already know.
Hold on. We all know the history, right? But what the point of disagreement here is, which comes first? You know what I mean? Is it
economic base. I said that multiple times.
Hold on. Is it
Russia did not need economic base,
and that's why they failed because Russia, they didn't have fail.
Oh my God, they didn't fail. It's still a country. It's still one of the strongest countries in the world.
Bro,
what is wrong with you?
To Tunisia, what is happening in Ukraine? Why is Russia fighting Ukraine?
Because Americans are using their military.
They're literally being surrounded by NATO. If Ukraine joins NATO, it's over for them.
Oh my God.
Ukraine they could have all the weapons they have, but America was able to use the economy
is basically fighting on its territory, while Russia is sitting pretty there to attack Russia directly.
Who staged the coup in Ukraine in 2014? Who did it? Who did it?
Oh my God. It was Americans that staged the coup and removed the Russian leader.
Why are former Soviet states tilting towards the EU, to Niger?
Because of economics and military power too. NATO is powerful. It's not like NATO is also powerful too.
But okay. NATO's military power is because America has $1 trillion budget. That's where it comes from.
See what he missed there? You see, did you notice that Hammer hesitated when I mentioned NATO, because he doesn't even understand that America has a lot of military power. Because in the argument you are making, you forgot that NATO is extremely strong to probably actually stronger than Russia.
NATO to Niger?
And you just forget about that. That's why they want to go in that direction.
NATO to Niger? Who built up NATO?
The US and Europe.
Okay, and how much money does America pump into NATO every year? They literally carry it on their backs. Trillions.
But we are not arguing that point, are we?
That's why NATO is way in. That's no. The reason why I'm saying is because this goes back to my point. It doesn't matter the military you have. If you don't have the money and the economic base, none of that matters. That's all it is.
The problem with Hammer is he is very angry about Nigeria. I think your ancestors are from
Nigeria. Africa had economic base. It didn't help us. Africa had economic base before
Africa was economically behind. They were not industrialized. Don't do that.
Okay, industrialized. Okay.
What country in Africa was industrializing to Niger? Tell me. What country in Africa was industrializing? Who?
Hold on. What do you call it? Even I don't know. I think you misunderstand the economy to an extent.
What,
you equate economy to
industrialization is the next economic stage after an agrarian economy. Most African states, kingdoms were still agrarian. They were not industrial power.
You are equating economy to industrialization. That's what you are equating. They are two different things.
Industrialization is an economic system. You know that, right? You do realize that, right? It's part of capitalism. You realize that, right?
It's just a part of the process of building an economy.
You don't know that industrial is an economic system? Industry?
Pardon?
Capitalism? What are you talking about?
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
You don't even know what industrialism is. You don't even know what industrialism is.
Industrialization is just part of an economic development.
Okay, and what economic system is it part of, Tunisia? Capitalism.
Industrialization No, actually, you can industrialize in a socialist system or a communist. What is wrong? Oh my God. Okay.
Oh my God, bro.
Socialism. So socialism doesn't do industrialization, and that's why Russia went to moon first.
Socialism. Okay. Socialism does not believe in private corporation or private ownership.
Oh my God.
They don't believe it. They believe in state-run.
But yet, the Soviet Union went into space first.
In a pure private industrialized economy. Stop that, bro.
Yet the Soviet Union built a rocket to take a man, Yuri Gagarin, to space first.
And what happened to the Soviets? What happened to them?
How did they do that? For till how many years ago? They were still.
This conversation will change to
so hold on. Till how many years ago?
What is happening here?
Till how many years ago? Russians flying American astronauts to space. That's what happened to them.
They do not have the economic base that the Americans did, and they failed.
America,
that's all it is.
America couldn't fly people to space. They had to catch a lift from Russia.
And what did America have to Niger? What did America have? They had billions of dollars, and they dumped that money into NASA. They dumped the money into the space program, and they beat the Soviets. And they were literally outspending the Soviets to a point at which they couldn't keep up. That is nonsense, Niger.
The guy is not making sense.
Can we allow this new guy to talk, please? Can we do that, please?
Kids in the future will look at this and they will find you at the wrong side of history again. But anyway,
because of the problem, right? Niger brought up Russia. Niger brought up Russia as an example, but Russia literally proves my point. Because they don't have the economic base, they lost influence over Eastern Europe, and now they're being encircled by NATO. It literally proves my point. That's the perfect example. They don't have the economic system.
Hama, we understand your point, okay? But like what I was trying to say all along is, we disagree on points, but we should not fight on issues, because this thing is not about Russia versus US. What I was saying is, you said America doesn't need a base in Africa or another continent in order to, move strategically.
They have enough tools.
Okay, they have enough resources. Okay, so then
they have tools.
Even after having all those tools, but yet they needed it, right? That's what
no. Of course, let me explain this to you, because I was trying to explain that to you, right? The United States, after World War II and after the Unipolar, right, they have been portraying themselves in the global stage on this, what they call liberal democracy, rules-based order. So they're able to get the rest of the world to buy into the political system, buy into the UN, buy into the UN Charter, buy into the HO, right? And this idea of, this equal system. Now, it's a lie. But the way they're able to maintain countries playing the system is they have to portray a certain image. So they can use all kinds of tools, but you understand what?
Okay, so that means, So that means, in order for that to happen, so that means they have to get a base in a country so that they can influence them to go through their system.
Let me finish. They strategically go through.
Because I want to understand.
The reason why they choose to go to the channels, right, is to preserve their international image. That's it.
Like what? That's what I don't understand.
Their international image as a unipolar hegemon, right? And as the safe guardian. That's the truth. As a safe guardian of the rules-based order.
Are you saying like they want to be like a police for the entire world? That's why they put bases everywhere so that people will comply to what the system they are doing in US to be able to.
What I'm saying is that the international system that we know today was created by the United States. And they were able to get the rest of the world to buy into it because they portrayed themselves as the good guys, right? As we're the nice guys. We care about democracy. We know this, right? Liberalism, human rights. That's what they always do. They always try to portray themselves as a progenitors of human rights, democracy, liberalism, equality. That's what they portray themselves as. So if it was to be so, when they move into other countries, they have to go. Let me finish. When they go into other countries,
you can't listen to yourself again.
I'm answering this question, bro. When they go into other countries, they have to go through.
Hold on, Hammer.
Okay.
No, Hammer, I want to understand this.
I remember this
I'm answering, but they keep interrupting me. When they go into other countries, they have to go through normal channels to preserve their image.
Mal is working. Mal seems to be encouraging Hammer constantly.
No, stop it. You were proven to retard on this panel. You were retarded the whole stream. Stop it, bro.
Keep going on.
Okay, you were retarded the whole stream talking about you want to bring up Russia. Russia literally right now is being encircled by NATO because they don't have the economic power. That's what's happening. Okay, too nice. Okay, see this right here? This is the Nigerian male. Okay. Because he can't get Boko Haram off his back, because he can't get Nigeria together, he wants a panel. Okay? If you truly believe that why is it with Nigeria? Nigeria can assemble millions of men tomorrow. It's not gonna do shit. That's the problem. They have full of tonight and leading them. Oh my fucking god! But anyway, answer. Tonight, Musa, Musa, Kaiser, bro. Oh my god! See this? He's a killing the panel.
Can you let that talk?
No, man. I'm answering what I'm answering now. I'm answering now, right?
If you want to carry on, I'll put it back on. Can you let some other person talk? I'm not going to let you and Mal play this nonsense game you are playing.
I'm answering Mal, bro. I'm answering Mal. Now, I've already let you. Wow, see this? Because he lost the debate. Because he was humiliated. Now he wants to do this. This is what he really is. This is what he really is.
Tunija, stop that.
Let's put Tunija and Hammer on a
Tunija is acting like a little kid, dude. What the hell?
So if I go ahead,
yeah, what the heck?
Well, okay, I've been listening for a while.
I'll bring the mic in like 2 minutes. The question I want to ask, go ahead, brother.
Okay, I just wanted to comment from kind of what you guys were talking about a few minutes ago. You are right. The only thing I would agree with Tunija on is that, yes, America is trying to come up with anti-nuclear ballistic shields and stuff like that. It's still not good enough to where, you can't use, just overwhelm that shield with, multiple nuclear warheads like China and Russia still have the capability of doing. So yeah, while we're coming up with good anti-nuclear capabilities, it's just really just not there. So it's more or less a pipe dream. So it's just like a interceptor. Hold on, let me finish. Sir, I listened to all you guys talk for a while. Let me finish, and I will stop talking. That's what I'm saying. It's more or less a pipe dream, but it's still a good something to invest in. So I'm not taking away from that. So I think you should have chose a better counter argument than that one, Kaizo. But overall, you and Hammer are correct. I do agree with pretty much everything you guys have been saying since. So
yep.
It's funny he didn't say what he agrees with.
No. But here's a possibility. Let me ask you something, right? When these governments come, Tunisia, wait. Let me ask you a question, Tunisia. Stop.
All these people are just stooges.
When these people, Tunisia, when these Western
governments, all these people out.
No, Tunisia, look. Let me ask you a question, right? When these Western okay, what are you doing, American
Rifleman is now shy.
Okay, Rifleman.
No,
Rifleman, what do you agree with?
Y'all keep over talking each other.
Yeah, what do you agree with what Keizo and Hammer was saying? Hammer, be quiet. What do you agree with?
Well, there's a international community that's the liberal global world order that everybody adheres to. They use a mix of military force and a mix of economics, and it's a good mix. You know, they're just as evil as China or Russia, but since they show the goods, that's what matters. So like Russia, and the thing about it, go ahead, sorry.
So then he doesn't know what he's talking about, because that's not what they're talking about. You just agree with something that you don't know about.
No. What America does?
Hold on. Niger, why are you upset that you cannot get?
No, because I don't like disingenuous. I don't like disingenuous people.
Because
now you see that I flushed him out now.
You have
to let out to flush them out.
Your arguments have been destroyed multiple times. First with Russia, first with China, and you're still talking. Like, what are you talking about?
He just came and like doing something he doesn't believe. This one is spewing garbage.
No. What America first is saying?
You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of what you are doing here. You come here, you want to start speaking.
Hang on. These two are definitely okay. So we'll bring them back later. So let's have the new panel.
Okay. So, Rifleman, in terms of the debate and all that stuff, what do you agree with? Is it better to be able to have your few rifles first and defend yourself, or rather than your economy? Which one is more important as you as an individual? Which is more important to you?
Look,
the guns that you can use.
Okay, in order for you to get somewhere, to get a level of respect as a country or civilization, or pretty much look how the world is going, they're going towards civilization states. So they're doing the India, Iran, and Russia model, where they're trying to have their own,
But what's more paramount? What's more paramount to this
industrialization? Okay, you can have 100,000 dudes, but if you do not have the capacity to supply them with anything,
no one is talking about dudes. No one is talking about dudes. We're talking about the capacity. It's not just hold on.
Soldiers.
No, hold on. Rifleman. You're simplifying it to the sense of manpower. We're talking about the capacity in encompassing sense to defend yourself. The capacity to defend yourself,
sir.
It's not
what I'm saying.
It's not okay.
I'm literally saying with.
So which one is more important, the capacity to defend yourself, or first developing your economy? Which one comes
first? Your economy.
Your economy comes first.
What are you defending?
What if you build an economy and it's easily just completely destroyed and all that kind of stuff?
You're trying to have it both ways. But go ahead, Kazo.
Yeah, let me ask you a couple. They're not answering this question. How do you build a military without industrializing?
How do you build?
You can't without
you
building.
Can't, literally. Because what you guys keep missing is like, okay, there's an important point that Hamo was making. Okay, how are you going to be able to build the actual military weapons that are standard military weapons in the world if you don't have an industry?
Okay, I'm bad. Let me answer the question here. Okay. Let me respond. Okay. Once again, and look, and by the way, I'm about to go out the website. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go. Okay, like I said before. Okay, you can line up as many men as you want to. Okay, give them right. You can do whatever you want to. If you don't have the military, if you don't have the economic and the industrial base, it does not mean shit. Okay, and another thing I want to ask. First of all, when the United States sets up these military bases, you guys do realize that these African nations agree with it too, right? They're not forcing these countries. A lot of these African nations willfully allow them to go. So let me ask you a question, right? Why do you think these African leaders allow this to happen? Because why? The United States, the West, has the economic base. They can use their money to influence and buy out your leaders and get those bases there. So in the end, it all goes back to money. It all goes back to money. If I can buy out your leaders, oh my God.
What the Chinese had first, before they could even come to the table to negotiate with the United States or even get to a point where they could have a favorable deal, is they have the deterrent enough to have their own autonomy.
They did not. They were under. I told they were under. I said it more. Tunaja, they were. I told you about. They were under the Soviet umbrella. Stop that.
It still acts as a.
It's not the same. They were being protected by another power.
it still acts as a deterrent for them to even come.
It's not really. Okay. Let me ask you a question, right? Russia right now is not going to invade Poland, not because they fear Poland. Who do they really fear?
I don't think Russia was ever going to invade Poland. Was that a main topic of discussion?
No. What I'm saying is that they're never going to militarily touch Poland because they know Poland's under the nuclear of the United States.
Yeah,
so it's not that Poland is a strong country, it's who is behind them. Same thing with China. And by the way, when Mao Zedong tried to send his troops to go and seize Taiwan and fight the PRC, the U.S. sent war carriers through the Taiwanese Strait, blitzed the soldiers, and humiliated Mao in front of everyone. And they threatened to bomb them later on. So what are you talking about? And even the nuclear weapons they have, the Soviets helped them build that. If the Soviets would have never helped the Chinese,
this is
come
history
on, bro.
me and Tunaya are aware of.
But that's what I'm saying, which is that China, bro. Which is that. That's right. When I'm saying that China still proves the point, which is that they needed help from a superpower to help them get to where they are. And to be honest with you, they would have never been. China today does not exist without them being the largest industrial base in the world.
Listen, let me tell you something, Hammer. Let me put it this way. We're getting to the crux of having the means to have autonomy for yourself in the world. The main thing, hold on, don't interrupt. The main thing that matters to actually be able to stand up for yourself and say, this deal works for me, this deal doesn't work for me. If the United States never tried to sway China in any way, China would have definitely continued being under the Soviet umbrella and all that stuff. So the United States...
That's not true because of the Sino-Soviet split.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. The United States, in its attempt to try to sway China the other way by extending an olive branch to them to actually get them involved in the whole economy as well, and China praying to the capitalist need for greed as well, need for cheap labor, capitalist need for cheap labor. So China preyed on that in order to industrialize and all that in order to try and industrialize. But the main crux in which China can have the need to decide their fate in this world was because they could defend themselves in the world, even if they were under the umbrella of the Soviets, to the point that they were able to have their own internal army. They could defend themselves. That's why North Korea today can defend itself.
Mao Zedong sent soldiers to North Korea to help fight to take over back South Korea. They failed. Mao Zedong sent soldiers to Taiwan to go and take back Taiwan. They failed. Both times the U.S. military checked them. The only time the CCP wins a conflict is when the Soviets are directly backing them. That's how it works. And when the Sino-Soviet split happened, the Soviet was trying to kind of, get back with the Americans. So the Chinese freaked out because they realized if the Soviets removed the nuclear umbrella, they're fucked. That's why they went ahead and supercharged the nuclear program. But here's the thing. If China did not industrialize, they would just be North Korea right now. They would be a communist state with nuclear weapons with no economy. Look at North Korea. That's what China would be. A communist dictatorship, no economy, just nuclear weapons. Okay. Nobody respects North Korea on the global stage.
Yeah,
they're literally a backwater.
You say that, but they still, the United States doesn't fuck with them. The United States still doesn't fuck with them. They're careful. They may be able to ostracize them into the global.
No, that's not
the only thing they have is the nuclear warheads. Man, stop.
No, hold on. No, hold on. I'm gonna have to interject on the South Korean thing. The main reason why it hasn't been a push to unite the peninsula is mainly because the South Korean elites do not want to pay for the poor people in North Korea, because everybody knows they have the capability to help America to help them overtake North Korea with nukes or not. But the thing about it is they're going to have to reconstruct the place and pay for those people, and the elites do not want to do that. That's the reason.
And also, but also another thing is that they also want to make sure that their system wins out. They don't want to be a communist system. But here's the thing, right? It proves the point. North Korea right now is holding on by the edge. Okay, the Russians and the Chinese have been helping them out circumvent sanctions. You understand that, right? If it wasn't for the Russians and the Chinese circumventing UN sanctions and helping them, they would have been done a long time ago. They would have collapsed like the Soviets. They're barely hanging on because the Chinese keep bailing them out.
You make that as a statement as if you cannot rely.
Are you telling me that you don't know that North Korea circumvents, like China's been helping them out this whole time? Everyone knows this. They've been helping them out the whole time. If China, the day China cuts off North Korea, they're done. That's how it works.
Yeah, I know that, right? Just as the day America cuts off the supply to the Poland and NATO and all that kind of stuff, NATO is done as well. Yeah. So we know that. You know what I mean?
Economics comes first. Money comes first.
Yes, economic comes first as well.
Before military.
This is the point Tunisia was making. Even though he was wrong. Even though the United States was economically more stronger than the United States and the Western world was stronger than Russia, Russia still had that deterrent enough for them to respect their power.
Who won? Who won?
Yes, we get they had more friends.
Because look,
they had more friends.
The only thing that matters is who won, right? Who won? What's happening?
These Africans want to be they want to be sovereign while eating grass.
It's like bruh, who won the battle? It's like, bruh, here's the thing, right? We don't have to speculate. We know which one won. America had the biggest industrial base. They were able to pump out tanks every single day. They were able to do the what was it called? The Marshall Plan. They rebuilt up Europe economically. They were able to economically suppress the Soviets for years. And because Russia had all the military, but because they did not have the money, they collapsed. It has been proven over and over again. You can have all the guns, the weapons. If you don't have the money, it doesn't mean anything.
Jeff, I think
I've had this argument before, Dr. Kizo, and especially towards the
you guys are having a different argument. You guys just want to eat grass while saying you're free. Hammer, we have to accept that. They don't caring about
and it's like
or winning. They want to be free eating grass. That's what they want.
But see, here's the problem, right? It's easy for them to say this because let's keep it real, all right? Look at Africa right now, okay? What African nation really has the ability to build a first-tier military? When you look at the economics of most African nations, from North Africa to South Africa, can they really build a military on the tier of Japan and China?
With this word,
they don't have the money. They don't have the economics. They don't have the industries.
It's not very clear when we use this word economics. That's a part of the reason why I can't even jump in because we keep switching. So we do money. There's industrialization, right? So when you say money, we don't have enough money. You need money first, right? Money
they don't have the money. They don't have the industries, right? Which is the factories, right? To produce things. They don't have that.
Hold on, Caesar. I'm gonna go to the Keizo. Just like you are yet again on the wrong side of history, Dr. Keizo. I am telling you, you will come to conclusion again, just like you did with our earlier.
Keizo, you are behaving like an agent, saying that we should not eat grass. Instead of we should be eating, we will be glorifying eating grass. You would rather that we go and sons are having sex with their mothers. They are breeding us like animals. Are you mad?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Elijah? That guy, this case, what are you
talking about? Why are you talking about sex with mothers? Why are you talking about sex with mothers, bro?
What you are doing? Because what case is doing is very dangerous.
Why are you talking about sex with mothers? Why?
Yes, because that's what happens when you lose. That's what happens when you lose sovereignty. That's what happens. If you don't have it, they can do whatever they like with you.
It's true.
What kind of? You would rather have sex with your mom instead of true grass? What kind of? Is that what Kenzo is advocating here?
Why are you talking about sex with mothers? Who says sex with mothers?
Let me finish my thought, right?
How do you think they were breeding African Americans?
The wrong side of history.
How do you think they were breeding them?
Black Americans are an underclass in the United States. Stop! Don't compare them to nation states. Stop that.
No, what we are talking about is sovereignty. If you North Korea has 100% literacy rate. North Korea has 100% literacy rate. That you're calling it backwater.
Whole country.
You are a brainwashed guy that thinks that anything America says is the best under the sun.
Pack your bags and go to North Korea.
Well, okay, if I was born in North Korea, I would be in North Korea right now.
Stop. If you think North
if
Korea
I was born in North Korea, I would be in North Korea.
Pack your bags and go to North Korea.
What is wrong with you? I don't even speak the language. Stop being a dimwit.
It doesn't matter. If you think North Korea is that great, go and do that.
Oh my God, this guy, your reasoning is faulty. You just shout. If you can't shouting at me, you're going to get shouting back at you. Because what I don't like is that Kenzo brought this topic up to disillusion people. That's what he's doing here. He's saying that it's okay for us. Kenzo, you're a very dangerous person, and I think some of the accusations that they accuse Kenzo of is actually true. Some of the accusations they give this guy. Because what this is doing is very, very dangerous. What he's doing.
Into North Korea, huh?
If you start playing with the fate of our people, I'm not talking to you.
Wow.
It's not about you, Hammer. It's not about you, Hammer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking to Kenzo here. I'm talking to Kenzo. It's not about you.
That's what here.
Because Kenzo put you up like a masquerade here to start shouting at people.
If you think communism is that amazing, oh my God.
So shut up. I'm here talking to Kenzo. I'm here. If you want to keep shouting,
go to North Korea, man. Guys, look at shit. That's how he is. Because he has no arguments. He wants to turn Nigeria into fucking North Korea. A communist regime. No money. No resources. Poor as fuck. This is the reason why Nigeria is the way it is. Because you have they will not country be poor and backwards. For what? Can you come to my I want African needs to be wealthy. That shit.
This is comical. Stop. I'm talking to Kenzo. If you want me to talk to Kenzo, I need to talk to Kenzo. So this guy should not be shouting at me when I'm talking to somebody.
How do you build a military?
What you are doing here is nasty. What you are doing here, when you are playing with the fate of a people, I fear what you represent. You are sending out the message here that we shouldn't fix our defense. Look at when China started this in industrialization. China, their first phase of industrialization started after they've already got their nuclear technology going. Most of their industrialization happened in the 70s, 80s, and all.
Okay.
You are sending out a message here that it's okay to go the other way around when you know we never succeeded with that.
Hang on, please. Let me make the point here. It's kind of complex. If you have the ability to get nuclear weapons, I'm all for it because that's actually a real deterrent, right? But just increasing the Nigerian military to another 50,000 people, it's not going to do anything, right? I'm all about making a difference that will actually make a difference. I'm all pro-nuclear. And by nuclear, I don't mean nuclear. I mean whatever the highest level of military tech is at that point.
So the military is not going to make a difference to Boko Haram?
No, hang on.
It's not going to make a difference to kidnappers?
Well, no. See, that's Nigeria problem, right? That's a specific problem to Nigeria. Maybe it might help Nigerian internal security.
It helps stabilize internal security. What's wrong with you?
Just wait. There's a. You guys brought this up about Kenya. Kenya's got none of those issues. So if Kenya's got none of those issues with, like, they even beat Al-Shabaab, they're not really disturbing us, right? So the point is, for a country like Kenya, it's not going to benefit it by increasing its whatever soldiers on the ground. But a nuclear weapon, yes, it will be a deterrent.
You're literally saying that it's okay for military bases to be in your country.
Well, tonight you're making so many different arguments. My point that let me make mine clear, very clear, right?
Okay.
If a country is able to get a nuclear type technology whereby they can literally act as a deterrent, because that's at the end of the day, if America blows you up, you can blow them up and you can both do damages, right? I am all for it, because that's the ultimate so-called thing right now. We got no ways to defend against it, not any real ways. The anti-ballistic missiles, they're not great, right? So yes, I'm all for it. But improving your military strength is not it's not going to help anyone, because everyone else, all the big dogs have nuclear. They can always conspire and get rid of you. So it won't make a difference, right?
You cannot. When you keep repeating that, it won't make a difference. You've just made the point already. You made the point. Can I reply to the point? You just keep repeating the same point over and over again. Can I reply to that point? Who is that?
Take the L. Niger, take the L, bro.
Who is that?
Niger, take the L.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, take the L.
You see, whom are all these recruits from hell? Can you get out of my way? All these young people. All these people that are, I don't know where Kezo recruits them from.
No,
I don't know where he recruits all these losers from. They all come and start talking nonsense. And these are black men.
Niger, you was acting a fool a few minutes ago.
And these are black men.
Dude, Niger, you were acting a fool not too long ago, so stop it.
No, I wasn't, because the guy was shouting over me. He wouldn't let me talk to Kezo.
I'm gonna bring, but Niger, last point, okay? So I've made my point. Yes, if you can get the nuclear, I agree.
I was not allowed to reply. You're going to make the same point again.
One more last point, so that, because you guys, how many times have I talked to Niger today? Okay, you guys always talk over me. It's so sad, but it is what it is, right? To Niger, the last point is, without industrialization, how are you going to get this tech? If you can't even manufacture this stuff.
Oh my God! You will just answer your own question because you don't want to hear the answer.
Nah, Niger, you wrong.
Because you are talking too much. You're not allowing the woman to talk.
Hey, you talk enough, Fang Tribe. So anyway, like I was saying,
you're asking now. You brought Hammer back to come and interrupt you. Answer even more. Okay, we want to listen to ourselves. We want to start that again. So, Kezo, regulate this thing. If you are not afraid of the answer, regulate it.
Can I talk? I'm not here to argue. Yeah? But I'm here to tell you, you have a moderator that is telling me out because he's jealous and you see what he is writing about me. So, about industrialization, who said that African cannot do anything? Excuse me, everything comes from Africa. Lots of things that we have here.
Africa is the least industrialized in the world. Stop it.
Africa, excuse me, I didn't interrupt you. You have the
industrialization.
You coming with that bullshit.
It's like industrialization started in the United Kingdom. It didn't start in Africa. What are you talking about?
You are African American. When you are an African American,
I'm not an African American.
Hey, Fang, I'm an African American, and you just bring that bullshit.
I'm not an African American.
You're just talking bullshit, Fang.
Which tribe are you from? Which tribe are you from in Senegambia? Which tribe are you from in Gambia?
I'm not telling you my personal
information. That guy is not African. He's not African.
I'm not African, right? But you are. But because you advocating.
Because we're Senegambia.
To Niger. Do you want to build weapons?
Nigeria can increase its military to fucking 1 million. If they can come in there, bribe out the officers, pay off the president, buy off the people, it's not going to mean anything.
No, it's not.
Okay, we all want to be shouting. Is that what we want to do?
No, I'm just saying, like, you have like two Niger usually.
Sanction Nigeria to oblivion.
Look, yeah, exactly. But look, to Niger, you just have to concede that point, man. Like, we understand what you're talking about. Like, look, nobody's against having a few extra 1,000 bodies to secure the border and to get the bad terrorists. We get that. But at the end of the day, you are not going to level up your military capability unless you industrialize.
Can you guys go keep talking over yourselves? So the point is that let me read this. Can I just read because you people are talking out of nowhere? Can I just read the information right now? I've not said anything. Kezo spoke, some other person spoke, I never got a chance to reply.
Kaiser, come on. I mean, look.
So can I read this? I said you're afraid of knowledge.
Rifleman, let the guy speak. Rifleman.
He's an idiot. They just want to troll. That's the stupidity that they're doing. That's it reminds me why I never come here again. Really, they are just useless people.
No, tonight.
Oh, get out! You don't know if I just creating bad karma for yourself. How can somebody here just arguing stupidly?
Russia, and now you're crying. But go ahead.
Can I finish? Can I read my point? It says in 1952. Shut up, Kezo, man. You're irritating me. In 1952, 83% of the Chinese workforce were employed in agriculture. The figure remained high, but was declining steadily throughout the early phase of industrialization between the 60s and 90s. 30 years, 60s and 90s. Guess what happened between that period? Early between 50s and just 65, they built their defense. So in other words, what happens is that you have enough. Okay, let me finish. See, they won't let me finish. They won't let me land the point. Let me land the point. Otherwise, you're going to start talking to yourself. Let me land the point. Let me land the point. You see that they won't let me talk.
Kaiser will never get to any power, so you don't need to worry about
that. No, you won't. But I don't like the nonsense it's spewing out here.
You will never be anywhere close to power. People in power.
Let me land the point.
People who understand power will know what is in paramount.
The point clearly shows that the Chinese went they went military first before they industrialized. And the point, the nuance is the nuance point I want to make, because Kezo always says that you need to how do you build a military without industrialization? You can industrialize a little bit enough to build your military. The military is the one you build first. Oh my God. You see, the military. How do you think China built theirs? Been wait.
If you have the industrial base,
my God,
strong military.
How was China able to build a nuclear industry if they didn't have any form of industrialization in the 60s?
The Soviets.
They didn't. They have a very tiny one. No, that's not it. That's not it.
Starting in earnest in the 1860s to Nigeria.
No. I'm reading from here now that says in 1952, 83% of Chinese were involved in agriculture.
Yes, that's true.
Exactly. So by that time, that was the time they started building their nuclear technology.
Okay, so Nigeria, which country was responsible in China industrializing? Which country did that? We know what it was. It wasn't the Soviets.
China industrialized itself. Yes. What are you going on about?
So America had nothing to do with China industrializing, right?
Of course, they traded with America. They traded with America, and they Americans use the Chinese to see. That's how they weaken the Soviet Union. Jesus Christ, this guy.
Right? They became the industrial factory of the world by themselves, right? Where did all those plants come from? Where did all those things?
I just read it to you, and you are still arguing with it. I just read it to you.
I'm telling you why you're wrong.
Feels the need to argue.
I just read it to him, and he's still arguing the point. Let me see if I can post it again.
Was the Sino-Soviet split? Now, this is after the Soviets already helped them build the military.
Don't bother talking. Just read the private chat. I just copied the paragraph there. Read it instead of shouting at people. Just read it yourself. Of course, you won't read it. You don't like facts. You just like to shout at people.
But Tunisia, I'm giving.
You don't like facts. You just like us to be making stupid noise here like fools.
From 1960 to 1990, right? Sino-Soviet split. Before this period, the Soviets already built.
The information is already there, Kezo. What you are providing is not true. Look at the information; is very clear. They went with their military first before they became industrialized. Nigeria has access
right now.
Nigeria has access to more technology than the West had when they built their first nuclear weapon. Nigeria has access to more technology.
Tonight, you just gotta be right, huh?
I have to produce evidence. You see, this is your problem. You're worried about whether I'm right or wrong. You don't care about whether it is truth.
I'm telling you the context from 1969, that same period, right? Sino-Soviet split. This is after the Soviets already put in place Mao Zedong. This is after they already built the military. This is after they already gave the nuclear weapons. This is during the time when Nixon is opening up China.
not shouting like this.
Why are you so angsty, bro?
This is what America is industrializing the Chinese. It's not coming from the Soviets. The Americans are building them up during this time period. This is after the South-Soviet split. You're not giving the context. That's why you're being disingenuous. Get the context,
Wow. Stop shouting at people. Start shouting at people. Then I'm never going to do that. You can't just shout at people and expect people not to talk. It's not fair.
Tonight, 3 different people done said you're wrong, and you're still like.
Even when they produce evidence. No, not 3 people said I was wrong.
I agree with Tunaja, and Mal seems to agree with Tunaja as well.
How did China get the nukes? They were given the nuke technology by the Soviet Union. They're already adjacent to a superpower. They're part of the Soviet in a Sino, Soviet pact. They're already in power to Niger. The point here is they were given this technology, right? And they traded the plutonium in their country for the technology. And they were given scientists and the technology.
So what point are you making? Military is military.
Here, if the chance is given to you straight on a platter, you take it. It's not like they were risking. It's not like China was given 2 options: either you industrialize or you get the military superpower. No,
you see, don't shift the goalposts. You are shifting the goals now.
They were not losing anything by getting the nuclear weapons. That's the point.
No, they were not giving it on the platter, by the way. They were not giving it on the platter. They had to even disengage with the Soviet Union.
China and the Soviet Union were in a pact together, right? They were already allies. Soviet Union required plutonium
tell him how paramount security was to the Chinese by them actually rejecting the Russians from doing it while they were
exactly, and he knows the story. That's what shocks me about Kenzo. He knows the story very well. The Chinese rejected the alliance with the Soviet Union because they wanted to make nice with the West, and they went ahead to build their nuclear technology by themselves without the support of the Soviet Union.
Where did the nuclear technology come from? You're being disingenuous again.
No, I never said it didn't come from the Soviet Union. It came from them at first. They were building it together. Then when Russians told them, halt it, I'm going to talk to the Americans. No, then the Chinese said, no, we are going to go and do it by ourselves.
Means it was not them. They simply capitalized off the information and advantage that was already given to them. If the Soviets never showed them anything, they would have never had that.
Stop shifting the goalposts. You are arguing about needing industrialization before they build the weapons. They built it without necessarily being heavily industrialized.
Because
that is the point.
Oh my God. It was given to them.
No, they built their own. The technology was shared with them, but it took them years to build a nuclear weapon.
Technology was already shared with them.
More than 10 years, actually, it took them.
They didn't have to build it from scratch. It was shared with them. And it was not only and become an industrial base, that they could become a superpower on their own.
We know that the
Chinese was because they were a proxy to the Soviets. That's the point.
Some changing the goalposts. China was not industrialized when they built that defense. That is the point I'm making. Stop moving the goalposts all over the place.
So
what I'm saying is
like a Maradona.
How can Nigeria build a nuclear weapon safely right now? They can't, because America's going to come and bomb them, right? So they just can't.
I
don't know what case is. What are you saying?
I'm saying that Nigeria can't just build a nuclear weapon. They're going to get bombed. It's just that straightforward. They got
who builds a nuclear weapon in the open? Nobody has ever done that in the open before.
The point is, America's got satellites all over, and they've actually allowed one of the companies, Starlink, to operate within Nigerians' lands. They can have thermal heat regulating. They won't know.
I understand what you are saying. That's a different point altogether. I don't know why you're making that point. You see how they behave like waffling all over the place. When the point I pin you down now, you are going to a different point now. They are running away to another point.
No. The point here is fundamentally this, right? Is that fundamentally China, because during this time period, right, Mao Zedong tried multiple times to seize Taiwan. right? And America sent their military base, warship, and said she strangled them.
Without actually
okay,
looking at it.
the reality of it, they were not able to become a major power until they became the industrial power of the world. And all of the stuff they achieved was because they got help from other people.
Okay,
that's the point. That's true.
America didn't get help, from German technology, they didn't get help.
You're still
not America was already a superpower on its own before they made the Chinese.
German scientists help America build the weapons themselves. Everybody gets from somebody. I don't know why you're making that point.
America was already the industrial base of the world. Yes. Some German scientists helped them with a nuclear bomb, yes. But in terms of economics, America was already one of the major economic
Your problem is that you focus too much on economy. See, Vikings didn't have a very thriving economy, but they go to other countries and take up steal all their stuff. The Vikings didn't have a very thriving economy, but they go to other countries and steal all their stuff.
Are you comparing Vikings to nation states? Is that what you're going to compare it to? Vikings.
Your problem is that I don't know. Okay, I think our difference is that we are defining economy differently. What do you understand economy to mean, really? Just define what economy means to you.
Trade.
Oh, trade.
What I define economy is GDP, right? Industrialization. Okay. We can pull up the GDP numbers and we can see the country is now the most industrialized, but the economy is too small. South Korea has a way larger GDP. More industrialized than any country in Africa.
And North Korea can smoke it off the map if left alone. North Korea can smoke that South Korea on the map. Remove America today. North Korea will South Korea take over South Korea.
To Niger. Once again, I have to educate you. The United States purposely prevents North Korea from building the military. North Korea could have built the military alone. They have the money. Right now, they're really trying to build nuclear. They already have the industrial economic base.
I know.
For you.
Of course, they are educated people now. I agree with you on that. Jesus Christ, you just shut about people.
Let me ask you. Okay, I'm quiet now. Between Nigeria and South Korea, which country has a better capability of building a stronger military? Go ahead.
South Korea right now.
Why? Well, why is that?
Because South Korea has the technology already. They have this advanced technology already in their country.
Not just that. What's the biggest difference between South Korea and Nigeria? We know this.
What do you mean the biggest difference? You want to talk about the economy? Is that what you want me to say?
Yes, that is the biggest difference.
What's the biggest difference? See, your problem is that you attach too much importance to ability to buy and sell. You are attaching more importance. Oh my God, you guys don't get it. Even history has taught you so many lessons and you refuse to learn. You have the best trading economy.
How is Nigeria going to get nuclear weapons today?
South Korea has a GDP of $1.8 trillion. Let's see what Nigeria has.
You've got no protection, no allies, no money.
400 billion. Out of here. They have twice your GDP, twice your economy, and they're smaller than you. What are you talking about?
If Iran can be able to do something,
and they have twice your economy.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you? This guy, you think you can eat economy with your mouth? I'll choke you with it at this rate.
Where does Nigeria
buy and sell stuff? It doesn't save your life. What's wrong with you?
Building a military is not free. You know that, right?
Of course, it's not free, but you can also build it without having a very large economy.
Build a military. Yes, your ability to invest in your military. Okay, to Nigeria. Where does the country?
It doesn't take the entire economy to build a military.
It doesn't take the entire economy. Bro, come on. The size and strength of your military is based on how large your economy is. We know this. The larger your economy, the more resources you can dump into your military.
No. Okay. Let me give you an example now. Why is this thing? Why is it that the French military is stronger than that of Germany, even if the German economy is larger?
France and Germany, right? France and Germany.
Hold on. Let's hear him waffle.
The two, first of all, France, Germany, and the UK, but the UK left. France, Germany, and the UK were the two blocks of the EU. They're the largest economies in the Western world, in Europe. So yes,
so he's now managed two countries. That's how crazy it has become.
Wait, to Niger.
You see, you just made a point just now that the economy determines your military strength. No, economy doesn't necessarily determine it.
Look at this.
Your policy determines your military strength.
Bruh, look at this.
$3 trillion
Oh my God, $3 trillion. But German economy almost doubles that of 1.5 times that of France. But France is stronger.
Because Germany lost World War II, they had to.
So they are not necessarily okay. Now my point is that they are not necessarily linked. You have to see the difference between. But that's my point. That's my point. Maybe they are not allowed. Maybe you didn't pursue the military tactics as much as aggressively. See, okay. Calm down.
They were strategically prevented from doing it. That's the point.
But look at Russia today. Russia has 3,000 or something nuclear warheads, and America has even a little bit less than this thing.
And
yet, America's economy is how many times that of Russia?
Yeah, and the
economy doesn't necessarily translate. It depends on the policy of your people.
That's the difference. They're being encircled by NATO. That's the difference of money.
North Korea is very poor, has a tiny economy, but yet they are a nuclear power. It depends on the policy of your people. It has nothing to do with your economy. You keep putting this down to economy.
The Soviet Union gave them the nuclear technology, and China. China has been helping North Korea.
That is not the point. The point is they are stronger. North Korea is this in a militarily stronger than South Korea because they chose that policy, not because the economy is larger.
The States plus NATO is stronger than North Korea. You know that, right? South Korea plus NATO plus the U.S. is stronger than North Korea. The only thing North has is nuclear weapons. That's it.
See, you are dribbling all over the place. You are dribbling yourself all over the place. You make one point, you use economic argument. I tell you that the economic argument still means that South Korea is still weaker than North Korea. But you shift around again. Like you make another point again. Come on, man.
South Korea is now weaker. What happened is that essentially, right, America convinced South Korea to offload the military on themselves. But everyone knows if South Korea wanted to, they could get $1 trillion together and build up the military overnight.
Okay, let me give you now Djibouti and Somalia. Which one is stronger? No, not Djibouti. Eritrea and Somalia. Which one is stronger militarily right now?
Eritrea, of course.
But yeah, the economy. Okay, Somalia has a terrible economy. I'm sorry, Somalis. I didn't mean that. I walked into that one. I need to find.
I'm like Somalia right now is being run by Al Shabaab. What are you talking about? I'm like, I'm an example, right? I'm an example. Cameroon has a small economy in Nigeria. They've traditionally been much more peaceful. Right? Nigeria get slapped left and right by all these terrorists. But they have this large economy, right? They're the big giants of Africa, but they can't get.
Man, this guy, are you self-hating or something? What is wrong with you? See, you know what the president said recently? The Buhari said recently that there are people out there that want to destroy the country. They prevented Nigeria. Do you know how much oil is in Nigeria? They have as much oil in Nigeria as Saudi Arabia. They are finding oil in the north, every corner of Nigeria right now. They wouldn't let us. That is why you are seeing all these problems in Nigeria. But this guy won't listen. He just going to shout.
Don't do that to Nigeria. Don't make me. I won't do that. I'm telling respect to you. Because Nigeria, come on.
Okay.
Can
you allow others to speak now? You guys have been, arguing so long. You guys have been arguing so long. Hammer,
it's just a stupid argument. If it's not for the security, I will not even be here.
Hammer. And you guys have been arguing so long. At least allow others also to make their point. Even if you disagree.
Go ahead.
Even if you disagree with me, just listen to me.
Go ahead.
That is civilization. I thought you are from the US. You will be at least civilized, but you look at me, an African civilizing you on this panel. It's shameful.
Okay, but stop it. Okay.
I'm just trolling.
If you can debate, you can leave. Like, stop.
Hammer, we are debating, okay? But like what you said, at least when I listen to both of your side, I see what you said also makes sense. In some point, like you
no, it doesn't. This guy just talk, that guy. I'm beginning to be suspicious of you now. You are feeding me.
No,
I'm not buying you. I'm not buying. No. I'm not. You are acting very, very suspicious. You know what he does? He consistently go and ask Hammer a question, and Hammer carries on with his nonsense garbage again.
I'm not.
And all you want to do is crack.
Let some other person talk.
You brought up China. You brought all these countries.
Hammer. Okay. So Hammer, please listen. Okay, please. So the problem was not even about Russia and US and whatsoever. What we were discussing earlier on was very easy. Kaiso asked a question. I asked a question to Kaiso. Kaiso asked whether having military bases has is a big deal in our countries or not.
Yeah.
I said of course, if actually Africa can have its own way, we will not need a military base in our countries, because it reminds of colonization. Because during colonization, military troops invaded Africa and they cut off Africa into small countries. This is why we are having this mess right now. So I'm saying if definitely we have our own way, although we know superpowers want to get influence for wherever they want to be, but if we get it on our way, we will not want any military presence on our grounds, because if we have military presence in our grounds, we have no better chance to fight anybody, because anytime we want to be ourselves, the military installations in our countries will.
It's right there. Within how many minutes you can be in your presidential palace?
No, we can't. Can I finish? It's because the world is very they have very technological instruments nowadays. So if a mere small presence in your country, we don't have no expertise in space or wheresoever. The only thing we rely on is our eyes, basically, or the things that the Western people gave us. So I'm saying the Western people can assist us in all ways, or Russia, China, we can accept all their assistance. But at least, we should learn from our past mistakes, that we invite, foreign troops who came and invaded us, colonized us, and up to today, this is why we have different borders. And now we are here as Africans, fighting each other about trying to convince each other to support Western ideologies. It's very shameful and very traumatic. If you see Africans themselves, and descendants of Africans who live by I think it's a mistake, Hammer, your ancestors travel. So now.
Let me
No, you come back. No, respond me if I finish, please. Respond me if I finish. I will listen to you. Okay. So now I said, okay, Aman said, put a very good point. Okay, we should develop ourselves economically. I agree. Obviously, without economy, nothing works. Okay, but here we are. If these African, states all have military presence, foreign military presence in our country, we have no choice. During the Second World War, that's what happened. We were not in a war, but we fought the battle in our countries. Why? Because we have the because we have the French present, we have the German present, and the German and the French were fighting on our land. Okay, so to prevent such things, that's what I was saying. I was just making a suggestion, because already African leaders are taking money from these people. Okay, to create those bases.
Have you heard about the gray zone? The gray zone is in conflicts. See, when you say you want to
let me finish.
You are not finished. Okay.
Yeah, let me finish. So you can understand. So I'm talking from a historical point of view. I said we can ally with any country we want, but having a permanent military base, because some of these lease goes to 100 years, like Djibouti, they have an agreement like up to 50, 100 years. That is a long fucking time. Okay, so I said we can ally with countries, we can take whatever we want to take, we can develop ourselves, economically, military, but we should at least, already is done, but as a platform, we are discussing, African to African. Okay, we are trying to say that, at least when we don't have this basis, it's better for us. That is my argument point. Thank you.
Can I respond? Okay.
So let me just say something to him. Then the economic development. Hold on. This point is important to him. He said that Hamas said that we should develop the economy. The problem with that is that we've always been trying to do that since the 60s when many countries got their independence. You know what we were doing during that period? Nigeria was giving Singapore, I think one other Asian country, Bangladesh or Malaysia, we were giving them loans. That's what we were doing, and they were building their security. By the time we guess what happened now? Our economy fell because your coups and instability just happened all over the place, while the other countries got their act together, and now look at where they are. Okay. That is when you say we should develop economy first. Okay. That is where the mistake is.
That's not really what happened. So what happened after World War II, right? Is that the United States and many Western nations, right? I've said it before, they have been systematically, once again, using the international banking system, Bretton Woods, right, to economically isolate African nations. They will go to Asia, build up Japan, build up South Korea, build up China, build up these countries, right? But when it comes to African nations, they will economically undermine you. So the solution is not building a middle. The solution is finding a way to leverage, whether it's your real estate, whether it's your demographics, to first industrialize, be an industrial base. That's where it begins. If you want to compete in a modern economy, okay, in this modern economy, you have to build things, make things, have factories. That's where it begins. And all of this other, pseudo stuff is not going to get you anywhere.
All the countries you mentioned are either defeated countries, or in the case of China, America needed to pull China away from the Soviet Union, and clearly it worked. It's the strategy that they used.
Still, they built them up to where they are today. That's the reality.
Africa is not in that position. Africa is not in that position, and they don't need to develop Africa until we decide that, okay, we've had enough suffering. We have to fight our way out of it.
That's where Hammer comes in. Ironically, you're right. After World War II, because you're running to Europe, they had no reason to economically help you. This is what's going to change. This is why this situation is so great for Africa, right? Because you are now in a new multipolar geopolitical struggle between the BRICS and Niger. Do you know what the BRICS is?
Of course I do.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because I never know. Between the BRICS, right, and the hegemonic West, and you have this conversation between Bretton Woods, the U.S. dollar reserve currency being challenged by the Western system that has allowed them to dominate the globe is being challenged nationally. And the only continent that's growing demographically is the African continent. Now, here's the thing. Because technology, right, they can just, replace people with robots and, so that. But capitalism still states what? You need consumers. You need a market. And so they still need people to buy these products. So what you do have is that you are the last frontier of industrialization. You're the last frontier of capitalism. And that's the reason why now you're seeing all these countries from China, Russia, also from Africa, they're saying after the next century for economic industrialization is Africa.
See, I think you are looking too much at capitalism. I fear that you have been given a third here. See,
is the economic system of the world today. What are you talking
about? The only system of the world is powerism. Hold on now. It's powerism. They don't care whether it's capitalism, socialism, and all the rest, or Islamic empire, whatever. It's always about power.
No.
If you keep chasing this economy thing, you're going to miss the picture. You're going to miss a lot of part of the equation. You're going to miss it.
Okay, so in other words, America fought decades against communism and socialism because they did not believe in capitalism, right?
So guess what? Oh my God! You just asked the question. Guess what? They went to a communist state, China, to trade with China. It tells you that they don't care about capitalism or socialism. It's about power.
You're being right. What did the Chinese agree to? What did Mao agree to?
With them.
No. What did they do internally? They adopted a capitalist system. Before you couldn't even own.
And yet they are still communist. The Communist Party still remains.
Okay. Communist in terms of an authoritarian regime, but economically they're a capitalist economy. China is.
But why do you think America is against them now? America is against them now because they are still communist. So the point you are making here is that I keep telling you, it has nothing to do with political systems. It has everything to do with power. If they work with Saudi Arabia they beheads people on a regular basis. Saudi Arabia chopped up somebody. Hold on now. Saudi Arabia chopped up hold on now. Saudi Arabia chopped up a U.S. residentist inside an embassy. They are still working with Saudi Arabia. You see think that they care about all this. It's all about power.
Why do they?
You are going to miss the equation. You are missing a big chunk in your equation that you used to analyze these things.
You can jump from country to country. I'll break it down. It's all about playing into the hegemonic capitalist system. Why do they play with Saudi Arabia? What does Saudi Arabia agree with, Tunisia?
Wow. So it's capitalism.
No, they agree to the petrodollar. Literally,
oh my God.
To the capitalist system. You know what the petrodollar is, right? Every country.
Hold on. You are correct there, but your problem is that you are limiting the petrodollar and the economy. It's about power. That petrodollar gives them power.
Measure. Are you that fucking retarded? You even know what the petrodollar is? What
the petrodollar gives them power because those countries have to trade in dollars.
What was the deal? Why did Nixon do the petrodollar? I can't deal with this. I can't. Bro, oh my God.
This guy is slow, man. This guy is slow. The guy is really slow, man. He's really slow. Jesus Christ. This stuff, you are talking about economics when you should be focusing on power. You are talking about economics.
Okay. Now, can you give chance to this American first also to make
this guy, if I was sitting opposite, if I was in the American side and this guy was on the other side, I would make him my slave. Because the guy is missing the point.
America Force, can you speak? Can you guys keep quiet, please? Please, Hammer.
Bro, stop.
Nobody's even hearing him. He's just talking continuously. Nobody's hearing him.
Why did Nixon drop the
you are wasting your breath. You are talking. Nobody's hearing. Your mic is faulty. Your mic is faulty. Hammer, your mic is faulty.
And you're Hammer,
your mic is faulty.
Tunisia, you just tired him out, but you're exhausted. You're
because he doesn't even know basic facts about your politics.
No.
He wants to bait me.
You just shout. You don't know anything about economy.
I'm asking you a simple question. You keep dodging it. Why did the U.S. establish a petrodollar? Answer that question.
An hour ago, you lost the whole conversation.
You lost it, bro. Dude, Tunisia, stop dodging the question.
Based on
Tunisia,
you are the worst even because you don't even know what you agree
with. Tunisia,
your mouth.
Tunisia, you don't even know basic facts about geopolitics, man.
I don't have a clue.
What, bro? Tunisia,
I can't believe
what is the petrodollar? Why was it established? Why? Because you brought up Saudi Arabia. Great. Why does America deal with Saudi Arabia? They bought into the capitalist system. They did.
Oh, so hold on. Now, why are we shouting? So why are you shouting? Can you stop shouting? Except you want to listen to yourself.
You got someone who's retarded.
Okay, you want to listen to yourself now. You want to listen to yourself. Okay, let's do that now. Let's do that since you want to do that.
Me? Like, come on, dude.
I'm shouting.
Bruh, you don't even know what the... Bruh, you didn't even know that Saudi Arabia has a petrodollar? Are you serious, Tunisia? You didn't even know that. Wow.
Talk.
You didn't even know that.
Talk.
Anyway, I'm done. Tunisia is too low IQ for me. I'm out of here. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, out. Jesus Christ. I don't know about
Tunisia. You have to industrialize first before you can do anything, Tunisia.
So you didn't read the private chat. You didn't read.
Wait, what's going on? What? Oh,
there is clear evidence showing you the opposite.
I was wondering. Yeah, boy, Kaizo.
No one is calling us low IQ.
By the way,
Kaizo is calling us this iPhone man. You can read it. You can read what China did there, and yet you still pretend as if you don't know.
You can read what China did there. I know what I'm talking about.
Read it now. Read it to the public. Read it to the public. If you are a genuine person, Read that to the public.
Yeah, but Tanaja, let me ask you a question.
You see that? This is disgraceful. You come up to make yourself look stupid in public. Read that. If I was wrong, read that so that everybody hears it. So here that China was mainly an agricultural society when they built their nuclear technology.
I understand you're never wrong. I understand you're never wrong.
No. I am wrong. You know the difference. You know the difference. When I'm wrong, you don't hear me arguing.
But to Niger, you're missing a few things.
That is the difference. The mistake people make is that because it looks like I'm never wrong, it makes it seem like I'm being rude to people. When I'm not right, I don't argue. You don't hear me talk about it.
Tinaja, I've been very nice to you. I don't overtalk you. Tinaja, China had 550 million people in the 50s. Okay? It doesn't matter if it's not about percentages of industrialization. It's about having a hub of an industrialized potential. Right? That's like India has in Bombay, etc. Right? No one's here saying every African's got to be industrialized, but you at least have a hub where there's a tech metropolis sort of city, etc. or steel technology within certain areas. It's not about percentage.
So tell me what hub America had when they built their first nuclear bomb. Tell me. They have Silicon Valley.
Wall Street. They had Wall Street. They had no money.
Wall Street. Wall Street is industry.
Yeah, industry. Yes.
Oh yeah. See, it's human beings that they paid money to go and build that thing. So see, I think sometimes we confuse economy. We confuse economy of the ability. See, hold on. Let me.
Tunaja, stop talking and just listen for 5 seconds, brother.
He has been talking now.
Can you just
he has to go 2 ways. He has to go 2 ways. He tells me, I tell him. That's how I like to learn. Okay.
Can you just let him talk for 5 seconds?
American Rifleman, I'm gonna try to be okay with you right now.
Okay.
See, the reason why I talk back to people like that is because so that the points, because if you make several points, I'll be able to address all of them.
Okay, Tunaja, let Kazo talk for at least a little bit before you overtalk him.
Oh,
that's all I'm asking.
Yeah. He's very rude, to Niger.
When did that your mustache go even? I liked you better then. Now you're just making it full of yourself.
Can you hear me tonight?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tunaja, look, you're actually just as bad as Hammer, but Tunaja, what we can't compare, right, Nigeria to countries that were in the pioneering stage of nuclear development, right? This is a long time ago, right? It was the technology was known by a few people, and they could do it based on the resources they had at that time, right? That's the beginning stage, and though most of them were helped actually, apart from countries like Soviet and America. Most of them got it from one of those two countries, right? Through alliances and stuff. Okay, unless Nigeria can go and beg China or one of these countries to give them that tech, right? If they start to play around, guess what? They're gonna get bombed. That's the issue. Why? Nigeria's already signed a no nuclear as a deterrent, whatever thing that they have, right? Nigeria is one of the countries that signed to it, so Nigeria can't just develop it. That's one. Two, there's space satellite technology right now, which is very modern. You can tell looking at the thermonuclear heat that's generated, right? The moment that you start building and enriching uranium or plutonium, whatever it is, they're going to be monitoring. The moment that you apply to have a nuclear energy plant, they're going to start looking at you. So the point is to Nigeria right now is not going to be able to make nuclear weapons. Now, we already got over that, okay? So Nigeria can't. Now that they can't, what you're trying to advocate here is for us to be getting 1,000 more spearmen against the West. Now, for me, that's the only issue I agree with you to Nigeria. It's like, yeah, if you can get Africa to get nuclear weapons, I'm all for it. But this whole, maybe Nigeria's case, you guys do need spearmen to fight other spearmen like Boko Haram. But in East Africa, Kenya, we don't need more spearmen because we don't have those issues, right? We will never beat the West because we just lack everything. And we don't have enough enemies who are small enough at our level. I hope that you're hearing my argument tonight, Joy. Go ahead.
So you are saying that, oh God, just because an enemy hasn't come over yet, you should not be prepared for it.
Again,
this is why, oh my God, okay, come on. Oh,
an
Jesus
enemy
Christ.
That we can defend.
You see, I let you finish for once. I was trying to have a to and fro here. So no enemy is available yet. So you stay calm and don't do anything because you don't need them. You have a few thousand soldiers. Yet I am almost like confident Switzerland alone has about 10 times more military bunkers than Kenya has soldiers. That is one of the most peaceful countries in the world. How is it our people are like this? My God, I really feel sorry for
which
us.
country? Which country?
Switzerland has 370 something. Yes, Switzerland has 370 something thousand bunkers. Check it. You'll be shocked. Their mountains is full of bunkers.
Yeah, that's not military. That's a bunker, man. Come on.
No. No. Bunkers with weapons, so.
Nah,
hey, God. The thing is, they are using it to throw flowers and Swiss chocolates. I think it's Swiss chocolates that they're throwing from those cannons that they have in those bunkers. Yeah, right. See, they have more bunkers than they have Kenya has soldiers.
And what is the GDP of Switzerland? Exactly.
They built it before their GDP grew.
No way.
Oh my God, they built it before the Second World War, during the Second World War, after that period.
$1 billion compared to the GDP.
One second. The CF, my stepbrother, I'm going to tell you now, is a descendant of Napoleon put into exile. Is a royalty in Switzerland. So I'm not going to tell anymore because he's a very important person.
Yeah. So they are these people built like crazy, and you are saying, oh, because you don't need them. They are one of the most peaceful countries in the world. Why do they have that? Hold on now, excuses. You keep saying money. They had the bunkers before they had the money.
Really? Show me the proof.
They built it since the Second World War, so you don't know. Okay, let me see. Let me search the link. Hold on, I'll search the link so you can play it now. So you see. Hold on.
Was an economic hub used to transfer money over there. Trust me, they did not have an army like anywhere close to this powerful at that time. No way. And you can't compare Switzerland to Kenya. Kenya's got $100 billion. Switzerland is 8 times more GDP, man. That's crazy. And also, if a GDP per capita, it's even higher because literally they've got what, like 2 people that live there.
Play the link now. I'm going to send the link to you now, so you see it for yourself.
Yeah, it's 99.
You are advocating that your people go to sleep. Check that. That's one of the most peaceful countries, the so-called neutral country in the world.
Yeah, but okay, look, they're protecting themselves from the immediate surrounding threats.
Oh no, they are protecting themselves. No, they are not fighting. No, they are neutral.
No, they have to protect.
They don't need to protect themselves. No. You are not protecting yourself. You were enslaved.
I've never said that.
People were colonized. You're saying they should not protect yourself.
I've never said that. No.
They don't have nuclear weapons.
To Niger, they have something to protect.
But you don't have your family to protect. You don't have your heritage to protect.
From what?
Like Kenzo, man, you scare me sometimes.
Listen, all the money is in their country, right? A lot of money, so people can actually.
It's property you keep looking at. The people they are protecting are their children, their future.
Oh, they're protecting the money, man, because they know that's.
Oh my God, this guy! What you get about his money?
And also, to Nigeria, are they not part of NATO?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure about NATO part. I'm not sure. See, it doesn't matter. It's a given. Even if you're not part of NATO, technically, you are still part of NATO. Nobody's going to go out at Switzerland and NATO will sit by. Anyway.
Okay.
Check the link now. Play the link now.
I'm downloading it. I'm downloading it. You gotta wait a second. It says, "Oh, my disk is full." Okay, I gotta delete something quickly. But I'll play it. Don't worry, Tanaja. Tanaja, I'm not against military. I am actually even more military than you are. I just want to make sure that
that scares me.
No, I am more than you, Tanaja. Trust me. I just
the military I'm advocating is to stabilize the home front. You have to start from somewhere. That's my point. You can't just go from 0 to 100.
That's my only issue.
In Iran right now, they have a very strong military to protect whatever they are doing right now. If they didn't have it, if their ability was like Kenya, Israel would have been in there right now.
But they have enemies, right? That's the difference. They actually have real enemies.
See, they are real enemies. Oh my God, you keep missing the point. Their real enemy is wanting to stop them from building that nuclear technology. If they didn't have a strong military right now, the Israelis would have been there yesterday. They would have gone there a long time ago to destroy everything they are building. And this is telling you say we should industrialize and build. you can't. They won't let you industrialize when they don't want you. They don't. It's not in their interest. If it's their interest, yes, they will let you. Like the way they allow Japan and South Korea to industrialize and Taiwan. But if it's not in their interest, they don't have any need to. They won't let you. Why would they? I wouldn't. If I was them, I wouldn't let you.
Okay.
I don't understand it. For me, it's very simple. And people keep looking at economics. I look at power. I'm not going to concede power if I was a white person freely. Why would I concede power?
It is massive. I mean, look at this place.
People have more bunkers than you have soldiers.
30,000 square.
Because they can afford it to Niger.
They built it a long time ago.
To Niger, we are poor.
Oh my God, it's human beings that did it. It's human beings that did it, not ghosts.
To Niger,
you just have to.
We are poor. Go ahead.
Oh my God, you just have to have the will. It's not about being poor.
Yeah, we're gonna build bunkers out of sticks and stones. So Niger wants us to build bunkers.
Why you keep saying sticks and stones?
So are you saying
when they built it in the 40s? Most of us were built in the 40s.
Hey, Niger, hold on. Are you saying there's a triumph of the will?
If your people are willing to, they will build anything that you want them to build. So are you people seriously telling me only a white man can build? They built all these things sometime in the Second World War. Kenya currently has more technology than the Germans had in the Second World War. Okay, maybe they don't have missiles. Okay, yeah, they didn't have that. But they had more technology than the Germans had in the Second World War.
More technology.
If they wanted to build these things
ourselves, that's the difference. They were industrialized.
They make the technology. You can make them yourself. You have the manpower to do it. It's just that you don't have the space to do it. You don't have the.
We don't have the vision
of educated people to do it.
We don't have the vision and we don't have the power. That's the problem.
So are you saying that you don't have enough educated people to do it?
No, we don't have the power. We don't have people in power to Niger. The issue is you speak about some fantasies. How do you mobilize a country? Okay, the first time to Niger, if you can get Nigeria to get 100,000 more soldiers, then I'll listen to what you say. But to Niger, we don't have the power.
Well, Nigeria, the next president is looking to recruit 1 million.
Yeah, that's
for the first time ever.
But that's where they.
No, this is the first time they've ever said it. This is the first time they've ever said they want to do that.
Okay, he's not gonna do it. But when he does it to Niger, then I'll listen to you. The point here is, Niger, we don't have the power to mobilize the vision that you have in Africa. The Germans had a great leader during that time who forced these things into action. That's the difference.
See, if the Swiss people can do it, if the peace-loving Swiss people can do it, we can do it.
To Niger, you literally sounded more like that guy in World War II, Triumph of the Will guy, than that's what you've been saying the whole time.
Triumph of the will. I'm telling you that if your people's mind change, you have the people to do it.
Okay,
Switzerland is not as populated. Switzerland is not as populated as Kenya.
Niger wants to buy them with the grass. How are you feed the soldiers?
You know what is really baffling me? I know this guy's face.
Hold on, I'll let you talk. Hold on. Look, I guess Niger doesn't understand what I was trying to get. I was trying to be funny, but you got it right, Kazo. The triumph of the will. Yes, that. Okay, Niger, I'm just educate you. What we're really I was talking about is there's a documentary or a kind of propaganda piece that the National Socialists put out in World War II called Triumph of the Will, and just showed how Hitler single-handedly through his will changed the course of Germany. So that's kind of what you were talking about.
Yeah, this guy is asking. Every boy is asking why I'm upset with war. I don't want to see children, our people being bred like this. As a matter of fact, in the near future, if we keep screwing around,
Niger, I'd rather have sex with my friend's mom than eat grass. Let me.
The one they will make you do, and your sisters, you breed with your sisters. That's if they find you capable. They might just decide to throw inside the field and use the hockey guys to do the breeding. Point is, if you allow yourselves to be like this, the consequences will be very, very dire. I'm telling you, just in breeding, it will be the least. If they say you should sleep with the horse, you will sleep with the horse.
Yeah, but your solution is not the right solution. Get us. Tell me how you're gonna get us nukes.
The solution is to start. Listen, Kezo. The solution is to stabilize your nation first. That way, you can start thinking clearly. If your nation is in decay and deteriorating every single day, right now, Nigeria, Kenya, they are losing technological advancement compared to the West. They are losing hours a day, every single day, because you have to try to close that gap. That is what I'm saying. If you want to close the gap, yes. If you want to close the gap, you have to be able to protect it.
You're saying military.
No. See, that's my point. You not let me finish. If you want to close that gap, you have to protect it. Even our presidential candidate right now, he acknowledged the point. He said, if you don't fix your military, everything else is lost. Everybody now understand that. This is something that Americans understand.
That's true. Yeah.
If you don't fix it, everything else is lost. Whatever you build, as a matter of fact, it's not even, you are building it for other people. If you build stuff and you don't have security, you are building it for other people. Don't claim it is yours. It's like when the Vikings show up in England, everything they take, because the English people were weak compared to the Vikings. They can go as they see fit and take the one that will take as slave and take them away. This is the same thing that is repeating itself all over the world and including in Africa. So that's how the world works. This thing, when we keep talking about economy, no, what really determines the world is power. Whether it's Vikings, whether it's the Islamic Empire, whether it's the Ottoman Empire, name it, what kind of political system, name what kind of system, it's always about power it comes down to. And if we don't fix that gap, technological, security gap that we have in Africa, we are going to be in real when all this nonsense that is going on in the West now, if they settle their quarrel,
okay,
God help
how
us.
do we build an actual military that functions to Niger?
We already started in if Nigeria does it, we would have started. Because I told you now I was going to be having an experiment with the Nigerian space. So I went in the Nigerian space and I kept going. Me now, they know me as military man all the time.
Okay.
Military and transparency, that's what they know me as.
Here's the issue to Niger. First, you're not going to convince anyone to increase their military just for the sake of being more protected when they don't see your issue. You got to tie it in with economics. So if you're telling me to Niger, okay, we got to build an industrial military complex. Nigeria should be, again, improving its steel technology, all that stuff, and then also building its own, again, modern tech, air missiles, aircraft, drones, etc., selling it for, again, money, building that industrial base. But if you're saying increase military,
come on, man, Kezo, I've made an economic argument for it 1,000 times. I said it now. Like in the case of Nigeria, if Nigeria recruits 1 million soldiers, they will give them 1 million, pay them, and those people, their houses and boots and uniform is going to be done by somebody. The same thing, you create police, customs, and intelligence services. Those people will need a lot of things too. The economy will be spurred in that direction, while your environment will become more secure, allowing foreign investment to come in, allowing the Nigerian diaspora, a lot of them that are overseas, they will flood in with the investment. So it is paid, the military, the money you spend for that 1 million man military and 1 million police and intelligence, it will pay for itself, because so many Nigerians are overseas to return home. So many people want to do business in Nigeria because it's the largest market in Africa, but they can't because the economy is unstable, the environment is insecure. So you can see there's a strong economic argument for it. Do you know that Nigerian farmers, they go home early? Some of them don't even go to farm because they fear for being kidnapped. Businesses sometimes close early because they fear from crime or being kidnapped or some kind of terrorist attack, whatever. So all this is infused into economy. If you fix this, if you stabilize the nation, that way the nation can start growing slowly.
For Nigeria maybe.
It's not about fighting in West.
What about peaceful countries? Nigeria maybe, but what about peaceful countries?
Even the peaceful countries, you know why I say the peaceful countries are living on the wind and the prayer? Because Nigeria was once like them.
Prayer.
Yes, you are living on the wind and because that's what you are doing. If you go out every day from your house, Ekezu, you don't close your door, you don't close your window, and you leave your money at the doorstep and tell everybody that that's where you live. How long are you going to work to become rich? You will never be rich. Every day somebody will come and take your money away. Every day they will come and take it. That's what is happening to us. If you don't secure your house, everything you build, everything you put, every money you make, it will be taken. That is why we are poor. This is why I keep saying, if you want to build the economy, if you want to industrialize, you have to protect it. You can't even invent stuff, for crying out loud. Like okay,
let me say something. Yeah, I think to Niger, I think a lot of not even just to Niger. I think just a lot of people in these Pan African circles. I think we speak too much without knowing the facts on the ground. Like this thing that Africa is not doing anything against its military. That's not true. Like African countries are expanding their military. If you look at maybe last year, like the Kenyan Navy is now building its own ships. You're not going to find it in the news, but at the moment, that's what's happening with the Kenyan. Now the Kenyan Navy is building its huge investment with the Kenyan government. Now it built its first ship last year. I think now that's the ability of the Kenyan Navy now by building its own ships. So these are small things that go out of the range. Right now, even the East African heads of state are in Bujumbura, in Burundi, and their talk is security of the region. That is what they're talking. It should be in the news, but I don't know. Maybe it's because of the Western media doesn't push this thing. But a lot of progress is happening when it comes to military in Africa. It's just that maybe the media doesn't show it. That's the biggest point. Second of all, I don't want to. You should also look at countries like Pakistan and that island that is south of India. I've forgotten the name. These countries have completely defaulted in their debt. And if you look at the way, and if you look at their spending, it's because of military spending. Most of the budget goes to the military. You can even look at Egypt. Egypt spends a lot on its military, and because of that, one of the biggest economies in Africa, but cannot even provide adequate healthcare. Like Nigeria has better healthcare than Egypt. So if you look at, there are other things, my brother, that military cannot provide.
So you would rather that you are turned into a breeding animal than avoid that because you want to an extra bottle of beer or attend an extra wedding party and all the rest. You see this thing that we crave enjoyment so much without worrying about securing our children's future. If you love your children, if you want them to make it into the future, you have to protect it. You have to. This world doesn't owe you a living. This thing that we do, why do you think they are spending all that money? You're worrying about this in their problem. There's always going to be economic chaos. They always have economic cycles, even in the West they do. Who cares? The point is you are able to determine your destiny. That is extremely important to any people. Any self-respecting people, by the way. The Russians went through trouble too. When the Soviet Union fell, look at them today. They decided that enough is enough. They bounced back again because they took care of their security. Sri Lanka has got a very relatively strong security network. Yes, they had a bit of economic hiccups. Yeah, Argentina had its own too. You always recover its own. They will always recover. But what you are not going to recover from, if you are not careful, is when you don't have a strong military. That's the one you're not going to, and that's what's affecting Africa. We don't have it. Look at Kenya. Kenya has 29,000. Yeah, they are building a ship, but they have 29,000 soldiers. The number of people you have is the most important thing you can have than the equipment. The number of people you have is the most important thing you can have. Because by the time you start adding technology to it, a little bit of technology you add to it increases your potency. If you add a little bit of technology to that number, increases your potency significantly. You know my calculation I used to make when I was younger, I was always comparing China to America, how powerful the two sides are. And I said, oh, China has more soldiers, Americans have more technology. And I kept saying, oh, if 10 Chinese soldiers can kill one American soldiers, their power is equal. You see what I mean? By the time you do that calculation, you can see the numbers counts for something. And because it's not because, okay, if Chinese soldiers were just carrying spears, that's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. But the Chinese soldiers had something. They were not with empty hand. They had nuclear, they had ships, they had weapons. So if America wants to go to war with them, 10 Chinese soldiers will make sure they take one American soldier with them. And by the time they are done, America will be so weak that Soviet Union will be the superpower in the world. You see what I mean? So sometimes you have to do those type of calculations to balance it and don't make yourself, don't just say, oh, because America is so strong, then nothing can stop them. You know, earlier on today,
those calculations. It's called the military ranking. We know these calculations.
No. My point is that is fake calculation. I don't believe in those calculations. Let me give you the reason why I don't believe in those calculations. See, people were saying, no, I don't believe in them. You know why? People were saying, oh, because America is trying to figure out a way to stop nuclear weapons. No, America cannot. They don't control the ground you sit on is a weapon. If you have nuclear weapon, the mountains, the volcanoes are a weapon. If you have nuclear weapon, you could trigger a massive volcano if you throw a nuclear weapon in there. You can, if you go under the ocean, if you detonate this in like the Russians are threatening, if they detonate a nuclear weapon under the ocean, they could wipe out the city with a nuclear tsunami. You can't against certain things, and this is what I worry that we are so scared of our own shadow that we don't even know how to defend ourselves. If you have nuclear technology, if you have nuclear weapons, yes, they can. Yeah, you might not have a B-222 bomber, you might not have a hypersonic missile, yeah, but you can do damage. Like they too have to be careful about.
But you know, Niger, don't you see, like in the case of East Africa, like the biggest threat to East Africa is not is going to come from the sea. You know that, right? That's why there's a focus on the building of ships, because that's if you're just going to assess the threats, right? If you're assessing threats, there's no threat coming from inland, right? The biggest threat to East Africa is coming from the sea. So it makes logical sense for governments to focus on shipbuilding and building.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, because you have to make sure that area it's been a long time coming, to be fair, and the numbers people have is not enough. If it's 29,000, you are 50 something million.
Yeah, but you see, let us see. First we build the ships, then now we bring the soldiers. Or what do you think?
To be fair, you know, I'm sure that's partly why Kezo brought this topic, because I kept saying you have a massive military base in your country. I don't know whether Kenya has the will to even defend itself right now, because you have a massive military base in your country. If you start to up your security status, I don't know. Your president sounds very, very strident sometimes. So if that man has 200,000, 300,000 soldiers, he could just ask the British to leave. He could just ask the Americans to leave. But he's not going to do that because they will not even give him the chance to get to that point. How can Kenya be so rich that in terms of stable and everything, and their military readiness is 29,000? It tells you that, look at Ghana. Ghana recently, the same thing that they have about 15,000, and they're already having problems with insurgency now. Because it's bound to happen. If Nigeria takes care of its own security problem, let's say Nigeria decides not to go outside Nigeria, that problem is going to move to the Ghana. It's going to move to Ghana because Ghana is very, very open. They don't have a lot of soldiers to protect them. So for me, this is basic. I don't even know why we have to be discussing this. Although I think I know why, because Kezo, I've been bashing Kezo all the time about, Kenya has a big military base there, a big military base. So he's saying that military base is not you shouldn't worry about that because the economy is all that matters. No, it's not economy. It's good to have. Obviously, if you have zero economy, you can't build military. You can't feed the soldiers at all. But no African country has zero economy. They just have enough to stay alive, and too little. They don't have enough to actually take control of their country. All you have to do is sacrifice some of the resources and shift it to defense and watch what happens. Investment will pour in because now you can actually control your environment. You can keep it stable. To be fair, Kenya is relatively stable, but Congo is not, and this Nigeria is not. Ethiopia just came out of the civil war, or I don't know what I would call that a civil war, but a kind of internal instability. If these countries get it right, and South Africa is relatively stable, if Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Africa, if they are stable, Black Africa will become stable, and you will see that. Congo out. God forbid that.
I don't think Ethiopia. Okay, Ethiopia, is a big country, but you can see Somalia is also joining the East African community. Like I think it might even join this year. And you saw, and I saw this beautiful video of the Somali foreign minister speaking perfect Kiswahili. I thought it was. I thought they will not. So that means that they're going to integrate Kiswahili into their system, and probably in the military, probably going to be speaking Swahili. So so that means Somali soldiers are going to be speaking Swahili, and they're going to be joining. So So the East African community will be having the power of, I think, around 3,000 kilometers of coastline, or more than that, from Somalia.
They need people to protect that coastline now.
My
problem with all these East African nations is that the Somali president, the moment he was being sworn in, he invited the Americans to come in, soldiers. So that many of these countries, apart from Ethiopia, highly compromised already. They don't have a lot of free will of their own. They're highly compromised. Only Ethiopia that is standing steady. And remember, Ethiopia is the one that has the dam. So they are the only ones standing steady on their own. So, and Eritrea, of course, backing them up. So I don't know, man. If you ask me, Kenyans need to ask themselves, why is it that 50-something million people have 29,000 soldiers? I don't get that. That doesn't happen anywhere in the world.
That number. Okay, let me tell you something. That number is probably to balance with the level of the economy. You look at the level of the economy. Obviously, when the economy grows, the number of soldiers to hire grows. Otherwise, you can have.
That is a lie that they tell you. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has something to do with your people they are standing you down from being able to defend yourself, from being able to defend your economy, your children, and you give everybody else the advantage over you. No. All these countries that are telling us this story that we are accepting, none of them did it. They are all very, very secure.
Tunaja, you want us to defend our grass? We don't want to eat grass in Kenya, Tunaja.
No, defend your children. Okay. I never said anything about grass. Defend your children's future.
But from what threat, what is the threat to defend the children?
Right now because you were talking too much. You didn't let me talk at all. Can I jump and say to you, and then you're gonna have a thing to talk about? So, first of all, I know about China. Look at this in my country. You never been in my country. In my country, I'm an important person because I just called my cousin. Yes, something happened. So, look at this. In my country, you saw that there are a lot of Chinese people not showing things in the language of the countries. That happens in my country. Where we go to a study is in China. My brother, that is the manager of the electricity in Equatorial Guinea. So you imagine. So, and then my own, what is the name? My own step brother is a noble from Switzerland. I know a lot, but what you're trying to talk about here right now about stability, China didn't have that beforehand. China was enslaved. You know, Japan enslaved Chinese. I let you talk.
You're mute. I can't hear you. Okay, she's muted.
Yeah, she says you can go ahead. Tunaja, you want us to protect grass. Even Kenya's a better GDP per capita than Pakistan. I'd rather eat my $2,000 a year instead of having some $1,500 dusty money. So Tunaja, we don't want grass in Kenya. We want to eat good food. We want to eat nyama choma, not grass.
If you want to eat good food,
healthcare too. We want. Kenya has the second best healthcare in Africa.
But by denying that you are living in Nigeria, see, Nigeria has been there before. This is what people don't understand. I'm telling you, we've been there before. If you don't want to do the hard work, it will be chosen for you by some other person in a way that you don't desire it. That is just simply the fact of nature. You can pretend, you know how Thanos possesses all the time. Run from it. Destiny will still come for you. You can pretend as if it's not going to come. You can just, have it at the back of your mind that somehow the enemy is going to fall and die. No, they are not going to fall and die. Eventually, they'll get stronger and you get weaker, and they'll come and take everything that you have left. It's just that simple. This is not about grass. This is about ensuring that you're sure. I don't understand. It's a very, very serious situation from the point of view of when you have your children, your women, your heritage. How are you going to protect it if you don't act? If you just sit there and say, I don't want to do the hard work. The so-called North Koreans that we like to badmouth, they have 100% literacy rate. 100%. we keep talking about North Korea being underdeveloped. No, Nigeria, North Korea is actually more developed. If you look at it, than Nigeria. The only difference is that we have a lot more flashy things showing up, just like Kenya. Kenya has a lot of flashy stuff. That country has more chance to make it into the future than Kenya does as it stands today. It doesn't look like that because it's covered by glossy, safari images and military bases here and there. That country, North Korea, has better chance of making it into the future than Kenya today, than even Nigeria. Because when you are falling behind, you don't see it happening. That's how our forefathers play this stupid game. When the Westerners started coming, Europeans started coming in, trading with them, they didn't see how they were falling behind. And the beauty about Western powers is that they know when they are falling behind. And this is why China went after their tech companies recently. They started attacking their software tech companies like TikTok and all the rest. Why? Because they wanted their tech companies to start building hardware. They sent all their major tech companies, they basically exiled them, go overseas. Don't have a lot of power at home, build hardware at home instead. Because the Chinese leader said, we cannot be building only software, because when we build hardware and we are relying on foreigners to give us the hardware, it's like building on some other person's wall. I don't even know what that means. But it basically means if you're not controlling your destiny, some other person will just from you. That is China with all their technology still thinking that paranoid today. America thinking that paranoid, telling TSMC, semiconductor manufacturer, to build their own chip manufacturing company in the US. They are funding a lot of chip companies because everybody has to be paranoid. But Africans, oh no, we can't eat grass. How can we have difficulty even when we are already suffering anyway? Seriously, was it not in Kenya that lady was boiling stones to feed her child, to send the children to bed? Come on, man. Africans are not doing that well. Kenya might have a lot of shiny stuff. We are not doing well at all. And even if we are doing well, it's just temporary. Eventually, they'll be back to collect, as they say. Nigerians will say, you want collect, you will collect.
Yeah, Kenyans are not. Nobody is saying. I don't know. Maybe somebody, but I don't think Kenya. Yeah, Kenya is not doing well as compared to what we should be doing. That's like the story of all of Africa, not just Kenya.
He's lying.
I'm not.
No, not you. To Niger. To Niger says that there's a Kenyan woman boiling stones for her kids. To Niger, why do you believe in this propaganda?
No, she was boiling stones.
You.
No, the woman was on YouTube now. Come on, stop it. She was on YouTube.
That's just propaganda. That's a crazy woman. It's nothing. Tezi, are people in Kenya actually having to eat stones or something? For real?
Nah,
she's not eating stones.
That was some propaganda sensationalism from the media.
She pretended as if she was telling the children that the food was going to get ready.
Crazy people, they do a story, they get money to Nigeria. This is high IQ.
That's just the media house trying to revenue.
Okay, so the argument is that Kenya is doing very well for itself now, and their living standard is so high.
No, I'm not saying the living standard is high, but come on.
I saw that video when some criminals were running out of that room from Ikea, where they were like roaches, everybody rushing out like this. See, African countries, we are not doing very well. Let's face it, we are not doing very well. Like, we are not, we are not doing very well. Come on, we have slums all over the place.
Yeah, you see exactly what happened. You see, a Mombasa woman who boils stones for her children moves into her new house. These people are high IQ people to Nigeria. Of course, in Kenya.
See, it's only this guy that was spinning to me high. Somebody having a tragic life. You call it high IQ.
Yes.
Oh God.
Sat down and thought about
what else do they need to do now? Sell their kidney to be high IQ.
No. You see, that's somebody who thought, okay, how do I get the media's attention? Oh, let me start saying all this. Like then now look at how it ended. So this is just all intricate scams, just that you can get some nice money.
Right now,
but now to Nigeria, you have used it like as if it's true. It's not true.
Yeah, she thinks it's true. Yeah, she thinks.
Okay, let's say that was a massive lie. Point still remains. Is Kenya doing that well?
No, but we're not eating stones. We're eating meat. Okay,
we're eating meat. We're eating.
So you want to be eating meat? You want to be eating meat while your children go and start practicing how to be bred? Is that what you are saying? You see, this kind of laziness that we do, we pass the buck to the next generation.
So what will the military bring if will we know what will we be eating?
It brings investment. It brings stability. If your country is stability. See, Ethiopia has stability, and the moment they say Ethiopia had stability 2 to 3 years ago, and the moment they started having tips with
the military is what attacked them to Niger. What are you smoking? It was the only military that attacked them.
Oh no, goodness! How can you not understand this?
Is what attacked.
He didn't even let me finish my point. The issue that they were having with Egypt, within how many weeks they started the tension increased. Some people were assassinated in Addis Ababa, and before you know it, the Tigray, this thing was sparked. The conflict in Tigray was sparked. See, this is something that is well known. You did not even watch. Recently, I was watching this program. Hold on now. Recently, program Wakanda, this thing, and I'm sure maybe one of you have seen it. The American official was saying to their fellow officials that American government want to carry out a hostile act against Wakanda. Then he said what? He says what kind of attack? Destabilization. This is something that they are telling you to your face what they do, and our people just choose not to understand it.
This is exactly
they consider that a war. When they attack you with destabilization technique, they consider that a war.
Look at that's a very good point, and we just look at how Ethiopia with the big military was, destabilized. Like that's when they want to destabilize you, they're going to go to the guys with the guns.
It's covert, yeah.
Ethiopia never had a very large military.
Niger, you should be saying we need better.
No sub-Saharan African country has a large military apart from this Eritrea. Eritrea is the only one that has got their act together. I've said it before. Ethiopia didn't have one. That is why they were weak too.
They have 138,000 people, man. Personnel.
Soldier, that's nothing compared to their population.
Niger, how is the soldiers and the population got anything to do with the covert action that is what destabilized them?
Okay, hold on.
Missing the point.
Has any of this happened in Egypt? Hold on now. Has any of this happened in Egypt?
Yeah, they did.
No, it hasn't, has it? Yes, Egypt has almost 800,000 soldiers.
In the last decade, how many coups does Egypt have?
So many. Yeah, Nigeria, you're not making sense.
Coups. No. Egypt had one coup, one main coup.
No.
In how many decades? One main coup they had.
It's three.
And that was to remove a civilian. Okay, they had two actually. They had one. I don't know. That's not a coup. It was an uprising that removed the.
There was a 2013
Mubarak from
the
office.
Most recent one. 2013.
Yeah, that one removed Mubarak from office. Yeah, it removed Mubarak from office. Then they elected a democratic president, which is I've forgotten his name. Then he too was deposed by a military regime that is still in office now. So I don't know. Two coups. It's one coup actually.
More than that, actually, Egypt's been going through a lot of this shit for a while. To Niger, you see, Kenya, how many coups has Kenya had?
And they're on the brink of another one.
Kenya has a massive military base. That's the reason why. Does Djibouti have coups? Because they have massive military bases there.
No. To Niger, stop it. Listen. To Niger, if you want to make your point more fine,
I'm giving you solid reasons why.
No, you
there is a pattern.
Reasons? No, to Niger, you can't just look at patterns. That's baby stuff, right? You need to go and give specifics. Okay, you're saying internal defense. Okay, I agree with you. A better, surveillance and security personnel, trained secret agencies. I agree with you on that. You see, that's what's going to stop.
Yeah, that's something that I've not highlighted enough. A massive intelligence units. This in a community,
very well trained, very good at their job. Yes, I agree with you. That's what will have stopped these coups and these attempts of coups. Not a massive military.
In terms of,
not relevant.
In terms of, all of them are necessary. Oh, Jesus. See, all of them are necessary.
But specific for different reasons. That's why in your Egypt case, it didn't make sense. Egypt's had many coups, even though it's got a large enough military.
Many coups. Why you keep saying many coups? They've not had many coups. Stop making stuff
that's
up.
two more. That's three more than Kenya's, right? Let me give you that. The point here is tonight.
Why Kenya doesn't need coup now? The Kenya is already in the hands of.
You always just need this.
You know why now? Kenya is already in the hands of His Majesty. So why do you need coups?
The main point here is simple to Nigeria. If you're going to make a point about military, be specific about which part of the military is going to be good for which part of security.
And I fear for East Africa, I really fear for East Africa, the closeness that Kenya has, and Somalia too. They have so many, there's a lot of influence, and I fear for East Africa for that reason alone, because they talk a lot of independent talk, but in reality, they are all highly compromised nations that don't have even strong security units.
How many coups do you think Ethiopia's had to Niger?
Yeah, let me tell you something. I think what's funny
Ethiopia was never strong. I keep saying Ethiopia was never really strong. The one you want to use as an example is Eritrea. If Eritrea was having many coups, then I would say, okay, maybe you have a point.
Come on,
but is Eritrea livable? Have you ever met someone? I've never had.
Why do people believe all this propaganda?
It's not
They're
propaganda.
livable.
It's not propaganda. Look at the
Eritrea has a higher literacy rate than Kenya.
No, Eritrea. Let's go with that.
Check it now.
What does literacy rate even mean? It's
a metric. You see, the moment Kezo says that, he's already lost the argument.
No, education rate is much better than a literacy rate. Yeah, just because someone can read and write doesn't mean that they actually have got enough people that are skilled to provide in the economy. Right? That's this whole literacy rate is retarded argument. Let's say education rate. How many of them are actually educated from whatever class 0 to the education whatever limit, like 18, 16?
Okay, from what I can see here, on the overall, Eritrean literacy rate is slightly less than that of Kenya by a few percent. However, the just under 25 or so, the literacy rate is 97% in that group. It's the older generation that is somewhat a little bit lagging behind. Obviously, it does make sense when you think about it. They are trying to walk away those ones. How do you explain North Korea having 100% literacy rate?
Who cares if they have it? So they can read the sign of grass over here?
Oh, no. If you're chewing grass, where do you have the chance to read like that?
To Niger, reading is not that difficult. If the government puts money in it, they put.
Go and tell African countries that. Go and tell African countries that are struggling that reading is not that difficult.
No, Africans don't care about their people's development.
Oh, they don't. I see. So North Korea cares more about its people. Oh no! Now you're beginning to come around. Now you begin to see what I mean. So they care more about their people to give them 100% literacy rate. It shows you that they actually care for their people than we do. That's why I say we are not fighting for our children's future, but they are. Why won't they educate those children? Oh,
they know how the game works, right? Either you join them or you fight them. They decided to.
But North Korea is like one big prison, though. You know that, right?
I'm so nice to join them.
If it was so nice,
to join them. My problem is that they don't want to join you. They want to kill you. They want you. According to the Turkish president, these people want to kill your children. They literally want to kill. That's what the Turkish president said. If I read the quote that the Turkish president was talking about NATO, you'll be shocked. That's what he was saying. That these people are mean-spirited. They don't care about you. They want to kill you.
Yeah, you might be right to Niger, but
but
all of them.
But you see, let me tell you something to Niger. I agree that nobody's fault, by the way, that the West is the friend of Africa. I don't even think there's any African country that believes that these guys are our friends. But at the moment right now, like cutting off from the West, it never works well for. I've never seen any country get away, apart from maybe Russia, which is technically just part of the West.
Iran did.
Yeah?
Iran did.
Nah. Iran has oil, bro. Like when you look at a country like Kenya, where we are just people. Our biggest asset is literally human
Yeah,
resources.
it's going to be hard, but I see.
In the end of the day, I feel like
Tazy. Let me ask you. This is a simple question. Would you rather do the hard thing now and save yourself this trouble tomorrow, or not do the hard thing and all bets are off with all kinds of horrible things that could happen tomorrow?
But you see, no. Okay, here's what I see that is going to be disadvantageous just for Kenya or even East Africa. You see, Britain is on its way out of the door. As you can see, it's like the only country in the previous year that will actually shrink.
First, you didn't answer the question at all. You sidestepped it.
My point is just like during the Corona period, as people don't understand is that countries like Africa, in Kenya, they can smell the weakness. They can smell. So even UK is having trouble even just controlling because people can smell the weakness. And to me, I feel
your weakness is your biggest enemy is your fear.
Better to wait for the lion to be sick and weak, then you can now take it on than waiting until wait for the poison to set in. Wait for
you're waiting for the poison to set in. You are not even ready to take it on for the poison to set in. The lion will be dying right there. You still don't have a machete ready to finish it off. You still be using your fingers to try to pinch the lion. That's easy for.
Wait until it's sick. Right now it's still a little bit strong. Wait until it is, then you will see. Then you will judge. But already you can.
That's the kind of stuff is slave race. You say. Let's wait for the Vikings. The Vikings become sick. Then we will take the Vikings out. No, they're going to come and colonize and take over everything. That's exactly what happens in history. You can't just sit there and say, "Oh, let the lion fall sick." You know who does that?
At the moment,
that's not a good hunter.
At the moment, I can safely say that the British do not have the power to colonize any country. They don't. At the moment.
Oh my God, they're already colonizing you right now.
No. That's not.
It's an economic colonization, all right? Mostly economic colonization, which simply means they don't need military to do you in right now. I feel they may need military methods to control you. They might even leave us hanging around like a smaller, lower class race that will just remain there serving them. Maybe even with our delusion, thinking that we are still free. And they might even embed into us to make us actually believe we are free based on our servitude. And maybe some of us will actually sign up happily to it. But in reality, what that means is that when they don't need you anymore, they can do as they please with you. If you're lucky, they just drop you on the ground and walk away and go somewhere else if they become advanced enough. Or they decide that they will exterminate you and take over the space. So, but the point is you don't have any control over your fate. And that is a terrible thing. When we had a chance to try to rectify the problems because we didn't want difficulties. That's why we are just like you're not going to die anyway. You're going to die. Most of our people are dying already and they're suffering. And this is the attitude we use every time. I always ask people that question sometimes. I say, if you can solve the problem of Africa, your country, but it will need you to kill about 50,000 people. It will result in the death of 50,000 people to solve all that problem. You hear some people waffle. They will say, "Oh, they will not do it. They will not do all kinds of things." The reason why they say that because they don't want to face the difficulty that they are going to be responsible for people dying. But in reality, by not doing it, they are killing more people. What we are doing, whenever we say, "Oh, we are afraid, we can't do this," and China did it, they didn't even have to fire a shot. If China can pull it off, India did it without even firing a shot too.
No. Let me tell you, sir. China was very submissive until it became strong enough to roar. But before that, they were very submissive to the West. Let's not pretend that from day one.
China was never submissive. Where did you get that China was submissive? When did China become submissive to the West?
From when okay, let me just show you I think okay, and let's get the articles later. But Before, even when the West was even throwing their garbage, the garbage of United States, they were shipping their garbage and their waste products to China, so that China can sort that thing out and all that. That until recently is when China said we're no longer doing that now. So
let me come here.
I don't call us being submissive.
Tonight, you know I respect you. You know I love you. You are my own loved ones. Yes, on YouTube. So China was enslaved by Japanese. What China did, China was in the Middle Ages. That's why Japan enslaved them. Because Japanese, if you see the movies, you have to see sometimes movies. And you saw the Tom Cruise movie. Yeah? And the woman looks like a Japanese Penelope Cruz. His ex-girlfriend. So look at this. China was into slavery. Why? Because they were in the Middle East. In the Middle Ages. So then they had what is the name? They have a loan from the USA, and they are not the superpower, and they are controlling USA. So please, what African people are supposed to be doing is the same. That's it. Single.
Oh,
I'm not talking. Sorry.
Daisy.
Yeah, I was saying like
yeah, you were saying something.
Yeah, China. I'm saying that China was even literally sorting the garbage of the West, sorting them and all that. So that means that
Sorry
it was
to
even
interrupt.
like,
I forgot this.
Yeah?
I forgot. Sorry to interrupt. Chinese people were into slavery. They were selling them into slavery in cages. Imagine, and nobody knows that. Their own films. That's why I'm learning Mandarin. They were showing how they were sold into slavery to America. Imagine. That's how Chinese arrived into America. I let you talk.
Yeah, to agree with my sister here, but yeah, like literally, that was part of the waste disposal system of the US. That they used to put them in the ships, and they ship them to China. So if that happened to an African country, to Niger, you will be here shouting, for sure. So these people, let's not.
What do you mean I'll be here shouting?
That
was not recent, though. I'm talking about previously. That was not recent at all. We're talking about before China became nuclear power.
No, that was recent. That thing stopped just recently.
Talking about human trafficking.
I'm not talking about human trafficking. I'm talking about garbage disposal and all the waste garbage.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I know about the garbage disposal one. Now see, China, what they did was they made some sacrifices to keep building the economy because they needed the money to keep building that space program, nuclear and defense technologies.
But that's exactly what we are doing here, but you don't want us to do it. Exactly, we're making sacrifices to build the economy.
But the difference is that China did one thing first that everybody does first. That's why I keep saying their security, they put it in order first. We Africans, that's the part we keep making mistakes. And that's the mistake our forefathers made too. They just never figured out their security. White people, Nigerians call them Oyibo. When they came, we didn't bother to make their ships. We didn't bother to learn how to make their guns. We didn't do anything. We just keep selling our people and taking trinkets from them. And we're still doing it today. You see, every time you tell you keep saying all these things like we should be complacent. That's exactly how our forefathers behave. If somebody was like me, shouting at them and trying to convince them to do the right thing, and they did it, we wouldn't be in the state we are in today. They would have made the sacrifices, and you'll be enjoying just like Western countries are enjoying today. And probably will be enjoying more because we have a lot more resources to go with it. But nobody won them for 400 years. until they had their Berlin Conference and they completely colonized Africa. Now, the Asian continent, you know that Asian continent, the continent that Middle East, Europe, China is on one landmass. There's nothing separating them really. So the Chinese Belt Road Initiative is bringing all of them together. If that the only thing stopping that the progress of that endeavor by the Chinese is the Americans. And the reason why the Americans don't like it, because it will weaken America if China builds that creates a network between China and all the way to Western Europe. Because now it can unite that whole continent, including China, India, Russia, France. All these countries are nuclear powers, and only America across the ocean. Superpowers of the world. And if they become the superpower of the world and America makes their peace with it and joins the club, guess what? Africa is not ready for that. Then our weakness has just magnified even 10 times worse. Because now the people that used to run circles around us was basically NATO. Now you add India, add Russia, add China on top of them. What chance have we got, Tezi? What chance have we got?
Brothers, bye. I'm going to sleep. Husband calling soon. Bye. I like your talk.
Right.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So, Tezi, are you there?
I'm here. But my brother Tunaja, I'm just going to say that in the end of the day, I think what China did what it had to do to get where it is, and I think that's what Kenya and even East Africa.
But you didn't listen to the last point I made then. Did you listen to the last point I made regarding the Chinese, basically Eurasia coming together? The entire continent of Europe and Asia coming together.
But they're not together. They're not, okay. First of all,
it's one landmass. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, it's one landmass, but they're not together. They're not together. In fact, if you look at the neighbors of China, they are not together. They are all, if you look at India, they're not together. You look at Japan over there, they're not together. You look at Philippines and Vietnam and all. They're not, these people are not.
Okay. You see, everything you are saying to they equate with what our forefathers used to think. Oh, the French and the English are not together. They are fighting each other in Africa. They are not together until they go and have a Berlin Conference meeting. Then suddenly they are together. Did you know that India and China and Russia, they had a military, including Bangladesh and a few other countries in that region, they had a military exercise just late last year. Did you know that? They are more together than you think. Yeah, so and China is building a Belt Road Initiative all the way to Western Europe. If they come together, no, I'm asking you now. If all of them come together, no, hold on. I want to ask you this question. So I hear, because you made this argument a lot, so that when you process the information I give you, I want to hear your response. If China, India, Russia, I'm not saying maybe they will definitely come together, but let's say then somehow they do. China, Russia, India, NATO, they come together. What chance has Africa got when only NATO was able to put us down in barely how many decades? 1 decade. They took over the entire continent. Now you have India on top of it, you have China on top of it, and you have Russia on top of it. If they come together, what chance have we got?
But you see, that is an if. But will they come together?
But the question I ask is a question. It's an if question. I know, but if you process it, what chance have we got if that happens?
You see, you can even say the same thing with Africa. If Africa comes together, what chance to the world? It's those are if. But in the end of the day, it's not reality.
That's a very real.
Japan will never join.
Before.
Japan will never join China.
Oh my God. How can you say that?
Philippines.
How can you say that? Japan is an ally of the US that bombed them with nuclear weapons today. The US and the Germany and France were at war and Germany invaded their allies. People can kill each other and become friends. Who makes you think they cannot come together? They are already in G20 together. They are already in G20.
Yeah, but you know,
I'm telling you, man, we are playing with our future. We are really playing with our future if we carry on like this. I can see it coming a mile away. And they too can see it coming a mile away. It's only us that don't see it. Because think about it, it's going to happen one way or another. Over time, they are going to quarrel and go to quarrel. Because I believe that this world, we're heading to a one world government, one way or the other. The problem, I think, in the African continent, our problem is that we are not ready to be part of a world government situation. By the time that time comes, because the American powers have to share power sooner or later, and that's how it's going to form a world government. When that time comes, Africa doesn't have any say. And if they feel like it, if they don't want to be magnanimous, they could decide that they will just use us as a kind of resource colony. That they will share Africa up in peace, like they did, like they basically NATO did. They can do it again. They share. Indians take their share. The Middle East takes their share. The Asians take their share, and the Europeans take their share, and will be done for. Will be done for. They outnumber us by a mile, and technologically they are well ahead of us by a mile too. That is. For people, for anybody to see that kind of scenario in the world and just think, okay, let me just relax. That's why I'm not relaxed. Except we have just given up. That's all I can say about it.
Okay. In the end of the day, we will agree to disagree. But to me, I feel like Africa is going to, especially East Africa, because we are starting to see that we are becoming more and more integrated and more organized. And in fact, people don't even see the meeting, the East African community and South African community, SADC and ESC. They met actually earlier this month to even to initiate further integration between as COMESA. So people don't see these things happening. Maybe because they don't make the news or they are meeting and they don't like to make waves to to scare people or to scare the Western people. But people, they are meeting and they are integrating slowly and slowly. The military happening in Congo, the presidents of East Africa are now meeting in Bujumbura to talk about the security of the entire region. So that means there will be now, integrated security, integrated intelligence. So we are
every system. Sorry, I understand what you are saying, that the East African countries are coming together. I've seen it too. I've heard your president talk very strongly about Africans doing their own things. But a white guy was on the Afro-Diamond's channel the other day, and he was saying that this is what they do, that they will make your leaders give you people hope that it's not there. And okay, I don't like to talk without evidence. There is this aspect of the echo currency. You have that West Africa was supposed to go echo. It was supposed to go echo. They were talking about it for years until the very, very last week. Boom, dead. We just keep thinking that we're in control, but all this could be a charade, and that's my concern. If it works out correctly the way you expect, I will be very happy. But what if we are wrong? What if you are just being complacent? You have to make sure these are the lives of our future generation that is at stake here. We always have to be cautious. We have to be naturally cautious. Our history has indicated that we should be cautious. This kind of docile, easygoing nature that we have, I don't know where we got it from. Maybe because our environment wasn't that harsh, but we really need to shake it off right now and behave as if we evolved in Europe, where but those people, they don't play around. They really don't. If Switzerland can have 300 something bunkers, what is wrong with us? Someone like you, if you're in Switzerland, you'd be like, why? You can have 10. You can have 20 bunkers. maybe 50, but not 377,000. No, you tell me, Tazy. If you were in Switzerland, will you not argue against it?
That those bunkers were formed during a war, a literal war.
No, they were not in war themselves. They were not in war.
But
they were just preparing for a war. They didn't have any enemy in.
Nah, all their neighbors
they didn't have enemy. Yes, but they didn't have any enemy.
Conquering Europe.
They were preparing.
It was a risky situation. They were preparing. A war was coming. So they were just lucky not to be involved. But in the end of the day, okay, I understand Switzerland. But
exactly, you understand what I'm saying? We had war. What do you mean we don't have war?
In Africa,
you don't know that your colony was not colonized.
No. Let me say this: in the threat in Africa, the threat in Africa is different from the threat that was in Europe. Right now, the threat, like I said, if you look at countries like Kenya, who are focusing more on the navy, you look at countries like Uganda, who are trying to be, I don't know. I think maybe they're focusing on their army infrastructure. The fact they have a high spending, one of the highest spending, although you might not see it as adequate, but you look at countries like Rwanda, So even Congo, I don't know. Okay, Congo is still unstable, but you can see efforts. You can see real on the ground efforts by East African community to stabilize.
Tazy. Sorry. My head is aching. I'm just. You know why my head is aching? I'm still thinking about Switzerland having 370,000 nuclear warheads. That is how many times more than the number of soldiers Kenya has. Kenya has 29,000 soldiers. If you times it by 10, it's still more. They have more bunkers, 10 times more bunkers than Kenya has soldiers. That is madness. Why are these people so paranoid more than us? And when they build this, oh God, when they build these bunkers, they were already conquering the world. Forget it. We are like Esau. If you study the Bible, we behave like Esau. And if I was God, my God, I would really be mad with Africans. I don't know what I would be mad. I would just not care for them. God gave us everything. He gave Europeans cold and a harsh climate. Everything is trying to kill them there. He basically gave us Garden of Eden on earth, and we just squandered everything. I don't see any reason why God should rescue us. It reminds me of some books in the Bible where God says some people, their fate has been decided and they are meant to be destroyed. There was one passage I read in the Deuteronomy. Evil man. The God was just cursing the people, and it made it look like sometimes I fear that it was like what he was referring to. He said, I'm going to deliver it to your enemies and they will destroy you. They will keep he resembles a curse that somebody can heap on Africans, because it's like he's giving us everything, but we squandered it. But in the context of the Bible, they were talking about the people forsaking God. But God was cursing them that for forsaking him, that he would deliver them to the hands of their enemy. The kind of curse he was putting on them, it was so terrible that it resembles what is happening to Africans. It's horrible. And I just saw it a few days ago. I don't even know why that passage came on. I think somebody was talking on the Nigerian platform. And was it not in the Bible that, I don't know whether it's Christ that said it, sell your garments and buy a weapon? According to this Nigerian guy, he didn't say sell your house. He didn't say sell your farm. Sell your clothes. The clothes that is even more personal, more important for you. Sell it and buy yourself a sword. That's the Bible telling people to do that.
Yeah, tonight we just have to agree to disagree with that, because
of course you disagree with heaven and you disagree with earth.
Okay, look. Let me tell you something. I agree that we need military and all that, but to me, I feel like we need to study the doctrine of East Africa or like just specific countries. If they have a doctrine, we need to study it and make sense of it instead of criticizing it. But in the end of the day, my brother, I have to go to work, so
Of
I'll have
course.
to allow you to continue to Kaiser. As you guys have
No, I'm done too. I'm done too. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just didn't like the idea that people are just coming to pretend as if it's all economy first and then industrialization first. We are not starting from zero. All African countries have a level of industrialization already. You said it. Kenya is building ships, so you can start from there and build something a lot stronger. Yeah, they may not like it. If you think the world is going to like you, they're not going to like you. They will never like you. There's a song they sing in Nigeria where they said, if you try to know what your mates know, they will call you a bad person. That's how it works. They will never, in any situation, their own interest. It has to be completely in their interest. Otherwise, they will never let you. And if you keep waiting for permission, tell that to your children that's the future you kept for them, that you're waiting for the permission of other men to protect their future. So thank you for anyway, and I think I should be done today too. Kezo is probably done with the top. Is this Kezo in that picture, or is just trolling some other person again?